The story begins with the demon dragon telling the boy that 100 years ago, an alien star fell into the demon realm, and its owner, using a strange power, played with this world as he pleased. But now his reign was over. The boy coughed up blood, clutching his stomach from where it was gushing. The dragon asked him what his wish was and what he craved. With difficulty speaking, the warrior muttered that he wanted to go home, that he was returning. The dragon noted that for someone who had risked his life to challenge him, such a wish was rather trivial. And although it was an impossible wish, he definitely knew exactly where to go. The dragon then revealed that the power to return home was contained in the spatial sphere within his heart, which made Seo smile. He asked the dragon if he knew how much he had suffered to find her, claiming that he had spent a whole 100 years on this damned alien world. The dragon raised its sharp claw and told him that if so, he should be grateful, because his futile life would end here. However, Sue only smiled and replied that he could finally put an end to this. The dragon brought down his claw, but at that moment Sue released a blinding light. The dragon was stunned to see his severed paw and demanded to know what this disturbing force was. He then noticed that Seo's wounds were healing at an incredible rate and realized that this was not just healing, but true regeneration. Just a few seconds later, Seo, completely healed, approached the dragon and asked if he would take out his heart himself, or if he should rip it out for him. The dragon couldn't believe that Seo was more than just an ordinary warrior. Before he could even comprehend the situation, Sho gave him 3 seconds to count, but before he could even count to 2, he thrust his hand into the dragon's chest. The dragon coughed up blood and screamed in agony. Seo apologized for moving too fast, but Gigi said that he had already waited long enough. Then he tore out the dragon's heart, allowing his body to fall lifelessly to the ground. Ming Shu, a hunter and healer, successfully completed his mission. He was looking at the spatial sphere, but suddenly an annoyed voice was heard, grumbling that after 100 years of riding around the worlds, all he got was the damn dragon's eggs. Seo told him to shut up, clarifying that these were not eggs, but a spatial sphere. He then threw the sphere into his mouth and swallowed it. A huge magic circle appeared underneath him. He smiled, knowing that he was finally returning home to his students, to his younger brother, and to Earth. A moment later, he was transported to Earth. Slowly opening my eyes, he sat up in shock, looking around. He shouted, "Freeloader!" To which the voice inside his head responded by calling him provisions and asking why he was calling, complaining that he was too busy, vomiting in his stomach from motion sickness. Siu was relieved to see that Pry had also made it safely with him, but he still called him a disgusting bastard and told him to get over it. Pry asked if he was sure about this, and warned that the consequences of digesting it would be colossal. Sue told Pri to shut up before he threw up again. Then he asked if he was right in assuming that this was Earth, which surprised Pry, who sarcastically asked if he couldn't recognize his own house. Sue replied that the Earth's landscapes vary greatly depending on location. As he looked around, he noticed that the flow of mana felt as if it was inside the gate. He wondered if they were, in fact, inside the gate. Then Pri called out to him, noticing that he smelled like a weakling. Alarmed, Seo released his mana and panicked, wondering what was wrong with it. Then Pri dramatically announced that he was breaking off relations with him. Sue cursed loudly and asked if Pri was at it again. Confused, Pri asked what he meant. Seo explained that it seemed to be a side effect of interdimensional travel. Just like when he had traveled from Earth to another world 100 years ago, his abilities were significantly weakened. He realized with disappointment that, given this situation, his normal state was only about 15, maybe 20%. Pry asks if he's joking when he says his mana is only at 20% and tells him to recover quickly before he gets kicked out. This infuriates him, and he tells Pry that it is not such a simple problem. He then starts walking, telling Pry that last time it took him decades to fully regain his strength. Pry tells him that decades is grounds for terminating the contract, and that with such a paltry amount of mana, he won't be able to use most of his amazing abilities. He tells Pry that it doesn't mean he can't use them at all. He is then surprised to hear someone running towards him. The woman, out of breath from exhaustion and running, curses, realizing that she was so focused on running that she lost all her comrades and wonders if they are all right. She wonders what the hell the orc is doing here, since they are still on the lower floors. As the huge orc chases her, she screams for help, but then trips over a stone and falls face down on the ground. She looks back in horror, thinking that she is about to die. Luckily, he appears in time and kills the orc with a single hand. He tells her that he wants to ask her something. He then asks her if this is Earth with a huge smile on his face, which both confuses and surprises her. He asks her again if he is right that this place is Korea, to which she stutters that it is Korea. He asks her what year it is, and she replies 2037, still finding it hard to believe that he took out an orc with one blow. He realizes that the moment he was pulled into another dimension was in 2027, and realizes that 100 years in the demon world is only 10 years here. He then asks the woman who the current president is, and she replies that the current president is Choi Dae-soo. This shocks him, and he asks if she means that jock with one eye, which confuses her even more, and she wonders who the hell he is. He's furious that the president is that bastard Choi Dae-soo, and asks the woman if South Korea really has such a talent shortage, making her wonder if this was some kind of regression story. He then senses that the mana flow is strange, and asks the woman if they are inside the gate, to which she stutters that they are inside the Tower of Learning. He asks her what the Tower of Learning is, and she explains that this place, which suddenly appeared a few years ago, is a kind of gateway for hunters. If the hunter successfully completes it, he can awaken his abilities and even gain skills. She adds that depending on their awakening rank, they can join a good guild, so everyone's goal is to clear it as quickly as possible. He is surprised to hear this and tells her that in his time, they woke up without any such thing. She tells him that this is a story for first-generation hunters, but he simply asks her if this means he needs to complete the tower. In what time? She replies that if he is outstanding, he can finish in 6 weeks, but usually it takes 8. The record is 3 weeks, set by second-generation hunting prodigy Ryu Ji-hwan. He thinks for a moment, but then a huge tiger approaches them, shocking the woman. She knows it's a troll tiger and, stuttering, tells him to run, but he just keeps thinking with his eyes closed and says 3 weeks is too long. He adds that due to the side effects of interdimensional travel, his mana flow and body movements seem sluggish. As the tiger approaches, the woman asks if he wasn't taught at the academy to always run away when confronted by a troll tiger. Then the tiger pounces and jumps on them, but he remains calm, saying that he has no choice and will have to set himself a more generous term, while the woman in front of him screams in fear. Then he just punches the tiger, sending him flying, knocking out his teeth, which shocks the woman. He then tells her that 5 days should be enough to finish the tower. Meanwhile, at the Empire Guild, the secretary reports to the guild leader, Min Se-jun, that someone has come out of the training tower. Se-jun replies that it's not bad because he thinks it's been about 8 weeks since they came in, but the secretary tells him that they are not from the original members, which makes him stop writing and ask what party they are from. The secretary replies that they are not on the entry list and that they are currently causing a ruckus. Then he hands him the documents. Se-jun is surprised and can't believe his eyes when he looks at the photo. Soo, his brother. Returning to the learning tower, Seo asks the woman how long she plans to pursue him. The woman was shocked as she looked at Seo, not believing that he had actually passed the training tower in just 5 days. He was lost in his thoughts, however, realizing that the battles had definitely helped him recover faster. He estimated that he had regained 25% of his strength. Then the system's voice announced that the training was complete, and the calculation of characteristics and analysis of skill compatibility began. However, the system suddenly stated that the measurement was impossible, which made Seo smile. Then the gates opened, and he walked towards them. The woman, surprised, stammered and shouted for him to take her with him, but he just kept walking forward, thinking that he was finally back in Seoul. A moment later, on the other side of the gate, outside the Tower of Learning, a crowd of people were talking, when a huge man came up and asked why it was so noisy. One of his subordinates replied that the gate had just opened, but there seemed to be some kind of problem. The man noticed the commotion and asked if they were the ones who opened the gate. He checked the login log and noticed a pretty face on the list. When the man approached, one of the officers recognized him as the commander of the 2nd Detachment. The staff member explained that these people had just come out of the gate, but Seo was not on the entry list. The man frowned, thinking that this didn't make sense. How could a guy who claimed to have gone through the tower come out without a scratch? Then, noticing Seo's sharp gaze, the man thought that he looked like a worm and guessed that he must have gotten quite a decent skill. Pushing the employee aside, the man said he would handle it himself. He then asked Seo who the hell he was and why he wasn't on the list. Seo simply replied that it was because he had not entered through the entrance. The irritated man shouted back to ask if he had entered through his mouth and, of course, had exited the other way. Siu, unperturbed, simply replied that it just happened that way. This answer enraged the man. He yelled that this brat didn't care about his elders. He muttered that this guy must really like to talk nonsense. The man pointed his finger at Sio's head, calling him a newbie, and said that from the look of him, it looked like he had awakened some kind of disguise skill and was just playing games. He then warned him that if he didn't want to die, he should stop this and quit pretending. But Sio remained silent, simply glaring at him. When Shu still didn't respond, the man yelled at him to stop and asked if he should tear the smug mask off his face himself. Sio just smiled and told him to shut up, calling the man a stinking pile of shit, which left him in shock. The man screamed furiously, asking if Sio had gone crazy. But Sio remained calm and asked if the man had just said something about ripping his face off. He then told him to shut up and fight, but advised him to breathe as little as possible because his breathing was unbearable. This finally drove the man crazy. Enraged, he swung his fist at Sue and cursed. Sue, everything is still calm, reminded him that he had told him to shut up. Smiling, he looked at the man and noticed that he was simply not listening. Later, Sejun and his secretary were shocked. Seeing people lying on the ground, Sejun's secretary loudly asked what the hell happened here. An officer ran up and reported that the man they had mentioned earlier for causing trouble had gotten into a fight with the guards and disappeared. Sejun then asked if there were any CCTV footage that captured this man in detail. The officer quickly turned on a recording of the moment, which showed the men simultaneously attacking Sue. However, Seo remained in place, effortlessly dodging and counterattacking with incredible speed, instantly taking out all the opponents in front of him. The employee then explained to them that in just a few seconds, Seo had defeated 5 hunters and disappeared. The employee asked if Seo could be a hunter with the invisibility skill, considering he was completely invisible. However, Sejun replied no and told them that Seo was just moving quickly. This caused the staff member to ask Sejun what he meant, but Sejun remained silent, confirming to himself that it was indeed his older brother, Seo. Sue looked exactly the same as he did 10 years ago. Sejun called his secretary Hilo and shouted out the order to issue a manhunt and mobilize everyone in the Empire Guild to search for Seo. However, they should not engage in battle with Seo under any circumstances, but only inform him that they are from Min Sejun and bring him. Sejun's men rushed to carry out his orders, leaving him wondering where the hell Seo had been all this time to only show up now. He wondered if Seo had been kidnapped or was on the run. But deep down, Sejun knew there had to be a reason. If Seo was in Korea, he would have found him by now. Then Sejun wondered where Seo would go first in this situation. At this moment, Sejun woke up from his thoughts when someone appeared in front of him. He immediately recognized her as one of those who had come out of the Tower of Learning. She told him that it was not she who had done anything to escape the tower, but that someone else had led them all out. Sejun replied that he understood and guessed that she must have come out earlier than expected, meaning she had probably acquired a decent skill. However, she replied that she wasn't sure yet whether it was good or not, but at least it was an A-rank skill. This made Sejun think that the final evaluation had not yet been completed, but getting her support in advance was the best option. He then asked the woman if she would consider signing a contract with the Empire Guild, assuring her that they would work out the best terms for the contract. She couldn't believe it, but at the same time she was excited. She then asked Sejun if he was serious and said that if he really proposed, it would be an honor for her and her family. At this moment, someone appeared behind Sejun and noticed that despite him calling his guild the Empire, his actions were more like those of a bandit. Sejun turned around and warned Hunter Ryu Ji-hwan to watch his words. But Ji-hwan teasingly asked if Sejun was offended by his choice of words. Ryu Ji-hwan, an S-rank hunter and the guild master of the Diamond, then commented that Sejun was surprisingly sensitive. Another S-rank hunter and White Lion guild master, Choi Sung-gil, then chimed in, saying that it looked like he had gotten ahead of Sejun. Sung-gil added that the entire security team had been wiped out, and asked if this was the work of the unregistered awakened that the association had mentioned. Ji-hwan knelt down to get a closer look at one of the beaten men and laughed, noting that Seo was quite the impressive guy for causing such chaos the moment he came out. Sung-gil agreed and noted that they didn't know who Seo was, but they'd better find him quickly. Judging by his strength level, he must have awakened a high-level skill, meaning he has the potential to become an elite fighter. Sung-gil added that he found Seo quite tempting. Ji-hwan laughed and asked Seung-gil if they were saying that whoever found Seo first could have him. He also asked if their unconventional methods would pose a problem. However, Sejun remained silent and simply stared at Ji-hwan. Seung-gil then suggested that they search separately, noting that none of them had time to waste. Seung-gil then turned to the woman and handed her his business card, telling her to take her time and think it over. Ji-hwan shrugged and told Seung-gil to do as he pleased, adding that he would let them know if he found Seo. However, Sejun coldly replied to Ji-hwan, "Not at all." Ji-hwan's secretary Jin Sik saw him on the street and asked if the conversation went well, but Ji-hwan simply ordered him to gather all the C and D rank members from Kumgang, form squads and send them out to search. Jin Sik asked who they were looking for, to which Ji-hwan chuckled and replied, "Min Se-jun's damn relatives." Meanwhile, in some restaurant, Seo was holding a large, tender, and juicy fried chicken in his hands. Pry incredulously tells him that when he returned to Earth after 100 years, the first place he visited was just some chicken joint. But Seo just tells Pri to try it, and he will understand why he ran here like a dog. Pry screamed that this was madness and that he had wasted his whole life. But when he bit into the fried chicken, Pry screamed at the divine taste. A moment later, having eaten his fill, he goes out into the street, and Pry asks him where they are heading next. But Seo only asks Pri again, "Where else?" and tells him that they are going home. Later, they arrived at the house and Pry asked if it was his house, to which he replied yes. Then he took hold of the gate handle and went inside. He remembered that in the past, every time he returned, his father asked him if he was home and said that he was a little late. His mother asked if he was hungry and if she should call Sejun so they could eat together, to which his younger self replied yes, and rushed to hug her father along with her little brother, Sejun, telling her parents that they were home. But all he saw now was a neglected house. There were cobwebs all over the house and a bunch of empty bottles. He looked inside the house and sat down, putting his hands in his pockets. He lay down, annoyed that, as he expected, he did not remember the faces of his parents. He remembers that people say that oblivion is a gift from the gods, but for him, it was a curse. He had been in the demon world for 100 years, enduring endless battles on a blood-soaked, unfamiliar planet. His human senses were dulled, his body was frozen in time, and his self was erased. During this terrifyingly long period, he clung desperately to memory, fearing that the curse of oblivion would swallow him up. Memories of my younger brother, Serana Wanya, Dizmakanikar and Perja. Memories of his students. And so his memories never became just memories. Instead, they became obsessions and regrets. But for him, it was okay, because thanks to them, he survived for 100 years. Pri tells him that his house is lonely, and that the place where they lived in the demon world seems warmer. He is happy for Pri as well, and tells him that there was no fried chicken in the demon world, which Pri agrees with and says that you can't argue with that. He then tells Pri that he was only planning on doing a quick look around anyway, so they should go, and that it was time to start looking for the others. He wonders if everything has been okay for everyone for the past 10 years, and hopes that everything is okay for Sejun too. Suddenly, someone shouts to him that they found him, and that it was damn hard to find him. Then more people appeared around him, and they surrounded him. Bun Hockman, a C-rank hunter from Diamond, asks him if he is right that this is the brat who caused a mess at the tower's exit, and if he has any idea how hard they tried to find him. But Sue simply asks Hawkman again, "So what?" and wonders if they want him to console them or something. Hawkman asks if he heard him and reminds him that they are from the Diamond Guild. But Seo simply tells Hawkman that he doesn't care whether they're from Diamond or somewhere else and asks what they want. Hawkman then asks if he would rather he crawled instead of walking. But Seo only replies that he thinks crawling on all fours would suit his ugly mug better. He then says that the world must be a wonderful place for Taki gorillas, which irritates Hawkman. Hawkman activated his power, shouting that the bastard was hopeless and that they would have to deal with Sue before delivering him. Hawkman jumped down and struck with a fist and brass knuckles from behind, but Sue didn't move and allowed Hawkman to hit him, causing him to be slammed into the wall. Hawkman then teasingly asked who Sue was calling a gorilla. Diamond members told Hawkman that he knocked out Sue before he could get his hands out of his pockets, and urged him to hit again. But Seo remained calm as he lay on the ground and looked at the system in front of him, which showed that his skill was lightning flash, with the effect of temporarily increasing his speed by more than 2 times. He asked Pri what he thought and if he wanted to try it. Pri replied that it was the first skill he had absorbed since arriving on Earth and that he wanted to try it. Shu stood up, answering well, which confused Hawkman. Hawkman was about to speak to him, but before he could, Seo instantly appeared behind him. Before Hawkman could ask how the hell he did it, Sue slammed him face down into the ground, causing Hawkman to scream in pain, and shocking the rest of the Diamond members. There was silence for a moment, before Seo raised his hand, calling Pri a predator and telling him to eat. A dark magic circle appeared beneath them, and successfully extracted Hawkman's skill, Lightning Flash. Sue was surprised that it worked on Earth too. Pri told him that stealing skills was nice, but it didn't taste as good as fried chicken. Hawkman's team members, seeing him lying helplessly on the ground, they became enraged and everyone rushed to attack. Siu calmly told Pri that they should try out the skill they had just acquired, to which Pri replied that he understood. Then Seo used Lightning Flash to attack the crowd of people around him. One of the men managed to get close and swing his sword at Sue, but he didn't move, and simply hit the man in the stomach with his knee. He then saw that the man's skill was weak point critical hit. Sue told the man that his blade had become completely dull and scolded him that a swordsman should at least sharpen his weapon. Then he lunges at them with a knife. But just before he hits one of them in the neck, Sue stops. When someone calls out to him, he looked back and was surprised, seeing Sejun behind him. Sejun called out to him with tears in his eyes, but Seo remained in shock, until he was finally able to pronounce Sejun's name. 20 years ago, when the gates opened on a peaceful land, the world plunged into chaos. Monsters were rampaging within the gates, and the first generation of awakened ones emerged, whose abilities manifested simultaneously with the gates, marked the era of savagery, when there was no policy or law to regulate the situation, and everyone was inexperienced. In such a chaotic world, Seo and Sejun, who lost their parents early, had to somehow survive. Seo, a first-generation awakened, dropped out of school to become a hunter and raise Sejun, who was still just a brat at the time. At that time, Sejun asked Seo if he was going to school today, and Seo replied that he was no longer going to school because he was going to work. Sejun asked sadly if it was because of him, but Seo patted him on the head and explained that no, he was just a terrible student, so he decided on his career early. Then Sejun asked Seo when he would be back and if he would be late, but Seo simply told him not to worry because he would be back soon. Back in the present, Seo is at Sejun's house and tells him that his house is absolutely amazing. He then looks around excitedly and asks Sejun if this is the Han River and if he bought all this himself without any loans. But Sejun simply replies that it's nothing and that he made the money using the skills his brother taught him. His room is there too. However, Sejun still feels like all of this is unreal and wonders if this is really his brother, the man who could not be found for 10 years. Sue is shocked to hear that he has a room there too, and tells Sejun that raising his little brother now seems like fun and that he has been through a lot. This makes Sejun grit his teeth to hold back his tears. Looking back, Sejun tells him that he was the one who went through all the hardships, so seeing him joke like that makes him feel like he really is his brother. Sejun then asks if Seo knows how long he's been looking for him and where the hell he's been all this time. Seo walks up to Sejun, pats him on the head and says that they should sit down because he has stories for 100 years. Hours later, after finishing several beers and a few packs of snacks, Sejun asks him if he understood everything correctly. To sum it up, 10 years ago, at the moment when Seo defeated the 4th Demon King, he was transported to another dimension by an artifact. In another dimension, he met a creature called the Predator, who could extract the skills of others, and Seo grew stronger using this ability for 100 years, while searching for a dragon with spatial magic. Eventually, he reached the Dragon King, defeated him, and used the spatial sphere in his heart to return to Earth. The Predator then tells him that the legs are delicious, which causes Seo to remember and tell Sejun that the Predator also came to Earth with him and is now inside his body. Horrified, Sejun asks if it's like a possession, but Seo replies that it's more like a parasite, causing Pri to threaten the boy with diarrhea. Seo tells Sejun not to take this too seriously. He knows it sounds crazy, but Sejun has to believe that his older brother is not crazy. Sejun replies that she believes him because he's the one saying it. And besides, they no longer live in a world where such things sound completely absurd. It's just hard to imagine right away. Sejun then tells him that it is enough that he came back, to which Seo agrees and tells Sejun that it is his turn now. He then asks Sejun what the hell happened in the country in the last 10 years to allow this Dias to become president. Shijun explains that after Co disappeared, Desu shamelessly took credit for defeating the fourth Demon King. He then rose to the presidency with the title of God of War, the greatest hunter of the first generation, and fabricated public support. Disappointed, Sejun then angrily says that he wonders what Desu will do when he finds out that his only rival, Siu, has returned. He tells Sejun that Desu's intentions are obvious and that the fact that Daesu is the only SS rank hunter in South Korea is simply ridiculous. He then asks Sejun if the ones called Diamond who attacked him in their house earlier are Daesu's henchmen. Sejun replies no, because Daesu's guild is infinite, and explains to him that there are currently 7 major guilds representing South Korea, which together are called the Heptagram, which includes the Diamond, the Immeasurable Legion, the White Lion, the Warrior King, Azure Flower, Ice Soul, and their own guild, Empire. Sejun adds that among them, Diamond is Ryuji Hwan's guild, and assures him that he will deal with them himself, which makes Siwoo think that his younger brother has become so cool in 10 years. He then asks Sejun about his students, which surprises Sejun, who tells him that they all went their separate ways, and that it had been a long time since they had last contacted each other. Sejun adds that Zhao Long has returned to his hometown, and Kang Yunhua has joined Desu. Siu finds this a bit unexpected and asks about Minjun, to which Sejun replies that Minjun was killed. Siu is shocked and cannot believe that Minjun is dead. He asks Sejun who killed her, but Sejun replies that the body disappeared, so they couldn't identify the culprit. The only people who could kill a hunter were other hunters or unregistered awakened ones. So at that time, HMCS was involved in the investigation, but there were no leads. Shu clenches his fist in anger and asks Sejun what HMCS is. Sejun replies that it means the Hunter Management and Control Department, an international agency that deals with hunting-related crimes on the front lines. Sejun also tells him that HMCS has the authority to investigate and arrest all awakened criminals. In simple terms, this is the Hunter Police. Seo asks Sejun if he has any connections there. Sejun replies that there is and asks if Seo really plans to go there. Sejun then tells him that if he wants information, it would be better to use their guild's reconnaissance team because it is dangerous to go to such a harsh place without a reason. However, Seo replies that everything is fine and that he needs more than just information. Sejun tells him that the hunters are in the business of fighting, while the HMCS are in the business of crimes like murder, and that it is too early for Seo to go to such a place right after returning. But Seo reminds Sejun that he fought in another dimension for 100 years, and says that he has already done everything he could during these 100 years, which makes Sejun realize that he has forgotten his brother's nickname. Sejun then agrees with him and says that Lee Yeji from Ice Soul is a high-ranking official there, so he will contact her, to which Seo thanks him. Sejun knows that Seo's face is the same, but he notices that Seo's aura has changed, which makes him wonder what the hell happened in that other dimension. While he is busy browsing the news on the internet, he recognizes someone. Seo asks him who it is and asks him to show her. Sejun then tells him that he is Hwang Jung-gu, the leader of the HMCS Gangbok district team and a 1.5 generation hunter. However, Siwoo is confused upon hearing Jung-gu's name. 2 days later at HMCS headquarters in the Kanbok command office, Jung-gu furiously runs out of his office, cursing these second-generation hunters in anger. One of the employees asks Jung-gu what happened, and Jung-gu replies that his superiors put a newcomer on his team through connections. He rants that it is no wonder they are called the hothouse generation because they have rotten brains. Jung-gu then shouts furiously that in his time it was lawless, and the early days of hunters were a world where power was everything. They would go on missions after writing wills. Jung-gu then asks the employee if he ever told him about how he almost died in a raid 10 years ago. The employee wants to answer that Jung-gu has told this story about 768 times, but Jung-gu insists that he listen again and begins to tell it. When he was a rookie, he was fatally wounded during a mission, and their group was on the verge of losing too much power, falling into despair. But at that moment, a healer with incredible abilities appeared and saved him with skills like Hua Tuo. And before Jung-gu can finish, Shio suddenly kicks the door down and shouts, "Jung-gu!" Jong-gu and his employee are shocked, but Siwoo simply asks Jong-gu why he changed his beautiful name, saying it's confusing. He then laughingly asks Jung-gu if he remembers him and reminds him that he was his savior, which shocks Jung-gu, who stutters as he asks, "Is he really the hunter Ming Xiao from his story?" Later, Jung-gu introduces Xiao to his team as a new recruit joining their Kangbok team, Hunter Ming Xiao, and tells them that since Xiao is new, he doesn't know much here. He orders them to immediately provide any information the Sioux need, and warns them, as elders, to treat the newcomer with due respect. A female team member whispers to a male colleague about whether Yonggu is contradicting himself and what is going on with the powerful team leader Yonggu. The man simply tells her to keep quiet, adding that judging by their leader's reaction earlier, it seems that CO is no ordinary recruit. Yonggu then calls out to the woman, Kim Sung, surprising her and causing her to stutter in response. Yonggu orders her to follow him to the conference room for a quick rookie briefing. As they walk to the conference room, the other staff members wonder if a 3-star hunter has joined them as a recruit. Later in the conference room, Yonggu asks Xiu if he would like coffee, instant, or Americano, to which Xiu replies that he prefers instant. Yonggu then shows the HMCS uniform and asks Xiu's size. Sun, seeing his supervisor's strange behavior, questions Yonggu, saying that although it is a briefing, she did not receive any materials to review. She asks what exactly she is supposed to explain to Xiu. However, Xiu interrupts, telling Sheng that he wants her to compile and give him data on all the hunters who have been killed in the last 20 years. The Sun is shocked, knowing that the data for 20 years is huge, and tells him that they will also have to submit a report to the Hunters Association. Yonggu, however, yells at Sheng not to make excuses, saying that she has been here long enough to handle this on her own. While handing CO his instant coffee, Yonggu assures him not to worry because their data manager will handle everything with complete efficiency. The Sun begins to wonder if Yonggu has changed without her knowledge. She then checks her tablet and asks CO if she understood correctly. When he said killed, he meant that he was only looking for information on humans. Xiu clarifies that he only wants cases officially recognized by HMCS as murders and a list of currently unidentified hunter-killers. He knows that it is almost impossible to kill an awakened one unless the attacker is also awakened. Besides, if someone managed to kill Min Jun, a high-ranking hunter, it means that the culprit is most likely a professional. Even if the criminal was caught or already dead, if he was awakened, the Hunter Association should have a record. It's their priority to find them. The Sun then asks where she should send the requested information, and he replies that I should send it to his phone for now. At that moment, someone knocks and asks Yonggu if he has a minute. Yonggu allows the person to enter, who reports that the police have requested backup because a turf war has broken out between gangs with awakened members. Yonggu wonders if the police should handle this themselves since they are probably just low-ranking thugs. However, the man tells him that one of the groups involved is Cerberus, causing Yonggu to become angry upon hearing the name again. Sue asks what Cerberus is, and Sun replies that they are on a completely different level than regular gangs. They are involved in arms trafficking, contract killings, and are even suspected of trafficking hunters, making it difficult for the police to deal with them alone. Xiu frowns at the mention of the hunter trade and, addressing Zhonggu by his real name, Byung-gu, orders him to be taken along. Yonggu clears his throat and insists that his name is now Yonggu because he changed it. However, Xiu simply glares at him, causing Yonggu to sigh and give in. He tells Xiu that if he insists on calling him by his real name, then so be it. They have to go. Xiu agrees and stands up, putting on his uniform and noting that even as a rookie, he should at least have some training. Later at the scene, several men are found lying dead on the floor. Some people scoff, saying that the War Reaper's elite forces are not such a big deal. Kang Ho, a Cerberus member and second in command, arrogantly asks if he is right that the elite War Reaper forces are nothing in front of Cerberus's shield, to which his henchmen immediately agree. Ji Qin, Cerberus third in command, tells Kang Ho that it's unfair since half of the War Reaper's elite forces were cut down by his cleaver. Kang Ho smirks and asks Ji Qin if he feels left out, telling him to beat him in a fight if he wants more recognition. Ji Qin replies that he should wait because one day he will surpass him. Kang Ho laughs and asks what they would do without him, adding that it's good that he quit being a hunter and joined the organization. One of them asks eagerly if they should now start taking over their territory. Kang Ho smirks and answers yes, declaring that from today on, this place belongs to Cerberus. Kang Ho was about to order his men to turn everything over when something exploded behind him, scattering the others. Jukin panicked and shouted, asking if there were any more War Reapers left. He then approached them, asking what company they worked for. Pry told him that he had a shitty memory. So the main character told them to surrender and, Raise the Urks if they don't want to die right here and now. And then the red-haired man got scared. Now they were trapped. But the leader of their squad rose up in anger, and with one sharp jerk, he slammed the main character straight into the ground. On the other hand, Jikin asked Kang Ho why he just killed him and reminded him that getting involved with HMCS would complicate things. But Kang Ho simply replied that he didn't care and ordered Jikin to deal with it. They stopped when Seo called out to Kang Ho and asked if he was right in saying that he had already killed hunters, judging by the way he spoke. Kang Ho was shocked, and then Seo, with a menacing smile, told Kang Ho to show what he could do. Everyone was stunned to see Seo. They noted that they had not seen his face in Kanbok before, and wondered what kind of idiot would come in here alone. Jikin called out to Kang Ho, snapping him out of his shock. Kang Ho was sure he had just heard the sound of a skull cracking. He asked Seo what he meant, and said that if he wanted a show, they would give him one. Then Kang Ho activated his skill, full body armor rank B. He rushed forward to attack along with Ji Chin and their other members. However, Kang Ho suddenly saw an old man laughing by the river. Confused, he wondered what was going on, knowing that he had been fighting a second ago. He asked who the old man across the river was, and then recognized him as his grandfather. Kang Ho hesitated, not knowing whether his grandfather was calling him to join him or telling him to stay. Coming closer, he tried to call out to his grandfather, but suddenly woke up with swollen eyes, realizing that his comrades were being beaten. Xiu grabbed Kang Ho by the hair and lifted him up. He told Kang Ho that now only he was left, then called the Predator to absorb Kang Ho's skill. The Predator did so, and commented that Kang Ho's skill was quite tasty. Then Kang Ho nervously insisted that they knew nothing, that they never killed the hunters because they were just pawns. Xiu smiled and told Kang Ho that he already knew that. There was no way that they, a bunch of small fry, could pull off something like that. Kang Ho, confused, asked why he was doing this. Su replied that he simply wanted to test the skill level of today's awakened criminals. And since they looked like bad news, he figured he might as well eliminate them preemptively. And since they had lost, he would finish them off. At this time, the red-haired man came and said that they had already cleared the 4th floor. Yoongu added that since Seo insisted on going alone, he was very worried. However, his expression turned to pure shock when he saw Cerberus and their entire team lying beaten on the floor. Then MC stepped on Kang Ho's head and told Yoongu that he left one of the bosses alive just in case. Yoongu sighed and replied that technically arrest should be the priority. However, preemptive strikes are allowed if they attack first. Since HMCS was operating under international law, they were required to wear cameras on their chests. But the redhead was unsure. Was it worth destroying them all? He wondered if Su had always been so ruthless, even though Su was already known as a mad dog. Su casually mentioned that he forgot about the body camera, but reminded Yoongu that he was still on probation. He then smirked and asked Yoongu if he understood correctly that he would cover for him. Yoongu had no choice but to answer yes, practically crying inside. Su then pointed to the blood on his clothes and asked Yoongu if he could see it, insisting that they hit him first. Chungu stammered and agreed, saying that he believed him. However, he knew that the blood on Seo's clothes belonged to someone else. Unbeknownst to them, one of the Cerberus members managed to hide under a small table and made a call. The man reported that Cerberus had been completely destroyed and that the third in command, Jik Ying, whom they had been ordered to monitor, was dead. On the other end, Gut, an A-rank hunter and member of the Red Lantern Guild from Hong Kong, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who died?" The next day, Gut, along with 2 members of his guild, arrives at the airport, where they are met by people assigned to escort them to the designated location. One of the men introduces himself to Gut as Lee Jun-young of the South Korean Hunters Association and offers his condolences. However, Gut simply asks where his brother is. Jun-young responds that the suspect's body, Jik-in, is currently in the forensic department for hunters. He then informs Gut that they will take him there to identify the body, complete the necessary procedures, and escort him to the designated place of residence. But Gut, angry that Jun-young named his brother as a suspect, demands to know if it is true that the one who killed his brother was from HMCS. Jun-young replies that they cannot provide information on this matter. Gut then asks if it is okay to deviate from the planned plans, to which Jun-young replies that it is not allowed. He must remain at the designated residence until his pre-approved departure. Also warns that if Gut leaves without permission, he will be forcibly deported. He then tells them that they should proceed to the forensic department, which further infuriates Gut. Frustrated, Gut asks if they are telling him to just burn the incense and leave. He then calls his member, Ryu Young-fung, a B-plus rank hunter and member of the Red Lantern Guild's Shadow Division. Gut orders Young-fung to find him, to which Young-fung replies that he understands. They then follow the officers of the South Korean Hunters Association as Gut mutters to Seo so that he would wait for him, and swears that he will rip out his heart while he is still alive. A week later at the Empire Guild, Seo asks Si-jun if they took everything from Min-jun's things. Si-jun confirms and explains that about 2 days after Min-jun was killed, his entire house was completely cleaned out. Sue asks if it is true that a hunter's mana is like a fingerprint, capable of revealing his code, affinity, and rank. Si-jun nods, stating that investigators at the time believed that the perpetrator took everything to erase all traces. Since Min-jun was an archaeologist, he had tons of research materials at home, but there was not a single item left that could contain mana. Sue then asks if Si-jun is sure that there was a real criminal behind this, and not just a random robbery, which confuses Si-jun. Seo explains that if you look at the list of items stolen, many of them were valuable. Making such a mess actually increases the chance of leaving evidence, meaning that if the goal was to erase traces of mana, arson would be a much more reliable method. Si-jun asks if Siwoo thinks that a random thief took advantage of the empty house after Min-jun was killed. Siwoo says he checked the criminal records at HMCS and found more similar cases than he expected. He then starts walking, telling Si-jun that they should gather some fences, like black market traders, and interrogate them. Shocked, Si-jun warns that trading stolen goods takes time, and since a year has passed, there's no way Min-jun's things are still there. However, Seo insists that they won't know until they check for themselves, and tells Si-jun that he will see him in the evening. Later that night, Seo finds himself in the black marketeer's lair, scratching his head in frustration as he remembers the confident words he spoke to his younger brother. Annoyed, he asks why there are so many damn thieves in this tiny country, lamenting that all his week's efforts have been wasted. Pride tells him that he has good intuition sometimes and suggests letting him lead. He then orders Seo to go right, but Seo angrily shouts that it is a dead end, calling Pri useless. Suddenly, he heard a man asking his boss if he had heard the latest rumors. He immediately headed towards where the voice was coming from, and saw a man telling his boss that HMCS was conducting a massive crackdown on fences. Just yesterday, the entire Yeongdeungpo area was cleared. The boss, shocked, replied that this was nonsense because there were no reports or orders. The man, clearly concerned, told his boss that HMCS had global jurisdiction over all hunters, and even the right to execute awakened criminals on the spot. If they resist these guys with badges, they won't just end up in jail, they might end up as funeral food. But the boss dismissed his concerns, saying that HMCS was just a bunch of civil servants. He confidently declared that they just needed to kill them. The man agreed, knowing that high-ranking hunters could make a lot more money in the guilds. And there weren't many high-ranking ones in institutions like HMCS. But then he warned his boss that the guy who was raiding the buyers this time was not just your average crazy person. Considering that they specialize in stolen goods from hunters, he suggested that they move their warehouse before it was too late. As they walked and talked, Sue heard mention of the hunters' stolen goods and asked where the storehouse was. Both men were in shock and started screaming, demanding to know who was there. Sue simply told them that they were carrying out a confiscation of the warehouse, effective immediately. Horrified, the man told his boss he thought it was the same HMCS guy who had been raiding the fences. The boss immediately contacted his other men, ordering them to report to Zone 2 immediately due to an emergency. Shu demanded to know where the warehouse was again. He warned them that he was busy, so if they didn't want to die, they'd better just tell him. The boss then called a man named Hansen and ordered him to deal with Seo, but Hansen hesitated, replying that he was not the fighting type. At this point, the boss's men arrived on the scene, asking what the hell was going on, who the hell this guy was, and why the cop was there. Seeing the reinforcements, the boss became more confident and asked Seo if he even knew where he was. He then told his men that even if Sue was from HMCS, all they had to do was encase him in concrete and dump him in the sea. Shu smirked as he activated his power and sarcastically thanked the boss for gathering them all in one place so easily. He then turned to Pry and offered to use the skill, saying that he hadn't done it in a long time. Pry reminded him that the fee for using the skill was 1 chicken. Sayu immediately agreed to the deal, and Pry activated his ability, allowing Xiao to release his skill. A bright, stunning energy burst out of him, blinding everyone around him. He then released a powerful shockwave, attacking them all at once and causing a massive explosion. Everything around him collapsed, including people who were now groaning in pain and shock. Xiu then approached Hansen and asked if he understood correctly that they would now show him where the warehouse was. Hansen in tears asked who the hell he was. Xiu just smiled and replied that he was simply crazy. A moment later, Xiu was inside the warehouse, surrounded by a pile of stolen goods. After tying the men up with ropes, he picked up the book, while Pry noted that his intuition was right. Xiu said it was just luck. Pry then asked if this was the book he was looking for, and if it was food, as it had a suspiciously scholarly aura about it. Xiu confirmed that it was the same book, recognizing it immediately. Looking at Minjun's research notes, he noticed a protective spell on them. Looking at the lock more closely, he realized that it was a formula that would not open unless activated by the owner's mana. Pry pointed out that the book would not open and asked if Xiu could read it. Xiu replied that he did not care about the book itself. He only wanted the mana inside it. He then called Zhonggu, telling him that he had tied up a dozen awakened criminals, and ordered him to come and pick them up. He also told Yonggu to take the car, because they needed to go somewhere. Later, in a neutral combat zone where forbidden techniques and mysterious abilities are allowed, the market called Black Sky Fall was bustling with life. It was a place where all knowledge about abilities was exchanged. In one of the houses, there was a lady sitting in front of a deck of cards. She carefully selected one, and struck by its meaning, muttered under her breath. The great sorceress and one of the 12 leaders of the Fall of the Black Heavens, Mu Myung, noticed that an interesting guest would soon be coming to visit her. A moment later, Shu arrived at Black Heaven and noticed that little had changed in 10 years. Pry told him that he was a popular guy because everyone was staring at him, noting that their abilities looked pretty impressive. Then Pry added that they should beat someone up and eat. But Shu disagreed and explained to Pry that this was a neutral combat zone, and if he started a fight here, it would be problematic. Then someone stopped him and said that a lot of time had passed. Myung told him that she had been waiting for him and invited him to her house. When they sat down, Myung asked him if 10 years had passed, and noticed that he hadn't changed at all, to which he replied that she hadn't changed either. She then asked him what had happened in the last 10 years that he had not even given any news about. And he replied that it was a long story, but not very interesting. He then showed her Minjun's book and said that he wanted her to extract the mana stored there. She smiled, saying that he still got straight to the point, and agreed because that was what she liked. She then asked if she understood correctly that he remembered how to do it. Then he took a sharp knife and raised his other hand into the air. He then cut his palm and let the blood run into a wine glass. He knew that it was nearly impossible to take mana that had been materialized through abilities or magic and return it to its original state of raw mana. For example, you could fish out carrots and potatoes from a cooked curry, but it was not possible to return the dissolved curry powder, water, and other ingredients to their original state before cooking. This meant that making the impossible possible was Myung's ability, mana reversal. It was an illegal technique, a force that defied causality, a result that ran counter to the natural order. Such abilities were often associated with crime, so society treated them with caution. Just a few minutes later, Myung told him that everything was ready, and since it had been a long time, she had prepared everything fresh. She then teased that his blood tasted so good that it seemed to dance on her tongue, to which Pri commented with disgust that Myung's ability was disgusting and not at all to his taste. Shu thanked her for the compliment and, taking her wrists, pulled something out for her, saying it was on the house. He then left after receiving the mana potion, causing her to ask if he was leaving already, to which he replied that he still had things to do and would come back next time. She smiled, thinking to herself that he was full of mysteries. A moment later on the road, Price shouted that the Black Heavens were terrible and he didn't want to go back there, to which Seo asked why he was so picky today. But Pri simply told him that both he and Myung were perverts and absolutely depraved. Seo asked Pri if he was a pervert just because he had a small cut on his hand, but Pri only asked where they were going and said he wanted to go home. Seo replied that they were heading to the Institute of Ancient History and that it was there that Minjun was killed. He then arrived at the Institute of Ancient History and entered inside. Pry warned him that it was trespassing, but he assured Pry that the building belonged to the Empire Guild, and that it was good that Seijin bought and saved it early on. Then he looked ahead and realized that he is not the only one who has a hard time accepting Minjun's death. Placing his hand on the floor, Gigi said that he needs to use more memories. I asked him if he planned to use it, to which he simply replied yes. He then activated his mana memory, an ability of unknown rank that manifests the emotions experienced by the owner of the mana in that location. However, the fullness of the manifestation depended on the quality and quantity of mana used as a medium. Mana spread throughout the area, showing Minjun stopping the man in front of him. He watched the scene unfold, but it was blurry, making him wonder if there was hardly any mana left. He then reminded himself that the mana memory only showed emotions, not actual memories. He was sure that Minjun had never been a weak hunter. If someone acted alone and did it so quickly, then the criminal was very skilled. Then after the movement, he was surprised when I saw Minjun raise his head and speak. Watching his lips closely, he read that he was saying that this was an order from the VIP. The killer looked at Minjun for a second, before responding with his huge fangs, saying that it was someone higher than the VIPs. This made him wonder what the killer meant by the VIPs above. Could Minjun be part of another organization other than the research lab? Then Pry asked him if he was okay, which confused him. Pry explained that in the demon realm, he would constantly talk about his younger brother or disciple, and would not forget about them for 100 years. As soon as he arrived on Earth, he began searching for the one who had disappeared. And now he watched his student die right before his eyes. He responded by telling Pry that his vocabulary was improving every day, and asked where he learned it anyway. He added that even now his emotions are so turbulent that he starts to feel sick, but he doesn't show anything outwardly. He asked if he was unable to show emotion, but he simply replied that he was fine. After 100 years, it was only natural for something to break. Suddenly, the doors of the Institute of Ancient History opened, and Yanfen appeared behind him and asked where he had been wandering all day, saying that he had caused him a lot of trouble. He added that Seo should go with him quietly because there was someone who was dying to see him. Seo simply counted and told Yanfen that he had brought 6 rats with him, but still acted smug, which surprised Yanfen. Then Yanfang told him that he was smart, but this would make things easier. He would give him a choice, so he should choose. The first option is to obediently let them tie him up and go with them. The second is to resist and get cut before they drag him away. Seo folded his arms, choosing the first option, and told Yang Fan that it was better than being cut. Yang Feng then ordered one of his henchmen to tie up Seo, to which he agreed. He came up with a rope, but before he could get close, Seo cut him in half with just one hand. Teasingly, he told the others that he actually preferred to cut, and Price shouted that it was a trick and called them fools. The remaining men, enraged, rushed together at the Sioux. Yang Fan shouted that he would kill him, but they all stopped when someone spoke. The voice said that it was enough. Gut then activated his skill, furiously telling his team that he would handle this himself from now on. Sue was his prey. Siu, unperturbed, simply looked at him with interest and teasingly remarked that he was pretty cool. Gut then asked him if he was Hunter Min Shu, an HMCS employee, and wasn't it he who killed his brother Jicken. Pry told him that out of all the opponents he had seen so far, Gut was the most decent, and his skills even looked relatively appetizing. Sayu then replied that he didn't know, and asked Gut if people asked the name of the garbage before throwing it away during cleanup, which made Gut even more angry. Gut, preparing to attack, called him a bastard and rushed closer, screaming that it would break his heart. He hit him with his armored fist, but Sue immediately healed the hand that Gutu had allowed to hit. He calmly told Gutu that he was not bad, and asked if he was an A rank. Gut, surprised to see himself healed, wondered if he was a healer. Enraged, Gut attacked again, calling him an arrogant bastard, but Seo effortlessly dodged each of Gut's attacks. Guta's comrades couldn't believe that Seo had stopped his attack. The gray-haired man asked the red-haired man why he was just standing there and ordered him to intervene. But before he could react, Seo appeared in front of the gray-haired man and told them not to interfere. He then used his lightning flash skill, striking everyone around him at incredible speed, before saying that I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Yang Fan couldn't believe that a healer could use acceleration skills, and the others wondered what the hell he was as he lifted one of them up. Gut noticed that Seo saw all his escape routes and dodged with the minimum necessary movement. No acceleration-type hunter he had ever encountered in the gate had ever demonstrated such accuracy. Seo, still holding the man, looked at Gut and told him that he seemed to be mistaken about something. He then scolded them, saying that if they had committed a crime, whether it was their brother or their child, they should be punished. If he killed them, it only meant that they were awakened criminals. He asked what was so unfair about this, and whether the citizens who were harmed by Jiken should not feel offended. Gut, even more angry, shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. He asked if GG was saying that all criminals should be killed and that he didn't even know what kind of life his brother had lived. Gut added that CO thinks he can wield power as he pleases, but Jiken had no choice but to become a criminal to support him when they were young. Jiken fought desperately in his own way to survive. In a rage, Gut unleashed all his power, shouting that CO would pay with his life for trampling on Jiken's life. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge it with just one move, CO told Pry that they should use the skill. Pry, exhausted, complained that CO was overloading him and that his mana was now worthless. CO promised that this would be the last time today, and then Pry could rest while he dealt with the rest. Sayu then activated his neutralization skill, an ability of unknown rank that analyzed the opponent's skill type and mana level. Then she would enter the enemy's properties into the formula and deploy a magic circle to block it. Thanks to this, he easily dispelled Gut's ultimate skill, leaving Gut in complete shock. Yanfang couldn't believe that CO had such a high-level skill that could defeat an A-rank hunter's ability. They had to run. Before they could move, CO appeared in front of Gut and asked him if he really thought that everyone who went through the same situation as his brother became a criminal. He told Gut not to trade in cheap sentimentality because it was outdated, and then kicked him in the chest. Gutu managed to block the blow with his hands in time, but the force of the blow still threw him back. His comrades became worried, but Gut shouted at them not to interfere. Gut then released more power into his armor, thinking that CO shouldn't be able to continuously use such a high-level skill. Deciding to finish everything in close combat, Gut concentrated Langya's 1,000 kills into one strike. He then launched his spinning kick towards CO, but CO easily dodged it by jumping up. Xiu grabbed Gut by the hair and kneed him in the face, telling him not to use it. Every time Gut tried to activate his skill again, Xiu would hit him again and again, reminding him not to use it. Finally, he slapped Gut hard across the face and explained that the building they were in was already dilapidated enough, asking if Gut would take responsibility if it collapsed. However, Gut still delivered a spinning and powerful blow to him. Once again, Xiu dodged. Realizing that he could not win alone, Gut ordered Yanfan to immobilize Xiu. Yanfan leaned down using his power and asked Gut what he should do. Gut told him not to interfere, and now he wanted him to interfere. Then Yanfang wrapped a chain around Xiu and held him tightly. Gut gave it his all and rushed towards Su, shouting that he would blow up his entire body so that he could not even be healed, calling him his brother's enemy. But So only teased him, congratulating him on the fact that now both he and Jakun were criminals. He then used Lifesteal, an SS rank skill that absorbs the life force of all targets within range. A magic circle appeared behind Gut, sucking out his life in a matter of seconds. Yanfan trembled in fear upon seeing this and stuttered as he asked what the hell this was and if it was supposed to be a healer skill. Xiu sank to the floor, telling Yanfan that he was never an ordinary healer. He didn't heal with mana, he manipulated the life force itself. He then proudly stated that he was a life spirit mage, and that was why he could do this. When he approached Yanfang, he crawled back in horror, swearing that he would not resist. Xiu just hit Yanfang on the back of the head and told him to shut up. Then he looked around, asking if everything was tidied up. Remembering the camera, he wondered if it was actually on this time. Looking straight into it, he asked Chong on the phone if he had seen everything and if the recording was displayed correctly. Then he clarified that it was self-defense. Youngwoo agreed that everything was displayed correctly, but admitted that he had pressed the live broadcast button instead of recording. Right now, 5,897 people are watching this. The next day in the office, a man mentioned that the situation was quite problematic for the Foreign Office. He then asked since when did HMCS broadcast live the suppression of awakened criminals. Another man responded that it started about 2 years ago as part of a video promotion initiative from HMCS International Headquarters to recruit talent. He explained that the process of eliminating the criminals was broadcast live via social media, but the project largely failed, and HMCS never created any decent footage. The first man was amazed to see that HMCS now had a truly incredible talent. The woman in the room intervened, asking if this was really a problem now. She stressed that what was important was that the man killed in the live broadcast was Hunter Gut of the Hong Kong Red Lantern Guild, not a criminal. Suddenly, they all fell silent as someone walked in. The man greeted them, saying that he had kept them waiting. Seoul, Korea President Choi Dae-soo then asked them what the problem was. A few days later, in the Empire Guild canteen, Si-jun asked him if he was listening, which confused him. Si-jun reminded him that he was talking about the video that just came out on live TV and asked if he understood correctly that he wasn't paying attention. Shu let it slip that he was eating, but then corrected himself, insisting that he was listening. Shu then commented to Si-jun that the dining hall was on a whole other level, and that was why it was called a large guild. He asked if he could have lunch here every day from now on, to which Si-jun replied yes, but told him to focus on what he was saying. Si-jun then told him that the live broadcast of the suppression of the Red Lantern Guild's Hunter Gut had caused a huge commotion. Luckily, the footage was captured on a shaky body camera, meaning Seo's face was not clearly visible. However, if Dae-soo realizes that he has returned, there is no telling what he can do, and his mana has not yet fully recovered. Considering everything that Dae-soo had done over the past 10 years to erase all traces of him, Si-jun came to the conclusion that it was best to lay low for now. Shu took the egg roll, agreed with Si-jun, and casually put it in his mouth. He told him that if he was so worried, he would be quiet, just like Si-jun had suggested. So now he should just eat his food. Si-jun, chewing, asked if Seo thought of him as a child, reminding him that he was almost 30 years old. Seo simply replied that to him, Si-jun would always be a snotty kid. Suddenly, someone called out to Si-jun. A woman approached asking what brought him to the dining room for lunch and who he was with. Seo recognized her from the tower, but could not remember her name. She introduced herself as Hunter Shinji-soo, a new recruit to their guild, and proudly mentioned that she had even awakened an A-rank skill, all thanks to Seo. Si-jun then asked if they were going to a joint seminar for new hunters today, to which one man replied yes. He introduced himself as Seok Tai-jin from the Empire Guild, and introduced Chu Ha-min from the White Lion Guild, and Yamato from the Ice Soul Guild. Tai-jin then told Seo that he had heard a lot about him from Si-jun, and knew that he had made a great contribution to HMCS. He said he was looking forward to working with him, to which Seo replied with a smile that he felt the same way. However, Ha-min then asked Seo if he was the famous newcomer who had caused all the noise. He mentioned that he saw the video of Seo killing Gut, and noted that Gut was something of a rival to him. Ha-min then said that it was complete nonsense, shocking Tae-jin, who stuttered as he asked Ha-min what was wrong with him today. Si-jun angrily told Ha-min that he was being incredibly rude to a person he just met, and more importantly, within the Empire Guild. Ha-min simply asked if he could even ask a question and ridiculed the Empire Guild for being such bores. Tai-jin, becoming increasingly irritated, asked Ha-min if he had gone crazy. He was bringing shame to the White Lion Guild. Meanwhile, Jusoo and Yamato were already leaving the scene. Ha-min then teasingly asked if they were going to be petty and snitch to the higher-ups. He proudly introduced himself as an A+ rank hunter, an Asura of the White Lion, and a direct disciple of the Black Water Lotus himself, Min-jun. Shu didn't pay attention to Ha-min's words, but was surprised to hear that Ha-min was Min-jun's student. Ha-min confidently points to himself and tells Si-jun that Seung-gil loves him very much. Si-woo stops Ha-min, warning him not to make a scene in someone else's house. He told Ha-min that if he wanted to confirm anything, he should set a time and come to him directly. Apparently, Seo added, Ha-min's master hadn't taught him any manners, and he was interested to see how well Min-jun had taught him how to fight. Ha-min was furious, wondering how Seo dared to insult his master. He thought that if they were not in the wrong guild, he would have crushed Seo. Instead, he kicked the table next to him, and warned Seo to look over his shoulder at night before leaving. Tai-jin panicked upon hearing this and immediately apologized to Si-jun, vowing to deal with it. Si-jun, however, simply told Tai-jin that everything was fine and told him to go. Afterwards, Si-jun assured Seo not to worry about it, saying that he would deal with Ha-min and ensure that the White Lion Guild compensated for the damage. But Seo simply smiled and told Si-jun not to worry, proudly stating that he had been quiet this time. Then with a smirk, he added that since Ha-min was his student's student, he had to cut him some slack. Later at HMCS headquarters, the visitor told Seung-gil that he believed the matter had been settled. Baek Gun-ho, director of the HMCS Korea branch, also reached out to Seung-gil, saying the situation could be resolved in writing as usual. However, it was an honor that Seung-gil personally came to their headquarters. Sun-gil replied that this time they were not only here to cooperate, they also had to apologize to HMCS. Although they had already settled things with the Empire Guild, Sun-gil felt that it would be right for the culprit to apologize in person. Gun-ho told Seung-gil that as the leader of the White Lion Guild, he didn't need to personally apologize for this. Besides, there was no actual physical altercation. However, Gun-ho then asked if he was right in suspecting that Seung-gil had come more for reconnaissance than to apologize. Gun-ho then firmly stated that CO is an extremely valuable asset to HMCS and is currently very busy. Right now, he was on a mission to escort an awakened criminal to prison. Seung-gil sighed, saying that it was a shame. He then asked if it was true that it was rare for a prison to request support from HMCS when it woke up. Gun-ho replied that it was rare, but not unheard of. Until now, the large guilds have mainly dealt with such requests. But everything changes and no one knows what the future holds. Standing up, Seung-gil admitted that he was right and asked Gun-ho if he could at least let Haman apologize directly instead of him apologizing on his behalf. Gun-ho agreed, stating that this was a matter they had to deal with. Then he said goodbye to Seung-gil. A moment later, back in his office, Seung-gil realized that Gun-ho was deliberately hiding Seo. However, he was not going to give up such talent. He turned to his secretary So and ordered her to contact Haman and tell him to prepare for the trip. However, he also instructed So to make sure Haman put on his most polite face. So confirmed the order and asked where she should tell Haman to go. Meanwhile, in Incheon, the police chief asked, "Is it true that HMCS received a request for support from their location, and why haven't they arrived yet?" The officer replied that they said they would arrive soon, but the boss angrily asked why problems had started after months of calm. Frustrated, he muttered about how criminals could never just get along. One of the officers looked at Sherry Wolf's papers and remembered that Wolf had been arrested quietly. He assumed that Wolf would remain docile, but suddenly he went berserk. Even with minor restrictions, the Wolf beat 5 people half to death. The Wolf was a well-known special criminal in the criminal world, and it was difficult for the authorities to catch him. With a sigh, the chief ordered his officers to quickly transfer Wolf to Gangwon-do before he caused any more trouble. The officers then headed to a special prison cell to pick up Sherry Wolf for translation. Meanwhile, Wolf recalled the conversation with the man who told him that the beast had a message for him. The man asked if the Wolf knew that the meeting was coming soon. He then instructed Wolf on the plan of organization, stating that they had already arranged everything inside the prison. If the Wolf wanted to get out, all he had to do was cause trouble inside. A minute later, Seo arrived in Incheon and came closer, wondering if this is the awakened Incheon prison. A moment later, Haman arrived at Incheon prison and was shocked to hear that Seo and Wolf had already left. Frustrated, he cursed, asking what this careless transport of prisoners was. Noticing a blue bus on the road, he asked if this was the vehicle. The guard confirmed it was. Haman rushed into his car, grumbling that he would now have to drive all the way to Gangwon-do. Cursing under his breath, he chased after the bus, vowing to make Sonal pay for his overtime and extra shift. Hours passed and night fell. Seo stayed on the bus, peacefully sipping coffee while accompanying the Wolf during the translation. The Wolf called out to him, noticing that this was annoying to watch, and asked if he was enjoying his meal alone. Seo simply replied yes. Irritated by his short answer, Wolf asked if he was a guard at the prison where he was being transferred, and again Seo simply answered no. Suspiciously, Wolf then asked if he was from some big guild on a mission, since he had not seen his face before. He noticed that Seo must be very confident in his abilities to follow him alone after hearing his name. Seo, unperturbed, asked why and if Wolf was someone important. The Wolf, becoming increasingly irritated, asked if Seo had really boarded the transport without even knowing who he was. He called him crazy and said he should at least know why the prisoner was being transferred. Seo casually replied that perhaps Wolf talked too much, which was why he was being transferred. The Wolf cursed him and proudly declared that he had beaten 5 awakened criminals half to death, even wearing that damn heavy control device. He then asked if Seo still didn't understand, and why he thought an awakened A2+ rank criminal was being transported in a normal vehicle, with only an overconfident newbie as an escort. Seo finished his cold coffee just as, when the Wolf told him he was finished, suddenly the bus exploded and rolled down the slope by the road. Finally, he stopped in front of an old man and a child who were waiting nearby, wondering if the Wolf had survived. The bus door flew out as Wolf kicked it down, angrily calling out to the crazy old man. He asked if the old man really needed to blow him up too. Laughing, the old man told the wolf that Beast Grey Wolf would not die from such a thing. However, he added that because of the collar, the wolf looked more like a small puppy. The wolf threatened the old man, asking if he wanted to lose his teeth. The old man chuckled and told him that he was still the same, still humorless. Then he asked if the wolf had sorted out the escort. The wolf answered confidently yes, assuring them that he had made sure to hit Sue right on the temple as the truck started moving. He said Co was probably lying somewhere with his brains leaking out like coffee. Turning to the child, the wolf impatiently told him to hurry up and open the handcuffs. The child warned him to stand still if he didn't want to lose his arms, explaining that mana engineering was a delicate matter these days. The child easily broke the handcuffs. The wolf sighed with relief, screaming that he thought he would suffocate. The child, unimpressed, reminded him that he had only been locked up for a few months, but was acting as if years had passed. Suddenly, Haman appeared, ordering them not to move. He noticed he had been wondering why they were always driving on dodgy back roads. But now he understood. The wolf had made a real mess. Then Haman thought to himself that if Seo really lost to someone like Wolf, then he really wasn't that good. Kamen glared at the group and asked if they were some kind of gang, and if they wanted to talk now or after they were beaten and dragged away. The child recognized Haman and asked when he started following them. The old man noticed that there were no other hunters nearby, which meant that Haman was alone. The wolf grinned and told him that it was perfect because he hadn't had a proper workout in a long time. Haman took up a position and shouted at them to stop whispering. He asked again who they were, but the wolf simply told him that he didn't need to know because he was going to die soon. The wolf then transformed into a bear wolf, an A+ rank creature. Haman was surprised to see that Wolf was a transcendent awakened, but reminded himself that in the end, even if he beat him, he would still be just a human. Without hesitation, Haman activated his skill, Esra's Diamond Barrage, an A-rank ability, which swirled the internal mana, forming an invisible armor around his body. Then Haman began to hit the wolf repeatedly. The wolf covered himself with his hands, wondering if this was an A-rank speed attack. He admitted that if he fought alone, it would be problematic. On the other hand, Haman was confused. He felt like his blows were hitting their target and he was sure he was doing damage. So why didn't Wolf fall? The wolf teasingly asked Haman if he called that a welcome massage, but the child chuckled, pointing out that the wolf had received enough for a massage himself. The old man reminded them that reinforcements could arrive at any moment and said that they could not waste time fighting on the side of the road. Then he ordered the child to finish it. The child nodded and said that he would tie up Haman. He then activated his 10-headed snake skill. Haman noticed the attack and tried to run away, dodging the approaching snakes. Mocking the child, he asked him what he was going to do with such a toy snake. But before he could react, like a snake wrapped around his body, preventing him from moving. Then Haman was shocked when the wolf appeared in front of him and punched him, grinning that the white lion was not that strong. The wolf's blow landed right in Haman's stomach, causing him to fall to his knees, shaking in pain. He smirked that in the criminal world, Haman was nothing more than a weakling. Haman cursed loudly, shouting that the wolf was talking too much when there were 3 of them against 1. The wolf ignored him and kicked him repeatedly, telling him to stop whining. He mocked him, saying that he was an idiot for rushing forward when he should have been waiting for reinforcements. The old man then told the wolf that they had no time and told him to finish off Haman. The wolf nodded, saying that he understood. He sharpened his claws and asked Haman if he had any last words, but assured him that his answer was of no importance to him anyway. Haman clenched his teeth, knowing he couldn't leave like that. Luckily, something suddenly fell in front of Haman, destroying the snakes that bound him. The child coughed up blood from the blow. Sayu then stepped forward and asked Haman if he really surrendered before the enemy dealt the finishing blow. He asked if Minjun really trained him like that. Haman was stunned to see him alive. Siu casually explained that it took him some time to figure out the little camera. He then asked which was the live broadcast and which was the recording. Pride chuckled and asked Seo if his eyesight was getting worse, telling him to buy himself some reading glasses. The wolf couldn't believe what he saw. He was sure he had crushed the Sue's skull. The old man noticed that Seo didn't even resist before he died. Even he couldn't feel any mana flow, which meant that it wasn't an ordinary skill. Haman then shouted to Seo, telling him that he couldn't handle these guys alone and that he needed to wait for reinforcements. Sue ignored him and turned to Wolf. He then calmly listed their crimes: assaulting a supervising officer, removing the seals from awakened criminals, damaging a prisoner transport vehicle, attempted murder of a low-ranking hunter, and worst of all, interruption of his sacred coffee time. In accordance with the powers of the HMCS hunters, he hereby declares all three to be criminals caught red-handed. From now on, they will all be executed on the spot. He then releases his power and tells Haman to watch and learn from below. He lectures Haman about how Asura is not a skill for beating. He places his fist in his palm and prepares to demonstrate. But before he can continue, the wolf, thrown up by the old man's strength, shouts at him, demanding to know what kind of nonsense he is talking. As the wolf approaches, he effortlessly strikes him in the face, sending him flying backwards. He notices that aura is a piercing skill, and then releases the black-armored Astra blood dance wave, a technique of unknown rank, shocking Haman, who recognizes it as his master Minjin's technique. He rushes towards the falling wolf and comments that the meat needs to be properly bled before it can be beaten. However, before he can get any closer, the old man intervenes. While protecting Wolf with Thunderwall Strike, Maharaga with an A2 plus rank skill. He stops at the very last moment to avoid the attack. Noticing how the old man skillfully uses double casting of spells in battle, he acknowledges his skill, noting that he has not lived his years in vain. Pry then intervenes, demanding to know what the technique is, saying he's never seen a skill like it, and asking if it's edible. He answers with a simple no, and explains that it works like a one-use scroll, where mana is applied to a spell imprinted by its creator. Haman then shouts out his name, demanding to know who he is and how he knows his master's skill. Before he can respond, Haman is slammed into the ground with force, the work of an old man. The old man warns him against making any careless movements if he does not want to see how the young one will be crushed by his gravitational formation. However, the main character remains calm, stating that he was interested in what the old man was doing on the sidelines while his comrades were being beaten. And he asks if the old man is threatening him. The old man replies that it is not a threat, but a deal. If they are allowed to leave unharmed, then Haman will also remain safe. The main character then claims that the old man is right in assuming that the mission was nothing more than a casual participation for him, and hints that if he decides to leave, it's not too late. Looking at Haman struggling against the bonds, he asks the old man if he is right in assuming that Haman can recover through sheer willpower. The old man, visibly surprised, hesitantly asks if they are not on the same side as the prison. He then asks if the old man admits that they are hunter-killers from a powerful organization. As he approaches, he points out that the old man possesses several valuable artifacts, demonstrating mastery of awakened skills, and has enough influence to put someone in jail, which makes his suspicions obvious. He repeats his question, "Where are they from?" Instead of answering, the old man increases gravity and answers with a counter-question. Who is he and what does he want? Realizing that the old man already knows the truth but still asks, he mockingly asks if he left his hearing aid at home. As he approaches, the old man tries to activate another artifact with his staff. Before he can cast a spell, the main character releases his shockwave skill and swings his hand downwards. His attack hits the old man's staff, effortlessly breaking it into pieces. The old man jumps back, wondering if he caused an overload by using the same type of electrical skill. He knows that such a reaction should be impossible with the mana density of an ordinary person. Looking at his hand, now surrounded by mana, he feels about 40% of his mana return and realizes that the warm-up is actually having an effect. He then tells the old man to stop wasting time, reminding him that he doesn't have much life left to waste. However, the old man shouts back that he doesn't know everything and asks if he really thinks they will tell such information so easily. The old man explains that most members of such organizations take a vow of silence, an oath tied to the signer's mana. Anyone who reveals information about the organization becomes a target for elimination. At this moment, the wolf comes to his senses. The old man calls him a stupid bastard, saying that he has finally woken up. Sivu grinned when he heard the old man ask if they were afraid of death. He then demonstrates his healing power by telling them that if that is the case, they should not worry. After a few deaths, they will get used to it. The old man, alarmed, shouts at the wolf to do something, saying that he needs to justify his damn existence. The wolf responds well, after which he rushes towards him, deciding to attack again. As he runs, he shouts that even if he dies, he will first tear him to pieces. However, before the wolf can get any closer, Haman throws him back with a blow. Haman then tells Wolf that their powers are now finally equal. The wolf, in a rage, snaps that Haman should have just lay there and not interfered. But Haman simply asks what that pathetic whining was, and then shouts that he can finally let loose. Before the fight can escalate, Siwoo activates his skill, Cutting Wind, a powerful wind-based attack, which simultaneously cuts through the wolf and the old man, leaving Haman in a daze. Then Siwoo grabs the old man by the neck and asks how it feels. He tells the old man that this is what death feels like. Without hesitation, he heals both the old man and the wolf. He then asks the old man how many times he thinks he needs to experience this before he will answer his question. The old man, out of breath, manages to ask who the hell he is. In response, Siwoo attacks them again, this time almost killing them, only to heal them again. Haman, seeing all this, realizes how crazy this is. Siwoo heals them, time after time, bringing them to the brink and back again. Haman thinks that in their place, he would prefer to simply die. After repeating the cycle of near-death and healing many times, Siwoo asks the old man for the third time where they are from. The wolf, broken and desperate, begs him to stop and urges the old man to simply tell Siwoo everything. The old man, finally giving in, stutters and pronounces the name, Beast. Siwoo smiles after hearing the answer, while the old man looks at him in shock. He had his doubts, but after seeing Siwoo's skill with his own eyes, he is now confident. Siwoo is one of the three masters who disappeared many years ago, the infamous mad dog Ming Siwoo. Then Siwoo sits down next to the old man and tells him that now that their tongues are loosened, it is time to get down to the real topic. He creates an image with his mana and shows it to the old man, asking if they recognize this snake bastard. The Beast Assassination Organization is a small but elite group of hunters who specialize in contract killings. Led by Raven, they are a force to be reckoned with. Both in terms of skill and the huge number of tasks completed, the old man had spent years hiding in the shadows as a first-generation hunter, so when he received an offer from such a powerful organization, he had no reason to hesitate. For killers who belong to a group, secrecy regarding their comrades is the most basic rule. The moment they take a vow of silence, their life and death are in the hands of the organization. Loyalty is required until their head rolls off their shoulders. That is the law of their world. The old man knows that 15 years have passed since he joined the Beast, and he never once imagined that he would betray them. And yet, having experienced real death several times, his lips parted of their own accord. Finally breaking the silence, the old man tells Siv that the man he is asking about, one of the members of the Beast, codenamed Black Mamba. Then Siwoo shatters the image of Black Mamba in his palm and finally puts it all back together. They are from the same organization. Then Siwoo tells them that first of all he has a question. He asks if they were ever involved in the assassination order for Hunter Yeonminjun. When they don't respond, he unleashes his killing intent, instantly stopping them in their tracks and leaving them trembling in fear. The wolf feels the thirst to kill Siwa as if the skin was being torn off his face. The old man, barely able to withstand the pressure, finally answers that they were not involved. He explains that although they are called an organization, in reality they are little more than a group of individuals. Cooperation is rare, and most members don't even know each other's names. However, there is a reason they came to break the wolf out of prison. They did this because the organization's twice-yearly meeting was due to take place in a week. Their mission was to get the wolf out of prison and attend the meeting together. Bowing his head respectfully, the old man calls Siwa Great Master and tells him that if he wishes, they will reveal all the information. He then humbly begs Siwa to accept them as his subordinates. Haman, outraged, shouts incredulously, demanding to know what kind of nonsense this is. He then calls Siva boss and asks if he is seriously considering taking on criminals. Sivu, unimpressed, asks Haman since when he became his boss. Haman firmly replies that it was from the moment he used Asura, pointing out that anyone can understand his connection with Master Minjin. At the very least, he should be Minjin's fellow disciple, his senior, or maybe even Minjin's master himself. Haman then insists that Siwa should not take in criminals and offers himself as an apprentice instead. He admits that he might be rough at first, but if Siwu accepts him, he will become his hands and feet. Siwu, indifferent, simply tells Haman to shut up for now. Haman immediately presses his lips tightly together, not daring to speak anymore. Siwu thinks for a moment. What he really wants is information about that snake bastard Black Mamba. If he leaves these criminals alone, the organization will most likely execute them soon. However, if they first report its existence to the Beast, it will be problematic. After thinking about the situation, Siwoo agrees. He tells them that he will accept them as subordinates, shocking Haman. The old man, relieved, thanks Siwa and vows to remain faithful and never become a burden. However, Siwoo then states that there is a condition. Even under duress, one who has betrayed once will betray again. Therefore, they must take the oath of mana. Wolf is shocked to hear this. He knows that the mana oath is a contract that, if broken, seals the mana core, rendering the person powerless. He protests, asking why he should be bound by another contract. But the old man whispers to the wolf to shut up. He opens a magic circle beneath them and orders them to gather mana in their cores and say their names. The old man states that he is the red ghost, and the wolf follows him, also stating his name. Then the main character tells the ghost and the wolf that from now on they are his limbs, and the price of their loyalty is his protection. As long as they are under the oath, their lives will be safe. He asks if they understand, to which the ghost responds with obedience, forcibly bending the wolf's head down. Haman, indignant, shouts and demands to know why he accepts criminals, but not him. He continues to shout that if he does not accept him as a student, he will go straight to the association and report everything. Sivu looks at him with a murderous gaze, causing Haman to stutter and quickly apologize, insisting he was just joking. He absorbs the contract into himself, confirming with the ghost that the meeting will take place in a week. Then he calls Haman and says that he will take him as a student. Haman, full of delight, asks if he is serious. Siwu explains that for the upcoming events they need as many hands as possible. He leaves, leaving Haman behind. Haman, now smug, teasingly asks Wolf and Ghost if they saw it, and proudly declares that he is now a direct disciple of this great man. Sivu considers their numbers, knowing that 4 people are enough to cause chaos, but he still needs one more person to clean up after them. A few days later, Incheon prison. The warden of Incheon prison demands to know how it is even possible that the dangerous criminal Wolf escaped from the car. The chief's irritation grows as he points out that the guards are completely unharmed, meaning that Wolf must have simply escaped. HMCS are idiots. Younggu remains silent, remembering Siwoo's words about the wolf being too fast to catch. He thinks to himself that if Siwoo is going to lie, he should have tried harder, and wonders if Siwoo really believes that a simple word to clean up is enough to fix everything. The chief then asks why the new escort officer has not reported yet, shouting that discipline is in disarray and that all responsibility lies with HMCS. Chonggu replies that usually 4 to 5 officers are assigned to accompany such a prisoner, and in cases of transfer to prisons, more than 10. However, in this case, he specifically requested only 1 officer, not counting the driver, and the driver was from Incheon prison itself. The chief, now visibly shaken, asks what Yonggu is hinting at, before quickly insisting that HMCS is still responsible. He then reveals that just before his escape, the prisoner confessed to bribing his superiors in that very prison. The chief, now in shock, asks if it is true that the body camera was turned off, dismissing it as an obvious lie. Younggu stands up as several HMCS staff enter the office. He informs the chief that while they cannot take Wolf's word for it, HMCS will conduct a full investigation, both in relation to the escaped prisoner and in relation to the prison itself. He then asks the warden for full cooperation. Later, Yonggu is stunned to see him, but quickly recovers and reports that, as ordered, he has settled everything related to the escort mission. He also confirms that an investigation has been launched into the bribery case of the murder group. He looks at Haman, an old man named Ghost, and the wolf, the previously escaped prisoner. All of them stand before him. Before he can ask anything, Seiwoo covers his mouth and tells him to shut up and sit down because there's a long story behind this. Once Yonggu calms down, Siwoo announces that they will begin the mission briefing. Tomorrow they will infiltrate the Beast meeting. He explains that this is a large gathering that will bring together 8 high-ranking awakened beings who specialize in hunting hunters. He states that the defectors will now explain the details of the infiltration and instructs Jonggu and Haman to listen carefully. Younggu asks him to wait a minute and asks if they really plan to infiltrate the meeting without backup and with such a small team. He then asks what the purpose of the operation is. Siwoo simply replies that the purpose is obvious. This is the extermination of all these bastards. The next day, in the Beast meeting room, all the members were sitting in their places. Wolverine noted that it was a rare sight, noting that the turnout today was unusually high. Tiger, however, pointed out that Red Ghost and Wolf were missing, meaning 2 members were missing and the kid was dead. Wolverine chuckled and called Tiger a fool, explaining that he hadn't even counted the traitors. Hawk noted that neither Wolf nor Red Ghost seemed like the type to betray the organization, so their absence came as a surprise. Puma, unperturbed, simply stated that if they had turned their backs on the beast, then perhaps they should be eliminated. The Porcupine, clearly angry, cursed the Wolf, calling him horrible for abandoning their planned trip to the land of XX. She would kill him. Grizzly, not interested in the altercation, told everyone that enough was enough, and that the decision to punish traitors rests with their leader, Boss Raven. Boss Raven, instead of responding immediately, simply said that she enjoyed their chatter and encouraged them to continue. The absence of 3 people at the long-awaited meeting was surprising even to her. After a moment, Boss Raven asked if anyone else had anything to say, but a frightened silence reigned in the room. Entertained, Boss Raven then asked if they should settle the matter with a duel to the death to decide who would deal with the traitors. At these words, the room became even quieter. Finally, Black Mamba spoke up, stating that Boss Raven's jokes were rarely funny and that she should stop. He added that the punishment of traitors can be planned and carried out at any time, but the real problem is that they already know the time and place of the meeting. Wolverine nonchalantly simply asked what the 2 nobodies could do, scoffing at the idea of them barging in right now. Suddenly, a system alarm blared, warning them of an intrusion. Unidentified movements were detected on routes 1 through 5. Boss Raven laughed when he heard the alarm and commented that he had jinxed it. Grizzly immediately instructed everyone that there were 5 entry points, inviting everyone to take one. The Tigress complained irritably that she even wore new clothes today. 4 members stood up to deal with the uninvited guests, and Black Mamba reminded them to finish quickly and come back. Boss Raven told them that they would see each other later. Grizzly, embarrassed, asked if he, Porcupine, and Black Mamba would come too. Black Mamba rejected the idea, saying he had no interest in messing around with small change. The Porcupine, indifferently, pointed out that all the seats were taken anyway, so she would just stay and play the game. Boss Raven then turned to Black Mamba, remarking that he should have told them to at least bring the heads, or else those beasts would leave nothing whole. Black Mamba replied that it was already impressive that Boss Raven had managed to put leashes on animals like them. Meanwhile, Young-gu, hiding on the ceiling, watched everything that was happening in fear. He thought to himself that he had never won even 50 kopecks in the lottery in his life, and now somehow he had hit the worst jackpot of all possible. 30 minutes ago, outside the Beast meeting room, Sivu and his team arrived at the Beast headquarters, and Heyman immediately noted that they had indeed found themselves a decent anthill. The Ghost informed them that there were 5 entrances, each equipped with intrusion detection sensors. However, because the interior layout changed regularly, they could not tell where each entrance led inside the facility. The Ghost added that all roads ultimately lead to the central meeting room, where their targets are located. The only difference is time. With that in mind, the MC told them that each of them would enter through a separate entrance. If they all went through one, the targets could escape through another. He then asked Young-gu if he had brought the radio. Young-gu confirmed and took it out of his bag. He instructed everyone to enter one by one and reminded them that there were sensors at the facility and the enemy already knew about their arrival. They should be ready. And if they encounter an enemy too strong for them, they must radio him and hold him off as long as possible. Before stepping forward, he reminded them to report to him immediately as soon as they spotted their target, the Black Mamba. On the way of Chong-gu, at first everything seemed fine, but soon after Jung-gu entered through his designated entrance, his path was blocked. Having no other choice, he headed for the nearest air duct, crawling through the ventilation shafts. Somehow, he got to the central meeting room first without encountering any combat. He wondered if they even had sensors along this route. He realized that every person in the room was at least A rank. The security seemed lax, but with so many paths, it was clear that it was a trap. Jung-gu concluded that the guards had already gone to intercept his comrades. Even if he called for reinforcements, they wouldn't arrive right away. Reaching into his pocket, he grabbed the small ball, wondering if he should start thinning out their ranks himself. He threw it down, letting it roll across the floor. The Porcupine, noticing it, chased after it and saw that it was just a ball. She absent-mindedly assumed that it had fallen out of her pocket. Boss Raven, watching her, casually asked if she still played slot machines. Porcupine, teasingly apologizing to Boss Raven, joked that she had hit the jackpot yesterday. She was about to grab the balloon when it suddenly exploded. The explosion blew Porcupine into pieces. Boss Raven, however, remained completely calm, still sitting, and simply noted that Porcupine was dead. Black Mamba, unperturbed, immediately concluded that a fast little rat had snuck in. Jong-gu, still hiding, threw a bomb at them. It landed in Black Mamba's hand, and he chuckled, admitting it was a good ambush, but stated that he didn't like playing hide-and-seek. Without hesitation, Black Mamba threw the bomb back at the ceiling before it could explode. Luckily, Jong-gu managed to avoid the explosion and jumped down from his hiding place. He immediately attempted to kick the Black Mamba, but it effortlessly blocked the blow and recognized him as a member of the HMCS. Jong-gu landed safely on the ground, but he felt disappointed. He only managed to kill one of them. Even after using the magic grenade intended for anti-terrorist operations, the other members were completely fine. His gaze focused on the one who seemed to be the leader. He noticed that although Raven wasn't using any visible skills, he had an aura about him. Black Mamba said he knew Jong-gu hadn't come alone. He then asked if the traitors had escaped to HMCS and spilled the beans. Jong-gu simply asked in response, "What if that's the case?" Black Mamba responded that he would actually be impressed if they risked their lives to leave the organization. Just to join something even more worthless? That's ridiculous. His words angered Jong-gu, who threw something at him in anger. A set of knives aimed straight at the Black Mamba's head. Boss Raven watched and commented that it was a good move. Black Mamba allowed the knives to scratch his face while remaining completely calm, and stated that he almost forgot that Jong-gu's skill was telekinesis. Jong-gu clenched his fists in despair. He noticed that Black Mamba's skin was incredibly tough, and his regeneration was unnaturally fast. Suddenly, Black Mamba rushed forward, calling the fight a sufficient warm-up, and closed the distance in an instant. Jong-gu barely had time to react and managed to cover himself with his hands before the blow. The force of the blow slammed him into the wall. Black Mamba said he didn't plan on leaving handprints on his vital organs, but since he was already bleeding out, he apparently had no choice. He then asked Boss Crow if he could kill Jong-gu now. Crow stated that he would think of something instead. Ignoring his wounds, Jong-gu immediately grabbed the radio and reported that he had engaged the targets in the central hall. Before he could say anything else, Black Mamba knocked him down again with a punch, mocking that he was a little late in calling for help. Then Black Mamba smirked and asked who would be next. Head of Department HMCS? Traitor Red Ghost? Little Wolf Cub? Or maybe all of them together? Will they attack him right now? At that moment, Ghost Wolf and Heyman appeared behind Black Mamba and attacked together. Their attack caused a small explosion, but unfortunately, Black Mamba managed to jump back at the last moment to dodge. He then calmly told them that the ambush had been somewhat unexpected, and that he could not believe that they had gotten past the beast killers so easily. Black Mamba then turned to Boss Raven, noting that she must be disappointed. Boss Raven replied that she thought she had chosen useful ones, but she didn't expect them to be so weak. However, Black Mamba suddenly felt that something was wrong. He examined their wounds and confirmed that there had been a fight, but he doubted that they could have defeated Tigress or Grizzly so easily. Without warning, Black Mamba stomped on the floor, causing it to split. The impact sent out a powerful shockwave that crawled towards them, breaking the ground beneath their feet. Heyman rushed forward, calling Black Mamba a bloodthirsty bastard, and punched him, shouting that he was talking too much. Black Mamba simply grabbed Heyman's hand mid-attack and asked if he was Hunter Chu Haman of the White Lion Guild. He then asked why someone like him was here and not with HMCS and threw him aside, slamming him hard into another member of their team. Black Mamba then addressed the group, stating that no matter how he looked, something didn't add up. They didn't act as a team. They were just a bunch of losers thrown together for no reason. Then he asked who was responsible for this, who gathered them all. At that moment, one of the gates opened and Sivu appeared, dragging a beaten Wolverine along with the rest of his comrades. Enraged, Heyman asked if Black Mamba was underestimating him, then yelled at Jong-gu to get up and get his head straight. Jong-gu, still stunned, asked Heyman how they arrived so quickly. Heyman explained that the moment he heard the radio, he rushed here. In fact, he was fighting the enemy at the entrance when Siwu suddenly appeared and ordered him to head straight to the center. Heyman added that Wolf and Ghost were likely in similar situations. They needed to hold off Black Mamba until Siwu arrived. Frustrated, Wolf asked how they were supposed to capture an A+ rank awakened without killing him. Ghost interjected, noting that Black Mamba hadn't even used his powers yet, and that something was wrong with the boardroom. Ghost knew that in terms of speed and attack power, Black Mamba was almost the second strongest in the beast, but he does not have teleportation and tracking, which meant that he must have set something up beforehand, Or perhaps the leader of the beast did it. The ghost also knew that Boss Raven's abilities remained a complete mystery to them, making it impossible to predict her next move. Ghost then took out his staff and shouted to the others that he would take care of Raven while they focused on capturing Black Mamba. The wolf, who was currently fighting Black Mamba, cursed under his breath, annoyed that he always got the dirty work. Black Mamba knocked Wolf down and sighed and asked if anyone was going to answer his question at all. Then Haman appeared behind Black Mamba and attacked again, while the ghost recited the spell, shouting that no one would leave until their master arrived. The ghost activated his binding formation, and the chains tightly wrapped around the Black Mamba and Boss Raven, who continued to sit, watching what was happening. Raven asked Ghost if Gigi really made him fight, but Ghost simply told her to stay put. Breaking out of a legendary level binding formation wouldn't be easy, even for her. Raven, amused, said that the new Ghost Master must have been very busy for him, what with all the fancy new tools. Then she noticed that betraying the organization was as easy as flipping a coin. That was pretty cold-blooded. Suddenly, a porcupine stood behind her. Then Raven called to Porcupine, asking if she was right, and the dead woman delivered a powerful kick, sending Ghost to the ground. The wolf rushed towards the ghost with concern, while Yonggu, stunned, stammered in disbelief, for the porcupine was dead. The chains disappeared, freeing both Black Mamba and Raven. Black Mamba then told them that further fighting would be a waste of time. He added that no one knew when reinforcements might arrive, and they still had to clean up what was left of the fallen organization. Without hesitation, Black Mamba transformed into Draconid, a rank A2+ skill, and declared that they would all have to die as soon as possible. Yungu told Hammond that he would provide support from a distance, but Hammond simply told him to stay put. His ribs appeared to be broken, and no matter how much firepower he brought to bear, it would not be enough to pierce the Black Mamba's hide. For now, their best option was to run. The Black Mamba slashed at them with its tail, but they jumped back in time to avoid the attack. Hammond tried to counterattack, analyzing the situation. From their first encounter, he realized that Mamba's skills resembled Wolf's, but the difference in mana density was staggering. He also noticed that Black Mamba controlled the hall like his own body. He was a tank in this fight. Black Mamba's durability was much higher, leaving him no choice but to stall for time. Hammond noted that Ghost and Wolf were not doing any better, meaning that reinforcements were unlikely to be expected. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath, realizing that he had never been in a situation where he couldn't stand up for himself. Black Mamba suddenly launched a strike towards Hammond, but before he could connect, the knife pierced his arm, stopping the attack. However, Black Mamba simply healed himself, shocking Yonggu, who didn't expect that he was also capable of elemental magic. The Black Mamba swung its tail again for a sweeping attack, but they again managed to jump away in time. Hammond shouted to Chonggu, warning him about the large rock above his head, but before he could react, Black Mamba appeared next to him and asked if he really had time to worry about others. Without hesitation, he slammed Hammond into the floor. Black Mamba then appeared behind Yonggu and remarked that the light side hunters always made the same mistake. He wrapped his arm around Yonggu's neck, choking him and speaking, mocking the idea that hunters believed that skill ranks and mana levels determined the outcome of a battle. Yonggu was out of breath, but Black Mamba only teased him, reminding him that they had voluntarily entered the enemy's citadel. He asked if they really thought their own base wouldn't have protection installed. As Yungu's vision blurred, he looked around and saw Crow watching idly as Porcupine attacked Wolf, shouting that he was a liar and deserved to die. Black Mamba then revealed that the entire floor of the hall was rigged with self-destruct formations, monitoring and reinforcement in case of unforeseen circumstances. He said it was a snake pit, and the moment they stepped inside, their fate was already sealed. He advised Chonggu to stop fighting and die peacefully. However, before he could finish, Black Mamba suddenly felt an overwhelming killing urge behind him. Acting on instinct, he jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the oncoming attack. Then Siwu rushed forward with incredible speed, effortlessly pinning the Black Mamba to the wall. Fury burned in his eyes as he finally announced that he had found it. And at that moment, behind the main character and the Mamba, there was a wolf and a porcupine. The porcupine rushed towards the protagonist, screaming and demanding to know who the hell he was. However, before she could react, he easily killed her with a thunder-based attack. Raven, witnessing this scene, was amazed and asked if he had reversed all the magic circles in this space. He remained silent, only glaring at Raven while Prize screamed that it was only thanks to him that this was possible. Raven clapped her hands seemingly excitedly and commented that the haul was worth billions and he had reduced it to rubble in an instant. Black Mamba moved his hand slightly, stating that he was a little surprised by the rude intrusion, but now he finally understood everything. He then tried to hit him, but Siwoo jumped back in time to dodge the attack. Black Mamba then asked if he was responsible for killing the killers and collecting these people. Instead of a direct answer, he fired back furiously, demanding to know why Black Mamba was calling him the culprit when it was his fault all along. Raven, now confused, asked if Black Mamba had been the target all along. Black Mamba, however, dismissed this idea, replying that this could not be true as he was simply a man following orders. But as he considered the situation, it dawned on him. His enemy had come for revenge. The lizard admitted that whoever he killed would not have left any traces, meaning that his opponent was quite an impressive individual. Releasing his magic, Siwoo confirmed that he had indeed come for revenge, but before that, he had something to clear up. While he was controlling his magical power, the ground beneath them shifted, trapping the Black Mamba inside. Raven took a step forward, seeming to say something, but the ghost and the wolf immediately stopped her. The ghost warned her not to move, explaining that their master wanted to hear something. Raven raised both hands in the air and assured them that she had no intention of interfering. She then asked them why they were so loyal to him. More importantly, who Siwoo really is, all the while watching Siwoo effortlessly defeat the Black Mamba. The magical power pierced Black Mamba's thick skin time and time again, causing him to curse under his breath. He never expected that the strengthening magic circle would be reversed and turned into a trap against him. He wondered if Siwoo was using tracking magic, but after watching his skill in battle, he realized that was not the case. Instead, Siwoo's attack speed was on a completely different level compared to a normal melee hunter. Siwoo delivered another attack, sending Black Mamba bouncing off the floor before crashing into the wall. As Black Mamba fell to the ground despite his wounds, he laughed and admitted that he had never met such people before. Black Mamba cast another spell, declaring that he was proud to know everything about high-ranking hunters. He then demanded to know who the hell Siwoo was. Releasing his magic towards Siwoo, he also asked what Siwoo wanted from him. However, Siwoo easily dodged the attack and reappeared above Black Mamba, his leg raised to strike. Siwoo told him that he seemed to have misunderstood something. Before Black Mamba could react, Siwoo slammed his head into the floor, reminding him that he wasn't the one asking the questions. He then asked if Black Mamba even felt how much he was holding back, since if he let up even a little bit, he would crush his head. Black Mamba, unable to withstand the merciless attack, began to beg him to stop. Siwoo picked him up and in a cold tone reminded him of the phrase about VIPs. He then demanded to know who ordered the murder of Yoon Min-jun. Black Mamba's eyes widened in shock when he realized that Siwoo was talking about the archaeologist Yoon Min-jun. Black Mamba laughed and asked how he even knew about this, and if Min-jun was his comrade. However, in response, he received a cold command to speak. Siwoo reminded him that he wanted to live. Squeezing his hand tightly, Black Mamba stuttered and admitted that he was right and that he would tell him. But before he could say more, he suddenly activated his skill, opening his mouth and spitting dark saliva at him, screaming that even if he revealed the truth, his ears would melt before he could hear it. After letting him go, Black Mamba continued to laugh, stating that the main rule of a killer is secrecy regarding his clients. However, his laughter died down when he realized that his attack had failed. Siwoo's head had not melted. Infuriated, he asked if he had just spat in his face. Siwoo simply healed himself and asked Black Mamba in a serious tone if this meant he didn't want to talk. He warned him that he would make him talk. Black Mamba, in shock, could hardly understand that his enemy was also a healer. In a panic, Black Mamba called out to Raven, but she only apologized, explaining that she was currently surrounded. Seeing no way out, Black Mamba looked at him, stuttering, and finally agreed to talk. He was quickly cut down mid-sentence. Siwoo, surprised, learned that it was pandemonium. Raven laughed as she watched Black Mamba fall and snapped her fingers, causing a strong wind to form around her that threw everyone aside. With a grin, she said that she finally understood everything. She then looked at him and announced that he was the first-generation hunter, the mad dog Ming Shiwu, the one who went missing 10 years ago. Siwoo asked if she was also from Pandemonium. Laughing, she denied this and explained that their organization was nothing more than an assassin's guild, and the assassins were just tools. She then admitted that her guess was based on how quickly he recognized pandemonium and its overwhelming power. She also once heard stories from his sister about a first-generation hunter with strange healing abilities. Sivu simply asked if she really knew nothing, warning that if she lied, he would know immediately. Raven assured him that she was telling the truth, and added that since he had already found out some things about her, her answer should be enough. However, she then noticed that everyone had strangely forgotten about him. But no matter. Snapping her fingers again, she casually ordered Porcupine to stand up. Then Raven caused an explosion in the ceiling and flew up with Porcupine. Before leaving, she turned to Civ and asked if he planned to follow them. Gigi remained calm and replied that there was no need for that. He had already received what he needed. Smiling, she waved goodbye, opened a portal, and said that they would meet again soon. Haman, still watching, asked if they were really going to let them go just like that. Sivu explained that if they had given chase, the floor's self-destruct system would have been activated and none of them would have been able to avoid it. He then stated that they had achieved their goal and that was enough for now and that they needed to clean up. Left with no choice, Yoongu shed tears before reluctantly agreeing. Sivu then walked over to Black Mamba's corpse, his thoughts drifting to pandemonium. He wondered what the hell Minjun had dug up. The next day at Minjun's house, Sivu sat at his desk and looked for information about pandemonium. 20 years ago, the first gates opened on Earth, releasing all sorts of things into the world. They became the source of all power, mana, monsters, magic stones, and demons. Among them was a race from another dimension, naturally skilled in mana manipulation and skilled in skills, very similar to awakened beings. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the first gate, they infiltrated Earth undetected. They claimed control of the gate, self-proclaiming themselves as the overseers of the higher dimension, and treated humanity as an inferior race. While civilization was collapsing under the pressure of mana surges and monster invasions, these creatures established their headquarters, the Demon King's castle, right in the center of the continent, monopolizing all the gates that appeared throughout the world. Soon they began to act as if they were the rightful rulers of the earth. Amidst this chaos, a despicable faction emerged, humans who worshipped the Demon King. They became known as Pandemonium. Fortunately, their tyranny did not last long. The first generation of hunters who had mastered mana manipulation fought back. When humanity won the war against the demons, the chaos was finally suppressed. Siwu knew that 10 years ago, he had defeated the 4 great demon kings before he was sucked into the spatial rift. By then, Pandemonium had already disbanded, and yet now they have resurfaced. Calling Pri, Sivu asked if he was right in assuming that demons existed in another dimension, although they looked a little different. Pri confirmed this and added that, of all the races he had encountered, the demons had the most influence across multiple dimensions. Sivu remembered that in that world, demons enslaved dragons and ruled over the various subspecies exploiting them. He then asked Pri if he was right in thinking that demons acted like ruthless tyrants wherever they went. Pri couldn't say for sure. However, he admitted that he had no memories before meeting Siwu in that world. The only thing that remained was the feeling that the demons had stolen something from him. After clashing with demons for over 100 years in that world, Pri came to the conclusion that they were indeed a tyrannical race. Sivu sighed, saying that this information was not enough. He remembered that 10 years ago he was focused on killing demons, not origins. Still, he was certain that demons' mana patterns were different from humans, although they had become much better at imitating humans over the past decade. Pri dismissed his concerns, saying that he didn't need to think too much. He should just kill every last one of them. Sivu turned off the computer with his foot and replied that if everything were that simple, he would have done it. At that moment, someone entered the room, noticing that Siwu had returned early. Siwu turned around and saw Seijun, who reminded him that he had suddenly asked him to rent an office. Curious, Seijun asked what was going on and what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into this time. Siwu casually replied that it was nothing special. He just found some traces of Minjun. However, Seijun immediately mentioned what Yoongu had told him, stating that Siwu had wiped out an entire hunter-assassin guild. The guy then asked if the office was meant to gather certain people and who Siwu had brought to hide from other guilds and associations. He reminded Siwu that he had warned him many times that they couldn't afford to stand out now. If Desu got wind of this, he would be finished. Siwu, slightly pouting, muttered that Yoongu was such a chatterbox. He then reassured Seijun not to worry explaining that Yoongu had erased all traces of his involvement. And with Dae-soo, he was already planning to meet him in person soon. Sejun was shocked by this idea. Siwoo explained that he had many complaints, and if he confronted Dae-soo directly, he would not be able to get out of it. Still worried, Sejun asked if he was right in assuming that Siwoo had not fully recovered yet and asked him to take his time. Siwoo approached Sejun while he was speaking, telling him that 10 years had passed and the world had changed a lot. If he got into trouble, Sejun wouldn't be able to save him. Grabbing Sejun from behind, Siwoo patted his head, reassuring him that he could handle it himself. He then teasingly asked why Sejun was so worried. Annoyed, Sejun yelled at him to stop, causing Siwoo to smirk as he jokingly asked if Sejun was trying to fight back now. Sejun agreed, but reminded him to keep his promise, pointing out that he had agreed to train their guild's new recruits in exchange for office space. He then asked if he remembered Siwa Jisoo, the huntress, and mentioned that her awakened skill was quite unusual and difficult. Without much interest, Siwoo agreed to look at her, and then changed the subject, saying that it was time for them to eat because he was starving. Sejun, surprised, asked if he was right in thinking that Siwoo had already eaten dinner, and if he was some kind of black hole. But Pri was hungry too. Siwoo muttered that he felt like this whole hunger was all Pri's fault. Before the conversation could continue, his phone rang. Seeing that it was Jungkook, he answered. The moment the call connected, Jungkook shouted, demanding to know why Siwoo didn't mention his name in the incident. Irritated, Siwoo asked why he was shouting, whether he had already told everything to his brother, and whether he was tired of living. Jungkook, ignoring his irritation, insisted that it wasn't that, and asked if Siwoo even understood how serious the matter was. He explained that this was the first time that a professional group of hunter-killers had been exposed. And since HMCS dealt with them single-handedly, all the news agencies and agencies are now inundating them with requests for interviews and cooperation. He added that ever since the incident with Gat, Gun-ho has been keeping a close eye on their team. And since Siwoo didn't mention his name, how can Gun-ho now explain that he single-handedly dealt with all the killers? Siwoo simply ordered him to coordinate his story with the White Lion, since Koman was from that guild. Jungkook admitted that he had already tried, but the White Lion Guild master, Seung-il, was completely different. Crying, Jungkook said that he understood that the Imperial Guild master wanted to protect Siwa, but considering the previous prison break incident, it would be better if Siwoo intervened himself. Siwoo agreed, but told Jungkook that he was currently eating. Wishing him luck, he casually said that they would talk tomorrow. Jungkook screamed in despair, calling his name, but Siwoo simply hung up. After leaving his office, Siwoo sat down on the sofa. From the kitchen where he was cooking, Sejun asked if that was Jungkook on the phone. Siwoo confirmed that it was him and added that Jungkook said that he loves his job and is very happy. Then he looked at Sejun and asked how the demons had been behaving lately and whether they were the same as 10 years ago. Sejun shook his head and explained that after the disappearance of the 4 great demon kings, the demons actually proposed a peace treaty, and they seriously settled at the pole, founding a base there, universities, and so on. Since then, demons have not caused any serious incidents, and that some nations even cooperate with them in research. Some children even think that demons are nothing more than urban legends. Siwoo was irritated to hear that the demons actually presented a peace treaty. He shouted that it sounded like a joke, and that it was funny when demons talked about peace. Siwoo felt the same way, but he also knew that they were also bad people, and that not all demons were the same. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He noticed that the raven had mana that was similar to demonic, but something about them felt different. It made him wonder if Crow was a half-breed between a demon and a human. It had been 20 years since the demons had appeared, so anything was possible. Taking their group photo, he reflected on everything that had led up to this moment. What started as a mission to avenge Min-jun turned into something much more. The scene changed, following Min-jun's trail, step by step making my way through the snow. To the polar demon base, he had an uneasy feeling that this battle would last much longer than he ever expected. Later, Ghost Wolf and Heyman gathered in his office. Siwoo ordered them to circulate the mana in their bodies and concentrate, but at the same time they needed to be aware of their Dantian. Heyman, confused, asked what Dantian was. Even after hearing the explanation, he admitted that it was not very clear to him. He asked if awakening a skill was something that just came out when the adrenaline kicked in. No matter how much he sat and meditated, it didn't seem to improve his performance at all. Wouldn't it be better to just move his body vigorously? Siwoo, clearly irritated, hit Wolf on the head and reminded them that they had begged him to train them, and this was how they had behaved. 4. He then asked if they seriously thought that skill was like sweat, something that would leave them sluggish after one drop. Frustrated, he asked if people these days just threw mana around without any control. The wolf then asked if all this difficult training was really necessary, arguing that if one blow was devastatingly powerful, wasn't that enough? Sivu grinned and asked about the training tower. They first awakened their skills in the artificial gates, and now they are mistaken that they know something. He continued to lecture them, explaining that the power they gain is entirely dependent on how they burn their fuel, mana. The difference between controlled and uncontrolled mana use was like night and day. However, since they hadn't even mastered the basics of mana circulation, they only used their skills casually. That's why they couldn't feel their dantian. He explained that when a person first resonates with mana, a storage area called a dantian opens up inside their body. The power generated from the mana circulating within the dantian is then awakened and manifested externally according to the individual's traits. However, the density of the skill depends on how effectively one can control the mana stored in the dantian. To demonstrate, he released his mana by rolling it across the tip of his finger. He continued explaining that through training, the dantian could expand, allowing a person to store even more mana. At an even higher level, additional dantians may open up in the body. However, in their case, people had only been exposed to mana for about 20 years. Since it was still an unknown power, understanding its nature was even more important. Heyman, intrigued, released the mana and stared at it. Then Siwoo told them that meditative training in mana control was the best method to understand it, so they should shut up and concentrate. Pri, watching the unfolding scene, ridiculed Siva, saying that he was now pretending to be a know-it-all, although he himself had suffered for 100 years. Siwoo ignored him and instead turned back to his disciples and warned them that from the next day onwards he would be bringing their bodies to the brink of death. Until they paid for their crimes, they would be trained to death. They both stuttered and reluctantly agreed. At that moment, Yonggu entered the room, saying that he knew Siwoo would be there. He also pointed out that Siwoo had not answered his phone calls. Siwoo casually replied that it was because Yonggu calls him at all times, and then teasingly asked if he was a stalker. Yonggu replied that it didn't matter, and instead told him that he needed to report to headquarters immediately. The branch manager was calling him. A moment later, they arrived at HMCS headquarters and saw employees gathered outside. Siwoo turned to Yonggu, asking why the branch manager wanted to see him and whether Young had snitched on him. Yonggu assured him that he would never do such a thing. He suspected that it might be related to the corruption case in the Insan prison transportation. Before they could continue, two men appeared in front of them. One of them turned to Yonggu, asking if he was team leader Huang. HMCS Gangnam's team leader, Song Chang-won, accompanied by his deputy, Ha Juntai, remarked that he heard that Yonggu had pulled off something big. While they were on a business trip, the once-forgotten Kanbuk cabinet team suddenly became the subject of everyone's discussion. Seeing that Chang-won had already returned from his business trip, Junggu was clearly irritated. He barked that if Chang-won was back, he should just go back to his place and work quietly. But why was he picking on random people? Chang-won, unperturbed, simply replied that it was just a friendly greeting. He then smirked and asked why Junggu was so sensitive, and if the person behind him was the famous newcomer. Chang-won pointed out that Junggu, as the leader of the group, certainly had excellent taste. Siwoo remained silent, only scratching his ear. Annoyed, Yonggu told Chang-won that was enough and asked if he was suffering from jet lag and was just talking nonsense. Juntai intervened, reminding Junggu that their business trip was only to Japan, so there was no reason for the time zone change. Then Chang-won teasingly told Juntai to imagine how frustrated the Kangbuk team must be. They had never even traveled outside the country. Meanwhile, Kanbuk's team is forced to work all night long and can't even catch the escaped prisoner. Junggu's irritation grew, but Siwoo remained indifferent, casually looking at his phone. Then Juntai turned to Siwoo, calling him a newbie, and asked if he was rude or lacked basic manners. Where was his greeting? Siwoo, instead of answering directly, imitated the movement of Jungtai, adjusting his glasses. With a smirk, he asked Jungtai and his sweaty older comrade to step aside, pointing out that they were blocking the corridor with their bulging muscles. He then asked Jungtai if he even wore glasses for their intended purpose. Jungtai and Chang-won were clearly annoyed, but after a moment, Jungtai laughed. and told Changwon that he would personally take charge of raising the newcomers. Jonggu asked Jongtae if he had any brains and reminded him that they were at headquarters. He told them to learn to separate work from personal. Changwon, now angry, demanded to know what kind of nonsense Jonggu was talking about. He asked if he was deaf if he hadn't heard what the new guy had just said. Jonggu, keeping a straight face, replied that he had heard nothing and turned to Siwoo, asking if he had said anything. Siwoo suggested that perhaps Changwon's ears were too clogged with fat to hear properly. Changwon, now seething with anger, declared that they were both crazy. He then asked if he should beat the truth into their thick skulls, right here and now, pointing out that there were a lot of headquarters staff looking at them. He wanted to make it clear who the real power was here. Before he could do anything, someone grabbed Changwon's shoulder and apologized, stating that the real power here was him. Changwon turned around, his face instantly turning pale in shock. Standing behind him was the HMCS branch chief, Baek Gun-ho. Changwon and Jongtae immediately greeted their boss. Gun-ho turned to Siwoo and noticed that he was wondering why it was taking so long, only to find that Siwoo had been detained here. He then scolded Jonggu, saying that he should have handled it and come faster. Jonggu quickly apologized. Gun-ho then took Siwoo away, asking if he liked pu'er tea. He mentioned that since they had a special guest, he had prepared something nice. Changwon tried to stop him by calling out to Gun-ho and trying to explain the situation. However, Gun-ho remained calm and instead addressed Changwon directly, telling him to work harder and ask fewer questions. Changwon, defeated, could only reluctantly answer yes. After Gun-ho and Siwoo left, Jungwon turned to Jongtae and asked who the hell this new guy was. Once in the office of the branch manager, Gun-ho noted that this was their first meeting face-to-face. Since Siwoo has been busy since he joined, there hasn't been a suitable opportunity until now. Siwoo calmly confirmed this, and then got straight to the point, asking Gun-ho why he had called him. Junggu, who was sitting next to him, began to sweat nervously. Gun-ho, however, only laughed, saying that he liked Siwoo's straightforwardness. The reason for the call was to ask some questions about the transport mission from Incheon prison. Jonggu's nervousness only increased. Gun-ho continued, explaining that due to the Beast incident, the investigation had now been transferred to their jurisdiction, and they can't just ignore the case of the escaped prisoner. Then he asked Siwoo to explain himself. Gun-ho pointed out that it was hard to believe that someone capable of defeating Gad of the Red Light Guild could simply let the fugitive escape. He asked if Siwoo was sure he knew nothing about the whereabouts of the escapees. Then Gun-ho ordered Jonggu to step outside for a moment. Without hesitation, Jonggu nervously answered yes and left the office, looking guiltily at Siwoo, closing the door behind him. When Jonggu left, Gun-ho turned to Siwoo and assured him that he was not a fool and had known Jonggu for a long time and considered him a competent person. However, it was hard to believe that Jonggu single-handedly investigated and destroyed the assassination organization. He claimed that the Beast and the escaped prisoner were connected, and Siwoo stumbled upon a lead during an escort mission. The fugitive might be shown mercy for information, but no one could turn a blind eye to the disappearance of such a criminal, especially with the participation of a mysterious newcomer. Gun-ho then revealed that he had consulted with an acquaintance of his about the situation. Interestingly, this man seemed to know Siwoo quite well, so much so that he really wanted to meet him. So Gun-ho invited him into the study. Siwoo, hearing someone approaching from behind, asked Gun-ho who he was talking about. Gun-ho replied that the guest was one of the legendary hunters of the first generation, and one of the 3 rulers of South Korea, the warrior king, guild leader Do Kyung-hoo. Later, Kyung-hoo poured him a drink, asking how many years had passed. He admitted that even when Gun-ho told him about it, he still couldn't believe it. The man was sure that she had died. However, he simply replied that a lot had happened, and noted that Kyung-hoo had aged greatly during this time. Kyung-hoo then told him that it was not that he had grown old, but that he alone had managed to escape the passage of time. It's been 10 years since he disappeared, but he came back without a single wrinkle on his face. Kyung-hoo then asked where the hell he had been hiding all this time, and if he knew how desperately his students had been looking for him. But instead of answering, he simply asked Kyung-hoo if they should order another drink, saying that it seemed like they had a lot to talk about. Hours passed, and by the time he finished his story, night had fallen. Kyung-hoo admitted that at this point, such stories no longer surprised him, but he still couldn't imagine how much time had passed for him. He agreed and told Kyung-hoo that the moment he killed the demon king of the 4th world, a spatial spell was activated. He wasn't sure if this was the Demon King's final skill or the power of the artifact. Kyung-hoo then told him that the fourth Demon King was still alive, which shocked him. In rage, he slammed his fist on the table, demanding to know why humans and demons signed a peace treaty if the Demon King was still alive. Kyung-hoo told him to calm down and listen. He explained that technically speaking, the Demon King of the Fourth Realm was alive, but he was nothing more than a pile of corpse fragments. When he was still on Earth, the war between humans and demons raged for years, deepening the conflict between the two sides. However, after he defeated the Demon King of the Fourth World and disappeared, the demons immediately proposed a peace treaty, claiming that the war was solely the intention of the Demon King and not the will of their entire race. But MC didn't believe it. He told Kyung-hoo that they probably just felt threatened after their leader was taken out. Kyung-hoo agreed, but pointed out that things weren't going well for the humans either. Ever since the first gates appeared, monster attacks have made even simple survival difficult, let alone maintaining communication. Kyung-hoo added that they barely managed to close the gate, but the half-trained awakened ones went out of control. Law and order collapsed, and then the war with the demons pushed everyone to the limit. In the midst of this chaos, it was the demons who first proposed a peace treaty, offering to help the nations recover from the damage and also teaching them how to close the gates. An extraordinary offer. In exchange, they demanded the remains of the Demon King, whose power as well as territory in the Arctic, where they could remain until they found a way to return to their dimension. At a time when gates and mana were still unfamiliar concepts, most people believed that restoring the world and adapting to this new power was the best path for humanity. Eventually, the proposal was accepted, and the best hunters from each nation gathered and agreed to the treaty. At that time, the hunter representing South Korea in signing the agreement was Daesu. Since then, the demons remained in their territory, appearing only to provide assistance and did not create any problems at all. Some first-generation hunters remained skeptical of the demons' proposal and spoke out against it. But with the departure of the main character, a key figure in the war between humans and demons, everyone eventually went their separate ways. And then the interest in demons faded. Kyung-hoo then finished by saying that even he hadn't doubted them since then. But now that he's back, something about it all feels wrong. He asked Kyung-hoo what he meant, to which Kyung-hoo replied that it was about his existence. The MC's name had been completely erased from all records for the past 10 years. And there were even widespread rumors among hunters that Daesu was involved in this. Kyung-hoo added that his records were deleted so thoroughly that most of the second-generation hunters had no idea who he was. Even Kyung-hoo himself could barely remember his face until he saw him today. But they fought side by side, and to forget his face in 10 years seems completely abnormal. At that moment, Seo asked his comrade if he thought that Daesu had made some additional deal with the demons. Kyung-hoo replies that it is likely because Daesu would then do anything to defeat him. Pry angrily curses the treacherous demons, considering the possibility that Daesu conspired with them simply to erase his existence. He wonders why this proud bastard would go to such extremes. And what would the demons gain by erasing the main character? Simple revenge for the murder of their demon king doesn't seem like a good enough reason. Kyung-hoo reminds him that the demons haven't made a single move since then, and on the contrary have helped humanity adapt to mana, so there is no reason. However, if only they hadn't acted like arrogant overlords, they might not have ended up in a state of war at all. Kyung-hoo remains speechless. Kyung-hoo then tells him that his students probably know more about what happened back then and asks why he doesn't meet them. He replies that this is easier said than done, since they have all long since dispersed. Kyung-hoo admits this, saying that it's always like that with students. Once they grow up, they go their own way. He then asks if Kang Yo-hwa is still in Korea. 10 years ago, Yo-hwa was just a rookie, and now she is an S-rank hunter leading the Azure Flower Guild. He remembers how she used to follow him around like a puppy, and now she's under Daesu's command. Kyung-hoo points out that 10 years is a long time, and Yo-hwa must have had her reasons. MC just drinks his alcohol and stays silent. After a moment, he mutters that the drink tastes disgusting. Kyung-hoo says that the liquor is very expensive, and his taste buds are like a child's. Then Kyung-hoo seems to remember something and mentions that they should have called Si-jun too. Gigi agreed, saying that Si-jun would be happy just knowing that they met. He adds that Si-jun became so overprotective that he didn't even notice someone outside taking photos of them. The man who took the photo quickly calls his leader to report that the man in the photo is dating Kyung-hoo and works at HCMS, and the leader acknowledges receipt and orders him to return immediately. Then Yeohua opens the photo sent by her subordinate and confirms this with his own eyes. It's really Ming Si-woo. He's alive. She thinks about the recent strange movements of the Imperial Guild and the commotion in the Tower of Learning. Although she had a premonition, she still can't believe it. Si-woo has really and truly returned. Falling to the ground, she cries with all her heart for her master. Si-jun never shared any information with her after she defected to Daesu, but keeping an eye on Kyung-hoo turned out to be the right decision. Even when the whole world insisted that Si-woo had disappeared forever, she could not give in. She searched every corner of the world, but she could not find him. And now he suddenly appeared in Korea, completely unharmed. Wiping away her tears, she stands up, realizing that she can't waste any more time. She needs to see him immediately. Just as she is about to leave, a voice calls out to her from behind. She freezes, turning around to see Daesu standing there. Maintaining her composure, she greets him respectfully, but Daesu brushes aside the formality and tells her to call him uncle when they are alone. He then asks where she is going in such a hurry. Shaking slightly, she replies that nothing. Daesu places a firm hand on her shoulder, squeezing it tightly. He notices that he hasn't seen such an expression on her face in a long time. Even when her mother died, she remained as cold as ice. But now she is visibly shaken. So that bastard is back. His voice darkens as he states that the rumors must be true. The mad dog has returned, sending a chill down Yeohua's spine. Daesu sighed, realizing that this was why Yeohua was ready to run away like a puppy who had found its owner. He stroked her head and said that she was still as naive and stupid as always. He then reminded her that even if he had renounced this bloodline, she was still his only niece and his sister's only daughter. He would let her go so easily. Yeohua pushed his hand away and angrily told him not to be mistaken just because she came to him. From the beginning, all she wanted was to find her master. Daesu remained calm and asked if she really believed that he didn't know. He told her that he was well aware that she had approached him because she suspected his involvement in Si-woo's disappearance. The reason was simple. She had grown into a hunter with decent skills which made her useful to him. This realization shocked and angered her even more. Daesu then told her that in the current world, every hunter is a valuable asset. He would not have simply given a skilled worker his blood to this mad dog. In a rage, she shouted at him not to make her laugh. He abandoned her, and she never considered him family, and that from the very beginning, the one who raised her was her master. Daesu agreed, and then told her that Si-woo had raised her without even knowing that she was the daughter of a cruel criminal. She froze at his words. As he passed by her, he told her not to be stupid and reminded her that she had seen with her own eyes how merciless Si-woo was to criminals. He then asked how she thought Si-woo would react if he knew the whole truth about her past. Daesu added that no matter how much she pretended to be noble, her roots would never change. He left, leaving her shaking with anger, while she cursed him under her breath. The next day, in the Imperial Guild, Jisoo met with the man who treated her wounds. She mentioned that she heard from Si-jun that he would personally lead the joint training, and asked if the people around him would participate too. She pointed to the ghost and the wolf, who were in mascot costumes. He replied that they were his juniors, and he thought it would be beneficial for everyone to train together so that they could consider them their seniors. This confused the others as they looked at Wolf, who was clearly uncomfortable with the heat inside the suit. They bowed in greeting, and Jisoo introduced herself as a newcomer. The man introduced himself as Kim Byung-guk. They then turned their attention to the ghost, noting that they had never seen such an old hunter before, but his aura was no joke. The ghost smiled warmly and greeted them, then told Jisoo that she was a mature young girl with a sharp mind, and he was sure she would learn quickly. Excited, she agreed and promised to do her best. Then Si-woo turned to Wolf and said that for them, this was nothing more than community service. But if they fooled around, they would die. The wolf, feeling the pressure, asked if his mana oath was in vain, but then groaned and said he understood, begging him to stop with that terrifying aura. Si-woo then walked towards the Imperial Guild territory, heading towards the entrance of Gate F5, and told everyone to follow him. Jisoo admitted that she was nervous as this was her first time entering the gate since the Tower of Training due to her unique skill. Si-woo reassured her, saying that there was no need to be nervous, as the gate was simply a portal connecting dimensions. It was just a door, nothing more. Byung-guk, however, pointed out that there were cases where hunters disappeared inside when the gate closed. and people often said that they were eaten by the gate. Siwoo chuckled, asking what they meant by ate when it was just the door closing. The ghost intervened, saying that it was actually a good expression. He explained that humanity now holds the keys to these doors, and the fact that the guilds now own the gates privately is proof of that. He added that what was once considered a disaster has now become a profitable business. Magic stones, monster cores, and even monster carcasses all cost money. He warned them that if they allowed fear to control them from the start, they would get nothing. With these words, they stepped through the gate and were transported into the dungeon. Jisoo immediately felt sick and asked if this was what they called gate disease. Byunguk, that unlike the tower, there were no monsters at the entrance. Gigi told Wolf that anyone would think it was a tour and wonders if all kids these days treat it that way. Hunters are even taught at academies. The Wolf replies that, as a person from the first generation, this may not be clear to him, but for the young, passing through the gate has become a profession. He explains that trainees go through the training tower step by step, receive their rank, and then they are hired by guilds depending on their value. Only after joining a guild do they learn real combat. Gigi considered such practice insufficient. These incompetents would simply be blown away by the first attack of an average enemy. He then calls the newbies and orders them to demonstrate their skills before they begin in earnest. They immediately respond with consent and begin to demonstrate their abilities. Meanwhile, Byunguk was wondering who Siwoo was, bringing in strangers and acting like he was the boss here. He also asked why he is stuck in a training squad with weaklings, especially one who can't even perform her skill properly. At this moment, Jisoo finally manages to release her skill, and she excitedly announces that everything is working. However, her power suddenly bounces back towards her. Luckily, she reacts in time and jumps away to avoid the backlash. Siwoo calls her, and she quickly apologizes. But the main character brushes off her apologies and throws something at her. Catching it, she realizes it's a whip. He explains that it is an auxiliary tool for casting spells, and the more complex and intricate her spell patterns are, the more effective it will be. She takes his advice and begins to direct his skill into the whip. While she is focused on her spell, Byunguk hears something approaching and turns around to see a horde of goblins gathering at the top of the cliff. Before he can react, Siwoo casually sits down and orders Byunguk to deal with them. Shocked, Byunguk asks why him. Siwoo simply reminds him that he is the one training, so he must destroy them. He asks if Byunguk thought he would do this for him, then warns him to try not to die. Frustrated but with no choice, Byunguk activates his skill and prepares to fight off the goblins as they leap at him. The ghost, watching from the side, notes that Byunguk's skill is a tracking type ability. At best, he would be a B+ rank with it. Pry comments that Byunguk's skill doesn't seem very useful, stating that it has flashy effects but lacks power. The ghost agrees, adding that if Byunguk continues to burn through his mana at this rate, he will quickly run out. Meanwhile, Byunguk is having a hard time dealing with the goblin swarm. Goblins are easy, but it's hard to fight a horde alone. Frustrated, Byunguk yells at Jisoo, asking if she's finished. She quickly replies that she's almost done. Before she can finish, one of the goblins manages to knock Byunguk off his feet, sending him onto his back. With his mana nearly depleted, he watches in horror as a goblin rushes toward him, his axe raised to strike. He screams in fear. Just in time, Jisoo completes his spell and activates his Beast Tamer skill. The spell takes hold of the goblin, and the creature suddenly freezes in place before kneeling. Byunguk falls over in shock while Jisoo excitedly orders the goblin to retreat, which he obediently does. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaims that she has succeeded and eagerly asks Siwoo how it was. The wolf, surprised by this revelation, notes that control-type skills are extremely rare. Ghost agrees, noting that the skill itself is a high rank with strong growth potential. Pry, becoming increasingly excited, exclaims that something worth eating has finally appeared and declares that he wants to eat it. Siwoo, however, ignores him and instead turns to Jisoo, asking what she plans to do with the one and only controlled monster. At that moment, she notices goblins rushing towards her and quickly runs to Byunguk, shaking him in an attempt to wake him up. She desperately screams that they are coming and begs someone to help her. Later, back at the Imperial Guild, Jisoo thanks him for today. With a weary expression, she tells him that, thanks to him, she thinks she now has a better understanding of how to use her skills. The wolf looks at her tired face and notices that half of it is already gone. He then asks if she plans to walk home. MC says he doesn't care if she can't, suggesting she asks Si-jun to introduce her to another mentor. However, she shakes her head and disagrees. She explains that she really does think so. She was a bit overconfident before. She thought that simply awakening a skill made someone special, and that the higher the rank, the more valuable a person became. But today she realized painfully that skills are simply tools and a means to an end, not a reflection of who she is. No matter how good a sword is, its true value depends on how skillfully it is wielded and how much training has been done. Gigi encouraged her to continue working hard, and if she needed help, to contact that bear or the old man. He then suddenly notices the increase in the number of people around them and asks if they are from another guild. Jisoo replies that she heard about negotiations with the Azure Flower Guild regarding shares in a recently discovered gate in the desert in the Middle East. It is then that he notices someone from the Azure Flower Guild. Then he walks past her. Meanwhile, one of Yoa's subordinates reports to her that, according to the findings, the newly discovered gate is different from the usual ones. When they and the Imperial Guild first explored them, they found the corpses of the first group of hunters inside. However, unlike normal cases where hunters were killed by monsters, their bodies were intact on the outside, while their internal organs were torn apart. Yoa is confused, noting that unless something was physically placed inside them, there should be no reason for such a phenomenon to occur. Suddenly, someone calls out to Yoa, saying that they have finally met. She turns around and sees that it is Siwoo. Siwoo tells her that her master has returned, and she doesn't even bother to greet him. At first, she is speechless, but then shyly admits that he is back. He asks if she has time now, but she apologizes, explaining that she has things to do and will leave first. Without another word, she turns and leaves, her subordinates following behind in confusion. Pride teases Siwoo by saying that he was just rejected at the speed of light and mockingly asks if he needs consolation. The ghost comments that Yoa is a rude girl and asks if she was his old student. Siwoo confirms that she was, but then quietly asks if Yova was crying. Many years ago, he found Yova crying in the corner. Noticing that she was hiding and crying again, he asked why she was crying so much and if something serious had happened. She yelled at him to leave, but he simply sat down next to her and asked if she was really that upset about losing the sparring match. After all, she and Si-jun were about the same age, and asked why she always cried in hiding, because people would recognize it. Reaching out, he stroked her hair, but she immediately pushed his hand away. She told him that since Si-jun was his own younger brother, it was obvious that he trained Si-jun better than her. She bitterly noted that she was just someone he picked up off the street, and while she should be grateful for that, she would appreciate it if he didn't interfere in unnecessary matters. She acknowledged that he was strong and had a big heart, but reminded him that he wasn't even her real brother. In response, he simply grabbed her head and stroked her hair again, causing her to sigh in defeat. It was his choice to be her brother. Then he told her that the world was bad enough already, so why couldn't he at least choose his own family? He then tells her that he will consider her his little sister, so she should just think of him as her big brother. He asks if this will make her less sad, but she shyly replies no and asks who asked for it anyway. He chuckles and tells her that even when he's nice to her, she remains cold, then asks if she wants an extra hard workout tomorrow. She snorts and replies that it's not like he doesn't do it every day anyway. Yohwa reflects on that moment, remembering that she said those words half out of embarrassment, but the other half was sincere. She didn't want to be Siwoo's little sister or just his greatest disciple. She wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with him as an equal, to be a comrade strong enough to support the world he imagined. Along the way, she even dared to experience feelings she knew she shouldn't. She thinks of herself as the child of a terrible criminal. Even if she was abandoned, she still grew up with the money they stole, and these feelings were never meant for someone like her. Frustrated, she remembers Daisu's words and convinces herself that Siwoo should never get involved with someone like her. But even so, she refuses to sit back and do nothing. If she can't stand proudly next to him, then at least she will fight for him from the shadows until the very end, for the man who gave her a new life. Sejun is shocked when he sees her, immediately recognizing who she is. When he wakes up, he realizes that she is the master of the Azure Flower Guild and asks why she is here when the meeting is still far away. But she just calls his name and asks to give her a minute, saying that it is important. Meanwhile, in Daisu's office, Kyung-hoo tells Daesu that it's not that he doesn't trust him. He recalls how, ever since the first gate appeared, the three lords were at the forefront of the battle against the demons, In those lawless days when criminals, intoxicated with newfound power, ran amok, they fought to defend the dignity of humanity. Because of this, he will not go against his comrades. And if Dai Su really made a deal with the demons in order to restore human civilization and the nation, then that is a different matter. Dae-su simply tells Kyung-hoo that there is no need to beat around the bush. He already knows that Kyung-hoo met with Si-woo and asks if Si-woo called him suspicious. He then remarks that even a mad dog like Si-woo becomes cautious after 10 years, adding that he himself is no different. He tells Kyung-hoo that everyone misunderstands him. What he seeks is not the country or the well-being of humanity. Such ideals are laughable. Dae-su declares that the title of Three Lords is a joke. What he really desires is superiority, an endless thirst for power. He then asks Kyung-hoo if they should not go beyond their limits and see what lies beyond them, considering that humanity has been gifted with overwhelming mana power. For him, defeating countless powerful opponents and striving for even more power has always been his only goal. No matter what deals were made with the demons, it was simply a matter of interests coinciding, interests that allowed him to stand where he was now. For the sake of the rapid restoration of the nation and the safety of its citizens, the leaders of every country, without exception, have united with the demons. Whatever their ulterior motives, in just 10 years, humanity had not only recovered, but surpassed its previous civilization. Dae-su then reminds Kyung-hoo that even he must have seen negotiation as the best option back then. He asks if Kyung-hoo now intends to hold him accountable, leaving Kyung-hoo momentarily speechless. After coming to his senses, Kyung-hoo finally asks if Dae-su really made a deal with the demons regarding Si-woo, and if he was involved in Si-woo's disappearance and the erasure of his records. Dae-su chuckles, calling the idea ridiculous, and states that he has nothing to hide. If Si-woo is back, it just means he finally has a chance to crush him once and for all. He then suggests to Kyung-hoo that the three of them meet. Before Dae-su can say more, he suddenly hears Si-woo's voice commenting that it actually fits perfectly. Shocked, Dae-su immediately turns around and sees Si-woo hovering in the air. Si-woo tells him that he has some questions too, adding that it had been a long time since their last meeting. He pointed his palm at the window, blowing it to pieces with a lightning bolt. Despite such a dramatic appearance, Dae-su smiled widely when he saw him. Entering the building, he noticed that Dae-su lived in such a high place, but going through the main entrance was a hassle with all the procedures. He decided to get straight to the point before Dae-su's pesky bodyguards gathered. He directly asked Dae-su if he had united with Pandemonium and sent him to another world 10 years ago. Dae-su, unfazed, teased him, asking if that was all he wanted to say after making such a dramatic entrance, and laughed at how boring he had become. Frustrated, he threatened to turn the entire building upside down, and calling Dae-su one-eyed, demanded an answer to his question. Dae-su laughed loudly, noticing that his arrogant demeanor hadn't changed at all. He noted that 10 years had passed without a single wrinkle appearing on his face, suggesting that the journey to another world must have been pleasant. Then Dae-su asked what was so unfair that he had to break in by smashing the window. Suddenly, he threw a pot of plant at Dae-su, scratching his cheek. In anger, he asked if he should rip Dae-su apart and scatter his limbs across different dimensions. If he valued his life, he had better answer the question. He repeated his demand, asking if Dae-su had ever teamed up with the trash organization Pandemonium or had anything to do with Yeon Min-jun's death. He furiously warned Dae-su that if he touched Yonghwa or his students, he would be finished. However, Dae-su only smirked and burst out laughing, shouting that this was more like it. He missed the bloodthirsty atmosphere of the battlefield that he brought with him. Then Dae-su released his aura, because while he was cooling off in the other world, he used his position to fight strong hunters from all over the world and become stronger. He confidently declared that the desire to kill his old rival no longer touched him. This was not enough to get his blood boiling as it should have. Dae-su released his dark power, teasingly asking if he was still someone who could burn bright enough to make risking their lives worth it. In response, he simply asked if he needed to make another hole in Dae's mouth to get an answer. Just as they were about to attack each other, Kyung-hoo intervened, stopping them in time. He shouted at them to calm down and think about where they were and the seriousness of the situation. Kyung-hoo reminded Dae-su that he was an SS-ranked hunter and a representative of the nation. Starting a fight in a residential area was unacceptable. Turning to the main character, Kyung-hoo reminded him that even though he was currently with the HMCS and his safety was guaranteed by the Empire Guild, These were no longer the lawless days of the past. A fight between hunters would attract too much public attention. Kyung-hoo warned him that if he didn't want his brothers to be branded as part of a guild that attacked the government, he should stop. This argument calmed him down a little. Daesoo also calmed down, although he noticed that everything had become more boring than ever. He looked back with nostalgia at the old days, when they could fight and kill without restraint, always baring their teeth at each other and fighting for dominance at every opportunity. Then Daesoo asked him if he also thought this era was dull. He admitted that since he made his blood boil, Daesoo assured him that he had nothing to do with the death of young Minjin, and that Yonghwa came to him of her own free will. Teasingly, Daesoo asked if it was really his fault if his students turned out bad. With these words, Daesoo turned around and left, saying that if he had any more questions, he should find him properly next time. Daesoo promised to prepare a place where he could rampage as much as he wanted. He remained silent, and Kyung-hoo sighed with relief, glad that he had managed to prevent the two titans from colliding. A moment later, the elevator stopped on the 8th floor, and Daesoo stepped out. The guard nervously reported that they had detected an intrusion, but Daesoo interrupted him, reminding them that he had already told them that there was no one on the continent who was strong enough to threaten his safety. He ordered the guard to ignore it. The guard bowed and immediately apologized. Daesoo then ordered the guard to contact the Immeasurable Legion, prepare the A-rank gate, and bring Yonghwa to him. 7 hours earlier, Sejun sat at his computer, and he was watching the video when Yonghwa came in. He asked her what was wrong. She reminded him of the corpses recently discovered near the mouth. Autopsies showed that all their internal organs had been torn apart at the cellular level. Yonghwa guessed that the hunters either fought someone with a special skill or took something toxic. However, the real problem was that all the hunters were affiliated with a mysterious trading guild called IZ. She explained that IZ had been operating near the newly discovered gate and was so inconspicuous that she had never heard of it. There was almost no information about IZ, but there were rumors that the guild leader was a demon. This surprised Sejun, and he asked where she heard such rumors. Yonghwa replied that working close to the government, you can hear a lot. She told him that it was his business whether to believe it or not, since she would deal with the matter herself. She turned to leave, adding that they had definitely started making moves and she would let him know as soon as she knew more. As she left, Yonghwa informed him that Daesoo was keeping an eye on their guild, so Sejun shouldn't contact her unless she contacts him first. Sejun stopped her and asked why she was doing all this, but she simply told him to keep it a secret from her master and that she had no plans to return. This confirmed Sejun's suspicion that there was a reason why Yonghwa remained under Daesoo's command for 10 years. He sat back wondering why she was acting like this right now. Even if she had joined Des to search for traces of Seo, now that Seo had returned, her behavior made no sense. Sejun knew that Seo trusted his 3 direct disciples completely, but it seemed to him that they were all burdened with their own secrets. He couldn't bring himself to trust any of them completely. Frustrated, Sejun grabbed his head and said Yonghwa and Xiaolong's names, asking out loud what they were even thinking. Suddenly, Seo appeared, who heard his question. Seo asked what was going on with Yonghwa, causing Sejun to jump up in shock. Seo pressed him, asking if Yonghwa had said anything, and firmly told him not to hide anything. He demanded to know if something had happened to Yonghwa. Meanwhile, on the street, Yonghwa was preparing to leave when one of her subordinates approached her and apologized for disturbing her. The subordinate reported that Daesoo had urgently called her. Yonghwa cursed under her breath, but replied that she understood everything and was already on her way. 10 years ago, shortly after Seo disappeared, Daesoo spoke with a demon. He asked if the demon wanted his help in erasing all memories of Ming Shu. Hikatan, the second Lord of Calamity's subordinate demon, explained that Seo was the one who brought the 4 Lords of Calamity to the brink of death. In order to maintain control over the demons with strong autonomy, the demon lord's authority had to remain absolute. The humiliating record of a demon lord almost losing to a human would pose a serious threat to their rule. Hikatan added that although the war was over, it was still a time of chaos. Keeping their agreement and maintaining order among the demons would be beneficial to both sides. Daesoo replied that this proposal was absurd. Just because they accepted the terms of the treaty, the demons seemed to have forgotten that the humans had won the war. He wondered why they would even consider helping demons, who have now been exiled to the polar regions under a damage control agreement. However, Hikatan countered that they had been watching Daesoo for some time. They knew that deep down he must be regretting the end of the war. Hikatan pointed out that Daesoo had discovered a new power, with limitless potential. But the time when he could wield it freely, without laws or restrictions, was over. He told Des not to bother pretending, as the truth was that he simply wanted to fight stronger opponents. Hikaten assured him that they could help him reach the pinnacle of Mana's ultimate form. Desu was momentarily speechless. He asked if the demons would do such a thing just to erase the fact of their master's defeat. He eventually accepted Hikatan's offer, but asked if they had considered that if he became stronger, he would pose an even greater threat to the demons. Hikaten explained that unlike humans, whose lives are fleeting, demons live much longer. Their views on the world were radically different, and their goal was only to uncover the true nature of mana and the dimensional gates. With these words, Hikaten turned around and left, telling Des that they would wait for his positive answer and calling him the strongest hunter in Korea. In the present time, Desu was inside the F-rank gate belonging to the Infinite Number Guild, waiting for his guard's report. The guard informed him that they had, as ordered, secured the empty gates, which had no research value. The guard added that the gate belonged to the Infinite Number Guild led by Desu, and public access was restricted. They confirmed that there were no living creatures left inside. Desu praised the guard for his good work and asked if the invitation was sent properly. The guard confirmed this and reminded him of the summit meeting the next day. Desu briefly replied that he was aware and told the guard not to make him repeat himself. Suddenly, someone entered the gate. It was Yonghwa, who angrily reminded Desu that he had sent her on a business trip. She demanded an explanation as to why he had bothered to call her here. Desu signaled the guard to leave, warning Yonghwa to be careful with her words in front of others. When the guard left, Yonghwa asked Desu what was wrong. Desu admitted that he knew about her suspicions, that he played a key role in Xiu's disappearance. He admitted that at that time, he did not accept the demon's offer and did not cooperate with him. However, even knowing that Xiu was gradually being erased from existence, he did nothing. Whether Xiu would disappear or not was of no concern to him. Yonghwa became furious and demanded to know what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Desu released a small amount of power from his hand and calmly explained that he had now been given strength and power. He thought about it and just wanted confirmation. Who was stronger between the two of them, him or Su? Desu aimed his power at Yonghwa, but she managed to dodge it just before the blow hit her head. She ducked down, activating her own power, and demanded to know if Desu even knew what he was saying. She asked what he meant by the demon's suggestion. When all the pieces of the puzzle came together, she gritted her teeth in rage as she realized that Desu was behind Xiu's disappearance and the erasure of his records. Filled with anger, she unleashed all her strength and attempted to kick Des in the head, but he easily blocked her attack. Desu tightened his grip on her leg and pulled it down, coldly noticing that she was just like her mother. He listed her fiery temper, willingness to cling to enemies for her own ends, and inability to assess a situation as traits. With a brutal movement, he slammed her into the ground, smashing her into pieces. Badly wounded, Yonghwa could only listen as Desu coldly told her that she was nothing more than a tool, a mere means to push Xiu's fighting spirit to the limit. Desu calmly touched his neck and explained that the lingering feelings of inferiority that had haunted him like a shadow from the past had begun to fade after Xiu's disappearance. And yet it stubbornly clung to him like an unwashed stain. Now that Xiu is back, it's time to get rid of him completely. Yonghwa, despite her injuries, laughed mockingly and asked if Desu really thought Siwoo would play with his sick toy just because of her. Desu raised his leg and pressed down on her shoulder, increasing the pressure as he spoke. He told her that he was confident in his plan because in the past, when Xiu spent his time playing family, Desu doubted him. But now looking into Xiu's eyes, he was convinced that over the past 10 years, Xiu had left a lot behind in that other world. Desu pressed harder on her shoulder, telling her that she didn't need to do anything except serve as a fuse. He admitted he didn't know the details of Minjin's death, but vowed to use every card he had. Then he released the chain that was wrapped around her. He advised her to stop resisting, explaining that the shackles were created by the finest masters of the Black Abyss. Even an S-rank hunter like her wouldn't have an easy time breaking free. The shackles were draining her mana, he explained, and the more she resisted, the more they were eating away at her energy center. If left unchecked, they would cripple her forever. Desu added that he didn't know how long his fight with Xiu would last, but in the meantime, she could fight as long as she wanted. That was her role. Yonghwa stuttered as she asked him if he thought all this would change anything. She shouted that he was still a nobody. Suddenly, she felt someone rushing forward. Su appeared, attacking Desu with a furious burst of power. The force of the attack created a powerful shockwave, but Des managed to block it. Desu excitedly shouted that from now on, history would finally be written correctly. He declared that the outdated hero of the past would die here, and the title of the strongest man on earth would belong to him. Su, in a rage, called Desu a madman. He cast a spell, throwing lightning at Desu, but Desu easily blocked it with his shield. Laughing with excitement, Desu teased him, shouting that his strength seemed so light and that the gap between them had grown deep over the past 10 years. Seo remained silent, his gaze flickering briefly to Yeonhwa, who was still chained behind him. Pri, watching with concern, asked if Seo was okay. He reminded him that Desu was a monster and that Seo's output had not yet fully recovered. But Seo simply replied that there was no time to worry about that. They'll have to operate at maximum capacity. Pri shouted at him, asking if he'd gone crazy. He reminded that his mana had barely recovered to half at best. Pri warned him that Desu was stronger than any person he had ever faced, and expressed doubt as to whether he would even be able to absorb a skill of such magnitude while trapped in his weakened body. He added that using its limit could cause unknown side effects. However, the MC calmly replied that he only needed 50% of the power he used in the other world, and that was more than enough. No problem. Desu, who had been blocking his attacks with ease, mocked him, asking what he was mumbling about and whether he now regretted rushing in so confidently. He unleashed even more force on Desu, but Desu blocked it again. He suddenly appeared in front of Desu with incredible speed, declaring that for a bastard like Desu, such strength was more than enough. He unleashed an even more powerful force, destroying the earth and causing the debris to fly into the air. And yet Des managed to block the attack once again. Meanwhile, Yeonhwa looked on in disbelief. She was witnessing a battle between first-generation hunters, true awakened ones. The speed of their spell casting was so fast that it was difficult to even follow the battle. She always knew that there was a gap in strength, but she never expected that the difference between S rank and SS rank would be so huge. Desu summoned the spear and gripped it tightly, laughing and telling Seo that he hadn't felt this way in too long. With a powerful throw, he hurled the spear at the Su, shouting that it was nice to throw away all restrictions and immerse yourself in the essence of mana. Seo crouched down and cast a spell, mocking Desu for his continued habit of collecting toys and bragging even after 10 years. He created a massive wall as a shield, but Desu's spear pierced it, tearing the wall into pieces. Pri shouted, asking if Desu was even human. Pri warned him that Desu seemed capable of fighting on equal terms with a high-ranking demon, and that the spear flying towards them was no ordinary artifact. Seo replied that Desu had always been a bit of a rude man, but in the end he was just an unfinished man. He caught the spear in midair, surprising Desu, who laughed and rushed towards him at high speed. Desu summoned a swarm of swords, grabbed their handles, and jumped on Su, shouting at him not to blink under any circumstances. However, Seo managed to create a shield in time, blocking Desu's attack. Desu mocked him and his shield, asking if that was enough to make him crack. He then summoned a massive metal hammer, calling Su's shield pathetic, and struck him repeatedly, vowing to turn him into dust. Su first stood in the shield and defended himself. And then he responded by creating the Ice Fang spear, causing ice spikes to form behind Desu's back, ready to pierce him. However, Desu released a burst of power, shattering the ice spikes. He shook the remaining ice off the hammer. And also from myself, and noticed that, as expected, a real master does not die so easily. Shu angrily told Des to stop talking and take off his shackles if he didn't want to die. Seo asked Desu if Yeonhwa really had no importance to his goal, and does he think he can keep his position in the government after such a minor stunt? Desu disagreed, arguing that Yeonhwa still had value, and that her past as the daughter of a serial killer is enough to make her a useful pawn. Yeonhwa, shocked, shouted at Desu to shut up, warning that if he continued talking, it would be all over for her. Suddenly, she felt a powerful aura coming from Seo, who told her not to move, releasing even more power and anger. Desu, surprised and excited, laughed, and shouted that this was exactly what he wanted. His skin tingled with anticipation when he summoned a shield and sword, declaring that it was time for them to start fighting for real. But before he could do anything, Seo appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye and struck him, asking him to shut his mouth. Desu blocked it with his shield, but the force of the blow shattered the shield into pieces. Desu realized that Seo's control and density of mana had changed dramatically, Desu jumped back, summoning armor to cover his body. He noted that the adjustment of Sio's skill output had changed and asked if his cowardly fighting style had evolved over the past 10 years. Su retorted by asking how Desu could criticize his tactics when Desu himself didn't even understand strategy. Desu admitted that he was young and full of energy back then, and threw the dagger near Su's feet. And he said that after the last attack, he understood something. He then activates the trap and chains appear under Sio, wrapping around his legs. Then Desu summoned a huge sword, much more than before, and swung it at Su with all his might, shouting that Su was no longer his equal. The force of the impact cut through the ground, causing a powerful explosion. Yonghwa, worried, called out to Sio, but her voice was drowned out by the chaos. Then, to her amazement, she heard Sio calmly tell Des that he was right about one thing out of all the nonsense he had said. They were not equals. Sio stood unharmed, simply holding the sword that Desu had swung at him. Xiu gripped his sword tightly, not letting Des pull him out. Desu knew that the sword he held was a legendary artifact, a two-handed sword capable of cutting through entire buildings. And yet, in Sio's arms, he didn't even move. Xiu effortlessly picked up the sword and asked Desu if he had really fought for 10 years. Then, with a quick movement, he hit Des in the side, declaring that he himself had fought for 100 years. The force of the blow sent Disa flying, slamming him hard into the ground. Despite the blow, Desu laughed, admitting that it was really funny. He couldn't even remember the last time he bled. Desu stood up and asked if Sio had been holding back his mana for that one blow. He showed his watch and told Sio that if he was serious, he should respond with all his might. Sio activated the power, and Desu explained that 5 years ago, all officially recognized SS rank hunters around the world were required to wear this bracelet. He limited mana, physical abilities, and skills to prevent massive damage to society. Removing the regulator without government permission instantly made them criminals. Then Desu threw away his watch, freeing his stats from the restrictions. Gigi chuckled, calling the bracelet a dog collar and ridiculing Disa for being a beast that only knows how to fight. He asked if Desu had climbed to his position just to get government approval for dogfighting. Desu, clearly angry, told Sio that he was overestimating himself. Smiling, he asked if he thought that was the only reason he was here. He then released all his power, his aura splitting the ground around him. Desu shouted that there was simply no one worth testing his strength on. Until now, Shu has calmly released his own aura, challenging Des to show what he's capable of. Their auras collided, creating a destructive force that swept across the surrounding area. The sheer force of their collision caused the ground to crack and the gates to shake. Yonghwa staggered as the entire gate shook. She realized that even the clash of their mana was enough to split the earth. At this rate, the gates will collapse, and innocent people may get hurt. Determined to stop the fight, she forced herself to break free from the chains that bound her, knowing she had to intervene no matter what. Meanwhile, Sio and Desu continued their battle at full power. They exchanged blows. Each attack was accurately blocked or repelled. However, it was Desu who was having trouble keeping up. He used his hammer to split the ground, sending huge piles of rocks towards Sio. But Sio dodged the lightning bolt attack, moving too fast for Desu to land a blow. Prey, watching from inside Sio, noticed his stomach was feeling sick, but admitted that the power felt amazing. Even at half its strength, the F-rank gate trembled as the overwhelming forces of Sio and Desu continued to clash. Despite the lifting of restrictions, Desu struggled to keep up. He coughed up blood, realizing that even after the restrictions are lifted, the gap between them is still huge. Unable to accept this, Desu summoned a swarm of swords, laughing maniacally and cursing everything in the world. He grabbed the dark weapon next to him and threw it at Su, ordering him to tear him to pieces. The weapon turned into a monstrous tiger, clutching Su's arm. Su recognized him as the monster sealed in the artifact. Without hesitation, Shio created a magic circle and ordered Pri to activate the tamer skill. The man looked at all this with interest. Pri obeyed, and the tiger immediately pounced on Disa, recognizing Su as his new master. Desu, in a rage, called Xiao a bastard and activated a new form of power, ready to continue the fight. But before they could collide again, Yonghwa appeared, yelling at them to stop. She demanded to know if they were both crazy and told them to look around. The gate was on the verge of collapse, and the massive amount of magic released could have catastrophic consequences if it reached the outside world. Yonghwa warned Desu that even he would not be able to escape responsibility if that happened. She reminded him that the magistrate's court would hold him accountable. Desu called her an arrogant girl, but Yeonhwa stood her ground. She revealed that while Desu was losing control, she had contacted the Hunters Association and HMCS headquarters. They would respond soon and open the gates again. She urged them to stop fighting immediately. As she approached Seo, he remained silent, his expression unreadable. At that moment, Desu's watch vibrated with an incoming call. He responded irritably and heard Edward's voice from HMCS headquarters. Edward told him that the matter was urgent and demanded his immediate attention. Desu cursed under his breath but agreed to come. Before leaving, Desu turned around and coldly remarked that this was precisely why one should never tame wild animals. He said he had lost interest and told them to get lost. When Desu walked out of the gate, Yeonhwa felt a wave of relief mixed with fear. She fell to her knees, stunned by the thought that Seo, the last person she wanted to hide the truth about her family from, now knew everything. She never wanted to betray the sincerity and kindness that Seo showed her, even if it meant dying to keep the secret. How could she explain that the student he fed, cared for, and trusted was in fact the daughter of a criminal? While these thoughts were running through her head, Seo came up to her. He sat down next to her. His voice was warm, and he asked if she was okay and if she was badly hurt. Yeonhwa was stunned by his kindness, even after everything that happened. Overcome with emotion, she hugged him tightly, sobbing bitterly. Seo, as calm as ever, simply patted her on the back and teased her by saying that she had too much energy. A moment later in Desu's office, he was arguing with Edward over a video call. Desu claimed he didn't understand why Edward was making such a fuss over the words of one hunter. He reiterated that he hadn't broken any laws and pointed out that the hunter's overreaction had caused unnecessary confusion at HMCS headquarters, making the situation their fault. Desu wondered if it was too much to take action over something as small as light training in a closed gate. Standing before Edward S. Blackwood, vice president of HMCS International Headquarters, Desu waited for an answer. Edward calmly explained that the situation would have been different if Desu had not removed his restraining bracelet. He reminded Desa that SS-class hunters were strictly forbidden from engaging in personal combat, a rule that clearly angered Desa. Edward also informed him that any lifting of such restrictions must be reported to the Hunters Association, or HMCS. The use of magical power against a hunter associated with HMCS required investigation, and given Desu's status as a national leader, he could even face an international trial. Even if there were no violations in his home country, there were sufficient grounds for problems under international law. However, Edward added with a smile, in these peaceful times, there was no need to create unnecessary social chaos over a minor incident. He sincerely asked Desa to deal with this issue on his own in Korea. Edward stood up and explained that even if they decided to let the matter slide, they still needed to hear from all parties involved to fully understand the situation. This meant that they would need to meet the person that Desu had encountered. Desu suspiciously asked if Edward had finally set his sights on Seo. Edward simply replied that he would see Desu in Korea before ending the call. Desu was left seething with humiliation, feeling that it was a disgrace. He thought about the past, remembering how 10 years ago he felt the difference in strength between himself and Seo. The gap wasn't too big back then. He was close enough to reach Seo's level. Desu was confident that he would surpass him this time. But in the 10 years that Seo was gone, he became exponentially stronger, as if he had transformed into an entirely different being. Desu couldn't believe the staggering gap between them now. He wondered what Seo had been doing all this time. And how long had it been since he last experienced the thrill of fighting without limits? Sitting up, Desu realized that the strength he had gained from being chained up was not enough. After all this time, he finally had a purpose again, worth breaking free for. Desu welcomed the return of the mad dog, Seo. A week later, at the Azure Flower Guild headquarters, Seo asked Yeonhwa about her absence. He asked why she didn't come to greet him, knowing he was here, even if the reason was trivial. Yeonhwa shyly admitted that she had no excuse and said that it was enough for her just to know that he was back. Seo sighed in disappointment and asked if she had managed to find out anything about Minjun during his absence. The question caught her off guard. Yeonhwa apologized, explaining that she hadn't found anything. She clarified that it was clear that no one in the country was involved and that Desu had only kept her around for his own benefit. She added that she found no evidence to suggest that Desu had plotted against his brothers or students. In a panic, she insisted that her assessment was not biased by the fact that Desu was her blood relative. It was based solely on circumstantial evidence and her own observations. Siu simply replied that he understood and gently stroked her head. He assured her that if Desu truly considered her family, he would not have treated her so shamefully. Younghwa smiled and told him that she was okay now because he had already healed everything. However, he explained that it wasn't a question of whether she was okay or not. It was a question of being free of this pathetic bloodline. Whether her mother was a criminal or not, she lived her own life and did nothing wrong. He encouraged her by telling her that if she still felt guilty, she should live with pride and give back to the world, promising to help her along the way. His words reminded her of old times and she laughed, tears welling up in her eyes. She smiled warmly at him and told him that she had never been truly alone because she had always had people like him to support her. Wiping away her tears, she admitted that she felt sorry for Seijun, realizing that she had been making him worry for nothing all this time. From Seijun's perspective, it must have been hard to trust someone like her who hid so much. He scratched the back of his head and told her that Seijun was a cautious person, so she should sort things out when she saw him tomorrow. Younghwa was shocked and asked what he meant by tomorrow, especially considering that there was still tension between her and Seijun. He simply asked what the problem was, emphasizing that they were family. He assured her that he had already spoken to Seijun, and added that although he doesn't know how Desu settled everything, at least it didn't turn into a huge scandal. Checking his phone, he noticed a message from Seijun and chuckled, thinking that Seijun's intuition was something. 9 missed calls from HMCS. Suddenly, Chonggu appeared, which made him ask why he came here even though he said he would leave right after the business trip. Jungwoo shouted that it was urgent and scolded him for not answering his phone, asking if he had any idea how long he had been looking for him. At that moment, Ganho also arrived and informed him that he had received a call from HMCS International Headquarters. Edward comes to Korea to meet him in person. Ganho asked if he knew anything about it, but he only answered the question with a question. Edwin found out? He was clearly irritated when he heard the news. When he asked if Edwin had given a reason for his visit, Ganho explained that a non-disclosure order had been put in place across the entire branch regarding the matter. Puzzled, Chonggu wondered out loud if Seo really knew the vice president of headquarters. Ganho added that Edwin specifically mentioned Seo's name, so he assumed Seo would know what was going on. He also noted that this is the first time this has happened in the history of the Korean branch of HMCS. Ganho pressed for answers, but Seo apologized, explaining that if there was a non-disclosure order, he could not say anything now. Ganho accepted this and informed him that headquarters would contact him once they had a firm schedule, so he should wait for now. As Ganho dragged Chonggu away, he whispered to him to find out what was going on, either by sucking up to Seo or using all his connections. Gunho also whispered questions about Younghwa's relationship with Daisu and why she and Siwoo were sitting so calmly together. Youngwoo simply replied that he had no idea. Younghwa noticed the HMCS members whispering and told Seo that it was time for him to return, as he would be under close surveillance for a while. A few minutes later, they were walking down the street when he asked Younghwa why she suddenly wanted to walk him home. She replied that his grace was like heaven and that she was walking home from work anyway. He then asked what she planned to do next. She replied that if he didn't mind, she would follow him. She also admitted that she was having a hard time coming to terms with Minjin's suspicious death and assured him that she would do everything she could to help. Despite her appearance, she reminded him, she was the true leader of the guild. Their conversation was interrupted by a black car with tinted windows that stopped in front of them. Siu was clearly irritated, but Younghwa stopped him from approaching because she recognized the car. Someone inside rolled down the window and noticed that even after learning everything, they decided to retreat, calling them boring. When the window was completely rolled down, they saw that it was Daesu. Daesu told him to get in the car, which immediately angered Younghwa. She demanded an explanation of what other nonsense Daesu had started after his previous prank. However, Siu calmly asked Daesu why he should follow him. Daesu replied that if they wanted to continue their pathetic master and disciple act, they should listen carefully. Younghwa, furious, asked if Daesu thought it was a joke, but Siu stopped her, saying that she should go no further. He assured her that he would contact her, and went to the car, opened the door and got inside. The car drove away, leaving Younghwa alone on the street. On the way in the car, Siu told Des that he had a lot of impudence and asked if he was ashamed after being beaten like a dog. Daesu laughed, correcting him and reminding him that their fight wasn't over. If Younghwa hadn't intervened, he could have ended it forever. Desu added that things were only getting more interesting because, thanks to Seo, he would soon create a legitimate international arena for them to properly settle the score. Su chuckled, told Des to go to hell, and expressed disbelief that someone like him could be president. Suddenly, Desu mentioned pandemonium out of the blue, immediately catching Seo's attention. Des explained that although the world believed pandemonium to be destroyed, remnants of the group still exist, scattered across the globe. He admitted that after Shu's disappearance 10 years ago, the demons contacted him through their network, even asking for his help in erasing any trace of the Su's existence. This meant that Pandemonium was also keeping an eye on the Su. Desi asked if Seo considered Pandemonium to be simply a cult dabbling in forbidden powers or a secret den of demons. Seo was silent, so Desu continued. After the fall of Pandemonium and the expulsion of the demons to the far north, most traces of them disappeared. Despite this, world leaders, including Disa, kept a close eye on any demon activity. However, there was no significant evidence until recently. Desu revealed that there had been reports of a group of half-demons in the desert of the Middle East. Su asked if he heard correctly. Half-demons? Desu confirmed, explaining that these were people who had been in contact with demons for a long time, or children born from unions between demons and humans. Unlike pure demons, they did not have horns or wings, but they did possess black mana. Officials said the harsher the terrain, the higher the likelihood of a high-level gate appearing, making it difficult for foreign forces to investigate. Desu then asked Seo if he had defected to the demons during the 10 years he had been gone, noting the black mana Seo had used in their battle. Shu firmly denied it, but Desu teased him, reminding him that he used to hate demons. Yet when it came down to it, Desu supposed Seo was no different in his desperate quest for power. Seo asked if Desu really thought he was like that, and ordered him to stop if he finished speaking. The car stopped at the side of the road and he got out. Before leaving, he made it clear that Desu should not misunderstand his intentions. He explained that he had no interest in allying with dubious demons or indulging a battle-obsessed madman like Des. He advised Daisu to stop this show, but added that if Daisu ever wanted to die, he should call him. And at the same time, he should kneel down and apologize to Yonghwa. Desu, though, smiled and replied that he understood that Seo had his quirks, but it was ridiculous to waste time on weaklings who would never reach his level. With these words, Desu closed the car door, warning that one day Seo would regret his choice. The car drove away, leaving him alone. Reflect on the revelations about half-demons and crows. The next day, the HMCS building was bustling with activity. The staff were surprised to see representatives from HMCS International Headquarters. There were whispers all around, people wondering if this was a routine test or something more significant. No one had any clear answers. In the branch manager's office, Ganho thanked Edward for his visit and introduced Seo as the newest member of the HMCS anti-gang team. Edward greeted Sue gracefully, but Seo casually asked what kind of circus this was, catching Ganho off guard. Ganho quickly reminded Seo of his situation, but Edward intervened, asking Ganho to step outside and give them a moment alone. Ganho, although puzzled, agreed, knowing that interfering could jeopardize his chances of establishing connections with someone at headquarters. He assured Edward that he would wait outside and to call him if there were any problems. As he left, Ganho had no idea what was going on, but decided to trust Seo. Once Ganho and the others left, Edward lost his temper, calling Seo a bastard. When Edward grabbed him by the collar, demanding to know where he had been for the last 10 years, Sho asked Edward to calm down, and Edward finally let him go, muttering curses under his breath. Edward admitted that at least Sho was back, but pressed him again, asking where he had been hiding all this time. Seo sighed, realizing he had no choice but to explain everything again. He gestured for Edward to sit down first. A moment after Seo finished his story, Edward admitted that the idea of another dimension and a different timeline sounded far-fetched. However, given the gates on Earth, it wasn't entirely impossible. Edward reflected on how Sue had once been a key figure in the world, but now his existence had faded into oblivion. Seeing Sho again, Edward felt as if the fog over his memories was finally clearing. Seo noticed that Edward seemed to remember him quickly, considering he had just heard his name. Edward replied that he could never forget the one who had saved his life countless times in the chaotic days of the past. Seo thought Edward's words were a bit exaggerated and asked how he and Yonghwa got involved in the first place. Edward explained that HMCS headquarters is currently conducting a joint investigation with various guilds around the world, and Yonghwa's guild was one of them. Yonghwa had proven herself in a recent case, and that was how Edward got her contact information. Edward then asked Seo if he was currently stationed at HMCS Korea and offered him a position at HMCS headquarters. Seo refused, surprising Edward, who asked why he didn't want the opportunity. Seo simply replied that he saw no reason for it. Edward urged him to reconsider, emphasizing that someone like Seo needed to operate on a larger stage and become an assistant. Seo thanked him for his trust, but explained that he was already conducting his own investigation. Edward agreed that headquarters could help with this, emphasizing the extensive investigative powers they had. Seo said he would think about it and asked what the joint investigation was about. Edward explained that there had been a massacre of a group of hunters in the desert, in and around the newly discovered gate. While people would normally assume that this was the work of monsters, an autopsy revealed poisoning. All the hunters had died from taking something internally, and based on their findings, they suspected awakening drugs. Seo was clearly surprised by this. He asked Edward if he meant the drug for the awakened. Edward confirmed and explained that there had been no official announcement yet, as they still lacked specific details about the substance or the distribution network. However, in reality, the Central Bureau has been secretly investigating a series of awakened deaths that have been occurring around the world over the past 6 months. Edward informed him that the autopsies conducted during the investigation had revealed only one common factor. The victims' internal organs had been severed at the cellular level. It was difficult to publicly report the case because most of the victims were awakened criminals, and no traces of drugs were found in their systems. Fortunately, a witness to a similar incident was found in China. According to the witness, the deceased awakened ones inhaled the black powder, after which they began to behave like berserkers and eventually self-destructed. Those who inhaled the powder displayed unimaginable levels of mana release and skill enhancement, acting almost like living suicide weapons, destroying everything around them. He asked Edward if this meant that the black powder was an illegal awakening drug and if it was related to the recent incident in the desert. Edward clarified that he was not just connected. The desert incident was considered the starting point of an illegal drug case. Gigi asked why the recent desert incident was considered the starting point when the investigation had already been going on for 6 months. Edward explained that a gate had been discovered in the desert, which had resulted in a huge number of casualties. At the entrance, the Azure Flower Guild was the first to discover the original form of the black powder. Near the gate, they also found a vehicle belonging to a little-known trading guild called IZ. Edward added that although the IZ Guild had no known illegal connections and seemed to be a small organization, something was off about it. He leaned back in his chair, lamenting why he always got himself into such troubles and thinking that this was going to be a real headache. Edward smiled and mentioned that he already knew that Yonghwa was his student. Although the investigation was conducted in secret, Yonghwa, as the first one to discover the original form of the drug, could no longer get out of this case. Edward added that if he helped, the problems Yonghwa was facing would be greatly reduced. He asked if Seo would really ignore the situation, knowing that his precious student was involved in a dangerous matter. Edward called him by his nickname in a serious tone, making it clear that he had already planned everything. Reluctantly, he agreed to help, partly because he also had business in the Middle East. This raised Edward's spirits, and he enthusiastically promised to do his best to help if Seo would agree to lend his strength. Edward then asked what happened between him and Desu, mentioning that he knew about their unauthorized combat training. He offered to help resolve the situation, but Seo refused, telling Edward not to interfere. He explained that although Desu was a power-obsessed piece of trash, in the end, he was still human after all. The next day at Sejun's house, he noticed him packing his things and asked if he would join the Central Bureau's international investigation. He confirmed, explaining that Edward had personally asked him for this favor. Sejun admitted that he knew Edward, but asked how he got in touch with him in the first place. He replied that it was a long story and suggested that Yonghwa explain the details later, which surprised Sejun. Before Sejun could ask why Yonghwa had suddenly surfaced, his phone rang. Sejun replied and walked away, asking Yonghwa how she even got his number. Pri asked curiously where they were heading this time. He replied that their first destination was Europe, where the headquarters was located. Pri asked if there was chicken in there, and Gigi suggested that there probably was. Pri then asked if he was going to push their mana to the limit again, like in the last battle, which caught him off guard. He playfully asked Pri what the difference was and if Pri was worried about his food supply running out. Pri angrily retorted that it wasn't the mana supply that was the issue, but the anomaly happening inside him. He asked what Pri meant, and Pri explained that since returning to Earth as he became more accustomed to Earth's mana and his power output increased, he noticed a loss of control. Pri theorized that the interdimensional travel had affected not only him, but Pri himself as well, and the battle where he pushed his mana output to the limit was most likely what triggered the problem. Pri clarified that since they made a contract in another world, Pri would not attack him. However, the more his mana was restored, the worse the loss of control became. Eventually, if Pri completely lost control, they couldn't predict what side effects might occur. There was a risk that he wouldn't be able to use his power at the crucial moment. He thought for a moment and replied that he didn't really rely on Pri's power at the moment, so it doesn't matter. This angered Pri, who asked if he meant to say that he didn't need Pri's power. He specified that if they had to fight demons, he would need Pri's power. But for now, there was no need to worry about that too much. He stretched, thinking that his warm-up fight with Desu had been useful in the end. Looking out the window at the plane, his thoughts turned to the awakened enhancement drug, and he realized that it all seemed too familiar. 2 days later in Europe, at HMCS International Headquarters, a woman remarked to her crew that Edward was something else. Despite the staffing shortages, she couldn't believe he was adding people to a secret international investigation without following proper procedures. Another woman added that Edward was always so unpredictable. Hayakawa Hikari, captain of the first investigation team of the Tokyo branch of HMCS, confidently stated that she alone was more than enough for the Asian team. She asked her brother Kumo if he agreed, and Kumo immediately supported her, praising her as the youngest recruit in the history of HMCS Japan, the first captain of the Tokyo branch crew, and the most beautiful woman in the world. Hikari laughed and told Kumo to keep up the compliments. Layla, captain of the first investigation team of the HMCS European headquarters, intervened, saying that while Yonghwa was not an official member of HMCS, she would honestly prefer to work with that Korean hunter over Hikari. Hikari screamed, demanding an answer to what Layla had just said. Layla calmly replied that she hadn't said anything. But Hikari reminded her that they both wore translator headphones, and if she had a complaint, she should say it directly. Suddenly, a man appeared, informing them that Director Leone had ordered everyone to gather in the main conference room. Hikari asked if the unprecedented parachutist had finally arrived. The man laughed awkwardly and told them to go, as he had heard that the recruit had just landed with Edward. Layla wondered who this hunter was, since Edward had personally gone to meet him. She asked if the newcomer was even an official member of HMCS. The man confirmed that he was a recruit from HMCS Korea, Hunter Min-soo. A moment later, everyone was gathered in the conference room. Edward thanked them for coming quickly despite their busy schedule, and he suggested starting with an introduction. He introduced CO as the new official member of their team. Layla introduced herself and her team's vice president, Stefan, representing the European branch. Hikari introduced herself and Kumo, her right-hand woman from the Asian branch. Edward explained that since the matter was urgent, they should get straight to the point. With a new member on the team, they needed to go over the details again. He asked Layla to provide a brief summary of the case, to which she agreed and stood up. Before Layla began, Edward reminded everyone that although they were already familiar with the details, they had to be extremely careful about leaks, as this was a classified investigation. Suddenly, Edward's secretary knocked and informed him that it was time for his next meeting. Edward stood up, expressing confidence in their excellent work, and left the conference room with his secretary. There was silence in the room, until Layla cleared her throat and announced that they should begin the briefing. She began by introducing case number A3942FC, also known as the illegal awakened enhancement drug case. Their investigation team was responsible for the field investigation at the site where the original substance was first discovered. The original gate found at the site was of rank A. A total of 6 awakened corpses were found near the gate, and autopsies confirmed that they had suffered internal injuries identical to the victims in previous incidents. The awakened enhancement drug was found among the victims' bodies. The gates themselves showed signs of battle only at the entrance. Nothing unusual was found inside. Since no awakened enhancement drug was found inside the gate, its danger level was still being assessed. The purge had not yet been approved. Layla added that a vehicle belonging to the IZ Trade Guild was found near the scene of the incident. Upon investigation, it was discovered that IZ is a small legal guild operating in the Middle East with no significant violations. Therefore, their team will primarily focus on an in-depth investigation inside the gate and a thorough field investigation around the scene. After finishing her briefing, Layla asked if there were any questions. Gigi mentioned that he had already heard the details, so he had no questions about the case itself. However, he asked if there was any information about demonic creatures or half-demons. Layla was confused and asked if he was suggesting that they were involved in this matter. He clarified that he was not hinting at a direct connection, but thought it was worth asking just in case. He explained that if the drug were of purely human origin, tracing its source would not be so difficult. If it was created using skills, a ranger type awakened would have discovered it much earlier. This made the Commerce Guild suspicious, and he wanted to know if there was any information about the IZ Guild from past cases. Hikari interrupted him, expressing her confusion and asking why he was raising unrelated questions. The guy calmly replied that whether it was related or not could only be determined after an investigation. He explained that he brought up the topic because of some information he came across. This further angered Hikari, who arrogantly asked where a mere hunter from the Korean branch was from, who was inserted into the investigation halfway through May, no information that even headquarters hadn't mentioned. She added that it was ridiculous. Hikari continued her tirade, wondering if HQ wouldn't have looked into the matter if it was truly an important piece of evidence. She pointed out that he was not part of the alliance and was not a known rank or hunter, making it laughable that someone like him would be parachuted into an international investigation. And now he suddenly claims that demonic beings may be involved, which only increased her irritation. Hikari angrily reminded him that humans and demonic creatures had been in a cooperative relationship for over 10 years, and it was unacceptable to drag outdated racial prejudices into the investigation. She demanded to know who he thought he was to make such statements. He remained silent, not answering a single word. Layla yelled at Hikari to stop, and Stefan intervened, calling for everyone to calm down. He stressed that there was no need for such hostility at the very beginning of an investigation. Layla agreed, reminding them that as leading representatives of their branches, they must put business above personal conflicts. This calmed Hikari down a little. Layla then asked him to focus on the investigation itself, to which he agreed, stating that he understood everything. She went on to outline the plan for the next day's operation in the desert area. Hours later, Layla finished the briefing and told everyone to be ready for departure day. Layla, Stefan, Hikari, and Kumo left the conference room. Hikari, still clearly upset, wondered who Shio was, where he came from, and how he won the favor of the vice chairman. Layla reminded Hikari that they would be working together for some time and advised him not to make a big deal out of it. Hikari was surprised and asked if Layla was on Shio's side. Layla clarified that no, but noted that Shio seemed more experienced than she expected. Meanwhile, Shio remained in the conference room, yawning and suspecting that the investigation might prove more annoying than he expected. Pri noticed that this had been noticed before. Shu had no sense of social adaptation and was a complete outcast. Shu explained that he simply didn't care about formalities. Someone approached him, noticing that he had made a rather dramatic entrance. Shu noted that it took Edward a long time to show up and remarked that the vice chairman must be very busy. Edward sat down, describing the International Investigation Agency as more of a circus than anything else. He explained that although they call themselves awakened, they are essentially a bunch of lunatics running around with bombs in their hands. Nothing has changed in the last 10 years. Chaos is still everywhere. Siu stood up, reminding Edward that with great power comes great responsibility, a phrase that was hard to understand without experiencing it firsthand. He walked to the front of the room as Edward asked how he was doing with his team members. Siu looked at the documents and replied that they were a little annoying, but he didn't care as long as they didn't get in his way. Edward smiled, noting that some things never change. Sue was the same as he was 10 years ago. Edward reminded him that the next day's surgery was just a routine checkup of the site, so he shouldn't cause too much trouble. With the support of the entire HMCS International Headquarters, Edward expected everything to go smoothly. Sue acquiesced. The next day they arrived in the east, to HMCS Middle East Branch Headquarters, where they were met by a man. He informed them that their accommodation had been arranged in the main office building, and that a vehicle was prepared to transport them to the scene of the incident the next day. Layla thanked the branch manager and asked for permission to access the gate at the scene of the incident. Sio looked around as Pri complained about the heat, calling it the worst place on Earth. Sue noticed that there were no traces of demons in the city, and the mana density was stable, which made him wonder if Edward had sent them on a false trail. Suddenly, Hikari called out to him. She warned him to be on guard if he didn't want to die. Apparently, this investigation was going to be much more annoying than he thought. In the next scene, the main character stood next to a man and thought about half-breeds, creatures born from humans and demons. The Eastern boy had only heard about a half-breed village that was located somewhere in the depths of the desert. He reflects that half-breeds are almost indistinguishable in appearance from ordinary people. They can only be distinguished using a special magical energy analyzer. The young man recalls that after the war, half-breeds were subjected to widespread persecution. His informant wonders why half-breeds would give themselves away if they couldn't be recognized anyway. Sue ponders his investigation, unsure whether to venture deeper into the desert. Pry calls out to the guy sharply, asking if he is an outcast. The man wonders why the monster suddenly starts to conflict with him. When asked why the guy was wandering around alone, Sho explained that he had some free time and was scouting the area. Suddenly, he is distracted by another agent. Layla asks why Hunterman is here and not at the organization's headquarters. The guy counters the question by asking why the girl is also wandering around the city alone. The girl explains that her partner Stefan went to get a pass to the gate. Layla adds that their team hasn't even finished assessing all the possible risks yet. The girl asks if he is a Korean recruit who worked for the organization in his home country. The guy replies that he joined there quite recently, which surprises the girl. The huntress notes that the newcomer has the aura of an experienced 20-year veteran. Sue decides internally that he should come up with a plausible cover story. The guy modestly jokes, calling himself a very ordinary hunter investigator. The girl specifies that her main area of activity is in Northern Europe. The guy remembered his collaboration with a hunter named Hans Schroeder from Northern Europe. The girl repeated his name out loud. And then she handed him the phone and asked if he was talking about this. The guy instantly brought up an image of this very Hans Schroeder on his phone screen. The guy confirmed that it was him and noted his characteristic smile, which had not changed over the years. Sue wondered if Layla was Hans' daughter, given her fond memories of him. Lila explained that Hans was her uncle and expressed surprise at her relative's connections with the Asian hunter. And the girl also asked how he knew him, because he looked like her age. But the guy said that he just had a childish face. The girl said that if her uncle heard this, he would be very happy. And she noted with sadness that her uncle had been in a coma for 2 years due to the so-called gateway syndrome. Sue asked with obvious interest about the term gateway syndrome. Layla began her explanation by describing mana and the gate as still unexplored forces on their planet. She told how her uncle lost consciousness during a raid in Gate while searching for a missing colleague. Since then, Hans has survived only thanks to the constant help of hunter healers. In her spare time, Layla unsuccessfully storms high-level gates in hopes of finding a cure. The boy assumed that she was looking for a healing elixir, a rare item rumored to be found in the gate. Layla admitted that it sounded stupid, but she would do anything for her only relative. Their dialogue was interrupted by Stefan, who reported that permission to access the gate had been received and the team was ready to move out. Layla made the decision to leave immediately after notifying Hikari about it. After hearing the girl's story, Sho decided to himself that he should look at her uncle's face. The scene changed. The car was already in the desert, and quite a good view of the desert landscape. Hikari expressed dissatisfaction with the long drive through the desert and asked about the progress toward the destination. Stefan replied that they would arrive soon, but navigation was difficult due to poor GPS reception. Kumo was concerned that with the sun high in the sky, they would risk starting the raid after dark. Sayo began to explain the nature of the gates as interdimensional portals with their own unique laws. The man described in detail that inside the gate there could be completely different conditions, from eternal day to pitch darkness. The guy finished his thought by emphasizing that this could only be found out by entering the gate. Hikari arrogantly retorted that most low-level gates were still similar to Earth. Sue countered that the gates were not just entrances, but also took something from the people who entered them. The blonde kept her eyes glued to the rear-view mirror the entire time, watching the conflict. Hikari mockingly asked if he was talking about the gate syndrome that only affected losers. The girl added sarcastically that only complete newbies could lose their memory and themselves inside the gate. The tense dialogue was interrupted by Layla, who called for both to calm down and announced her arrival. The car stopped on the mountainside and a portal surrounded by a fence appeared right in front of them. Kumo noticed the large size of the entrance, and wondered why the gate's level had not yet been determined. Stefan confirmed that all external preparations around the gate were now fully completed. Siu noted that the traces of mana around the entrance had long since dissipated and were barely noticeable. The guy added that there was nothing remarkable on the outside, but traces of a thorough cleaning could be felt. Layla asked the purple ones, "Where are they going?" Hikari dismissively suggested that Sio continue her inspection while their group heads inside the gate. Everyone was in a bad mood. These two were pushing forward too fast, but everyone still followed them forward. At this time, a group of some desert cowboys were watching them. One of them with purple hair chuckled and said that it only made the situation easier. Their faces became visible. The guy laughed loudly because the heroes had just driven themselves into a trap. The scene changed. Local time showed 20 to 6 in the evening when the group began preparations. The gate's preliminary rank was assessed as level A, indicating significant danger. There were 6 hunters of rank A and above inside. And now Layla commanded him to begin an in-depth exploration of the gate in the northern desert. Stefan admitted that he had not stormed the gate for a long time, since his work involves investigating crimes. Layla immediately corrected him, reminding him that their task was not to clear this dungeon. The main goal of the operation was to find evidence related to an illegal drug used to enhance awakened beings. She activated a hybrid skill that combined detection and defense functions with a large radius. The guy was quite impressed by this ability. The girl immediately reported the absence of any monster activity within a radius of 30 kilometers. The man promised to monitor for anomalies, but warned that his sensitivity weakens at the periphery. It was decided to divide the territory into sectors to conduct a thorough search. The girl gave orders to avoid collisions so as not to damage the safety of the crime scene. Hikari ordered her subordinate Kumo to immediately begin searching the area. Shu silently noted her arrogant manner of giving orders. The girl loudly protested her assignment to simple intelligence work, considering herself too skilled for it. Layla gave the final order to disperse and begin searching, reporting any anomalies immediately. The girl dismissively replied that she understood everything, demonstrating her frivolous attitude towards the instructions. The guy continued to doubt to himself the advisability of forming such a disparate team. The scene shifted to a darker area of the desert. Pre noticed that his partner was indeed a complete loner by nature, but the man's attention was drawn to the earth, which looked as if someone had disturbed it beforehand and was digging around here. I noted with disgust that the soil in this place felt unpleasant and sticky to the touch. Shu confirmed his feelings, sensing the unnatural mana that someone had intentionally placed here. The guy immediately determined that these were traces of demonic energy, but not ordinary energy, but some other kind. He quickly put his hand in his pocket for his phone, and he called the ghost, which the main character, the master, asked about the current situation outside, near the entrance to the gate. An old observer reported the discovery of a suspicious group of 5 figures at the entrance to the dungeon. Orders were given to report immediately if this group decided to enter the gate. The old ghost offered his help, noting that the group did not look like easy opponents. But the order was to remain in place to guard the entrance to avoid being blocked and calling for reinforcements. They were surprised to discover the presence of an old man who had been quietly following them since their arrival. The old man was described as someone who was good at hiding his presence and moving unnoticed. It seemed that the guy was exploiting the old man, but the main character retorted that a crime must be paid for and thought about what they buried underground. Shu expressed concern, especially because once darkness sets in, the situation can become seriously difficult. The scene moved to the brother and sister. Kumo reported to his sister that there were no traces of drugs or monsters after a thorough search of the area. Hikari expressed extreme bewilderment at the unnatural purity of the previously unclean gate. The guy recalled that initially the traces of the battle and the drug were found outside, not inside. There was speculation that all those involved in the drug could have been killed in that very fight. The girl doubted this version, pointing out that even in this case the gate should not be empty. There was a complete lack of evidence of any clearing attempts or even valuable resources inside the dungeon. Hikari stated that it was necessary to find at least something valuable to report to her waiting superiors. She emphasized the branch manager's high expectations of the team called in from the international headquarters. In desperation, the girl decided to literally dig up the ground in search of at least some mana stones. And she activated a strong aura, one of her main abilities. Hikari summoned the divine spirit Kagutsuchi to turn the earth upside down with a powerful spell. And at that very moment, a huge snake from the aura appeared behind her back. which the very next moment struck the ground with force. Layla was shocked because she had not received any reports of any discoveries, and decided to order Stefan to personally check the situation at the site of the purple explosion. And when Stefan agreed and ran to watch, Layla noted with irritation that nothing in this investigation was going smoothly. And just when she thought about searching and going back, a bunch of those desert bastards appeared behind her. The scene shifted back to the siblings. Hikari's powerful strike literally leveled a large area, striking her partner. The girl impatiently demanded that the Earth give her at least some evidence of drugs or mana stones. Instead of the expected resources, numerous corpses appeared from underground, causing horror. But Kamo began to move faster, because these were not just corpses. These were monsters that twisted the law of life and fed on darkness, and they slowly rose. Kumo recognized with horror the raised creatures as ghouls, dangerous and aggressive monsters. The boy is surprised to see that he and his sister are facing some darn ghouls from underground. He concludes that there cannot be so many undead physically, and that they do not gather in packs. Immediately, his sister suggests that they first destroy all the monsters and then look for the cause of the anomaly. She activates her ability, the divine spirit Kagutsuchi, summoning the spirit of a fire snake. It bursts into the crowd of zombies, destroying the ground around them and scattering the zombies, and crushing the rest of the ghouls with its massive energy tail. The sister notes with disdain that the dead have still managed to surprise her. Suddenly, her legs begin to tremble with fear. Because that's not all. The zombies got up after being hit, and new ones emerged from the ground. Her brother Kumo realizes with horror that the monsters lie in the ground in many layers, and their number is enormous. He looks ahead in horror. Kumo shouts to his sister, warning her of the danger behind them, as more and more ghouls appear around them. Suddenly, another hero comes to their aid and scatters the zombies. He angrily asks where so many monsters came from if their detectors were silent. Hikari is also in shock, but the green one tries to justify himself, saying that his spells showed no magical reaction underground. He accuses them of provoking the monsters by interfering with the magical field of the area. But Kumo interrupts the argument, saying that now is not the time to settle their differences. He says that now is the time to settle everything once and for all. He activates his spirit Kamatachi ability, infusing himself with the spirit of a ferret to increase his speed. He pushes the new zombies back with his power. But he still realizes that to stop the horde, he must destroy the heads of each monster. The girl is not particularly happy about this and activates her power even more. She scatters the remaining zombies with her snake body. Hikari notes with annoyance that her skill requires a living soul and does not work on dead flesh, and that they need to call the captain. The guy cuts her off, saying that she doesn't have time to call the team, and it's clear that the leader will show up soon. The man realizes that methodically destroying the ghouls one by one is the worst-case scenario for him. Kumo states that this situation is extremely disadvantageous for fighters with cloud attacks. The hunters' situation becomes critical, and their chances of survival are rapidly dwindling. Suddenly, help arrives in the form of a red aura and active rain technique. And in the sky appears a huge seal of technology appears in the sky and releases its tentacles. It kills the monsters one by one, accurately and quickly. Hikari is amazed by the precision of the guy who methodically smashes the ghouls' heads with a single blow, and she sees the main character who, with his technique, was able to take down almost all the zombies. Hana cannot understand who this mysterious fighter is and what he wants in these gates. The girl demands answers, looking intently at the stranger fighting. Green finally gets a short break to catch his breath after the intense battle. The guy suggests temporarily retreating and returning with reinforcements at dawn for a counterattack. Kumo insists on retreating, but his sister fiercely resists this sensible plan. The young man tries to reason with Hikari, pointing out the senseless destruction of the place. Min Shu sharply asks why she cares about time, but doesn't spare her mana. Suddenly, a new threat appears. Another wave of monsters is moving in their direction. The situation worsens with the arrival of another group of ghouls, identical to the previous one. Hikari cannot contact her commander, who should have already arrived at the scene. The guy was sure that the leader was supposed to show up in the middle of all this chaos. Minshu realizes in anger that they have left their commander alone in danger. The guy decides to rush to the rescue, leaving the rest of the zombies to the team of losers. The scene changes. The guy is running further into the desert, holding his phone in his hand. Minshu contacts his ghost and gives the order to immediately enter the gate. The ghost is ready to carry out any order and asks about the priority actions. Min Xiu orders him to track the group that entered the gate by the traces they left behind. He looks ahead and freezes silently at what he sees. The protagonist realizes with alarm that one of their hunters has been kidnapped during the commotion. The scene abruptly switches to a cave, a bonfire, and a bound girl with her mouth taped shut. The huntress realizes that she was completely taken by surprise without the slightest chance to prepare. She wonders how the enemies managed to get through the reinforced security at the entrance. One of the bandits asks his boss for permission to kill the woman, who irritates him with her gaze. The leader orders him to restrain his emotions, as they need live bait to eliminate all witnesses. The boss reminds them that mistakes are unacceptable and promises the Lalmati group complete control over the black market. He discusses how much low-ranking hunters are willing to pay for the illegal power booster. The leader convinces his subordinate to put aside his personal ambitions for the sake of the future power of the entire organization. Robert expresses his indignation at having to hide and blindly follow the orders of an incompetent leader. He is reprimanded and reminded of the need to respect the boss, regardless of his appearance or manners. At that moment, a man stood outside with a magic seal. He decorated his hands with cuts, giggling. After all, his process had already begun, and the zombies continued to crawl out of the ground. It was a strange guy with a creepy smile who knew how to summon zombies, and the ghouls obeyed him because of it. It becomes horrifyingly clear that their leader is a necromancer, which explains his control over the dead. Necromancy is described as a technique that challenges the mind through the manipulation of life. This ability allows the owner to control the very line between life and death. Necromancy is considered one of the most dangerous and forbidden techniques among summoning skills. Possessing such an ability automatically makes a person the object of intense attention and fear. Even an experienced fighter who has seen a lot admits that he has never met a real necromancer. The gang leader needs this person's connections to rebuild the organization inherited from his father. One of the gangsters looks hungrily at the vial of drugs, wanting to try it immediately. The boss stops him abruptly, reminding him of the fate of those who died at the entrance to these gates. A small vial is enough for an explosive increase in strength to the level of an S-rank hunter, causing addiction. The user's body eventually cannot withstand the strain and literally bursts into pieces from the excess of power. The drug is compared to a flame that burns brightly for only a moment before extinguishing forever. The potion's composition is clearly made from mana, but it cannot be detected by ordinary means. One of the squad members asks Ivan to reveal the source of the illegal drug, insisting on his right to know. The necromancer replies with a smirk that he cannot trust such information to unreliable allies. Ivan reproaches the guy for his inability to control his subordinates, which has attracted the attention of the agencies. But the bearded man tries to justify himself, calling the leak of information an inevitable risk of the drug business. The necromancer retorts that he likes arrogant people, but he will not reveal his sources of supply. He explains his refusal by the risk of information leaking from a stupid boss to his even more stupid subordinates. Robert is enraged by such words directed at his leader and is ready to attack immediately. The bearded man stops his angry subordinate, realizing the danger of conflict with the necromancer. Someone feigns concern and asks about the cause of the commotion among his subordinates. It was the raven. She reminds them that loud noises can attract the attention of the terrifying investigators roaming outside. The necromancer's words are addressed personally to Ivan, whom she is trying to keep on edge. The appearance of a new character named Raven immediately changes the atmosphere in the dungeon. The Raven coldly remarks that the necromancer is engaged in completely unnecessary and risky activities. He warns that Ivan's actions are putting the entire anti-demonic race organization at risk. The necromancer asks mockingly if the old leader of the Eyes group sent Voron here. Ivan suggests simply getting rid of all witnesses if they cause problems. He asks that this message be relayed to their leader. The Raven retorts that a necromancer who plays with corpses has little understanding of living people and their connections. She looks at the girl hostage with obvious caution, sensing the danger emanating from her. Voron openly declares that continuing this adventure will be extremely dangerous. The necromancer decides to keep the female investigator alive until all those involved are dealt with. But the Raven quickly rejects this idea. The Raven clarifies that her warning is not addressed to her, but to Ivan personally. He suggests that the necromancer carefully consider the situation, although it may already be too late, and he begins to disappear. The key question is whether their mysterious ally, the necromancer, is really on their side. The raven disappears, leaving Even angry that she is only hiding and simply watching the events unfold. One of the bandits fearfully asks the boss about the identity of these mysterious guests. The bearded man orders him to shut up and pretend they saw nothing. For their own safety, he concludes that neither the bound woman nor the investigators at the gate will survive the night. The scene switches back to the main characters in the desert. Stefan realizes that the way forward is completely blocked by numerous enemies. He assesses the corpses of the ghouls, realizing that without the help of the main character, the group would be doomed. Maybe they should call for reinforcements. But despite the danger, the girl refuses to retreat, unwilling to admit defeat. Suddenly, Hikari stumbles, but Kumo quickly catches her. Immediately, a voice appears before them, asking in amazement why they followed him. The huntress is greatly surprised to recognize her savior as Min Shu. Hikari cannot understand the real reasons why the guy ended up in this dangerous place. Stefan immediately demands an answer from Min about the fate of his commander, Layla. Min Shu reports Layla's abduction and traces of struggle and mana indicating her abduction. Kumo does not believe that an experienced leader could have been captured so easily and demands proof. The guy explains that the summoner responsible for the appearance of these ghouls is behind everything. Stefan continues to deny the obvious, refusing to believe in such a serious threat. Min Shio suggests that they stay if they are afraid, while he intends to move on. But Stefan and the others try to stop the departing hunter in order to get more information. The guy comes to the logical conclusion that there are kidnappers, summoners, and their scouts in the dungeon. Min Shu confirms her guesses, and then Hikari mentions a strange smell deep in the cave. The guy notes that the enemy's lair is much deeper than he had assumed. Hikari finds it hard to believe that the commander could have been dragged into such a gloomy depth. A voice from the darkness mockingly thanks the hunters for walking into the trap themselves. Robert, standing next to the bearded man, happily notes that now he won't have to waste time searching. Hikari finally realizes that she is facing the real villains who have been hiding here. Kumo furiously attacks her opponents, activating his technique and blaming them for exhausting his sister. Robert deflects the attack, accusing them of a complete lack of manners and respect. He indignantly declares that decent people should always introduce themselves first. The girl behind him attacks swiftly, intending to neutralize all the attackers immediately. One of the bandits contemptuously refers to the young hunters as inexperienced youngsters. He begins to accumulate mana in his hand. Then he releases it into the ground, leaving a mark and summoning the wolf spear technique. Robert threatens to make them regret ever coming here and attacks Stefan and Hikari while the protagonist watches. Shu just clicks his tongue in annoyance, expressing his clear dissatisfaction with the situation. And he inserts his technique into an already very dense battle, filled with different auras. Hikari realizes that the space is too confined for her to use her powers. She understands that Kagutsuchi will cause the cave to collapse and kill everyone inside. Suddenly, she springs into action, realizing that she can use the commotion to search for Layla while her enemies are distracted. But the necromancer appears in her path, smirking as he comments on the incompetence of his subordinates, who have let the hunters escape. Hikari furiously demands that he get out of the way, continuing to attack with blind rage. Ivan looks at her with obvious disappointment, seeing her complete lack of tactics, and attacks her with his technique. Kumo immediately rushes towards them, unable to ignore his sister's abuser. The main character's eyes also fill with rage, because how could this damn necromancer hurt this girl? In all this chaotic fighting, the main character notices that the necromancer has already launched his second deadly attack. He quickly puts his hand forward and activates his technique. An unexpected light illuminates the cave, attracting the attention of everyone present. He picks up the girl with his technique. Even she is a little frightened by this light, even though it saved her. The necromancer is interested to learn about the technique of controlling the dead, which he is seeing for the first time. Ivan notes with sincere curiosity that he has never seen such necromancy used in practice before, even though he himself is a necromancer. Kumo rushes forward in a rage, challenging his opponent to a fight with a loud cry. But Robert immediately meets him, telling him to fight him first. The bastard mockingly reminds the young hunter that their confrontation is not over yet. The young man realizes that there are too many people, and the monster inside him greedily assesses those present, seeing special value in a strong opponent. Min Shu analyzes the situation, realizing the advantage of the enemy, who has prepared a trap in advance. Ivan approaches and says with a smirk to the main character that since he wasn't afraid when he saw him, Sue must be a very brave guy. The necromancer coldly and curiously examines the hunter as potential material for experiments. Min Xiu activates his snowstorm ability, attacking the enemy with an icy necromancer's wind. He immediately destroys all the zombies around him with blows to the forehead. The necromancer notes with approval the hunter's skill in destroying his summoned creatures. He wonders what kind of life experience among humans on Earth allowed the man to achieve such a level of skill. The necromancer becomes suspicious of the nature of the stranger's power. He loudly laughs and accuses Mina Su of being a monster, assuming that he simply devoured his enemies. The monster inside screams in disgust about the endless monsters filling the cave. The aura of the technique emitted by the necromancer, Ivan flies towards them. The guy watches in horror as the creeping creatures continue to multiply at an alarming rate. Shu realizes the need to use his full power in this critical situation and activates his lightning strike technique. It literally incinerates all the creatures and monsters below. The necromancer expresses sincere surprise at the level of mana control demonstrated by the man. Min Shu parries that something else has surprised him too. After all, what is more surprising is the articulate speech coming from such scum and trash. The necromancer is clearly offended by the rude treatment and demands an explanation from Min Xiu. Min Xiu categorically denies any use of the forbidden powder, calling it trash. The necromancer mocks half-breeds who are unable to use mana without the gate. He reveals the irony of the situation where he was hired by a human and declares that even a ghoul with a melted brain would not devour its own kind for power. Even ghouls would not stoop to eating their own kind, unlike humans, he says. The necromancer justifies his actions with the noble goal of giving scum a chance at rebirth. Those who have used the enhancer are particularly valuable material, he claims. And while the zombies attack, Min Shu does not sense any demonic energy and realizes that someone else created the drug. The guy disgustedly calls his noble goal stinky, like rotting dolls, and destroys them all with a single attack. The necromancer is offended that such a creature dares to criticize him. Ivan threatens that the moonlight gives him unlimited mana to create ghouls, so his powers won't run out anytime soon. Min Shu ironically notes how the necromancer is busy with petty matters instead of real combat, and the protagonist turns to Ivan with cold calmness in his eyes. Then in a rage, he asks how long he can keep that arrogant expression on his face, and he absorbs a little of his energy. Then Min Shu makes a key observation about the mana in his attack. But demons don't use mana, only demonic energy. This greatly surprises Ivan. The necromancer freezes, shocked by Min Shu's statement. The guy directly states that his opponent is a half-demon, not a human. Min Shu describes half-demons as a cursed race, rejected by both humans and demons. This infuriates Ivan. He accuses the necromancer of lying and hypocrisy, of using demonic power, and asks which of them is the real scoundrel. The necromancer is enraged by Min Shu's words, and his demonic energy intensifies to a dangerous level. The monster notices this, but Xiao calmly assesses the situation, noting the increased power, but also the greater predictability of the attacks. The guy warns Frey about the need to use his full power to resist. The monster is concerned that he might overload himself again by using a forbidden technique. The guy asks if he is afraid. Frey vehemently denies his fear, preparing for a decisive battle with his opponent. Sue smiles wildly, finally feeling the rush of excitement from the battle that is heated up to the limit. Min Shu concentrates and activates his ability, calling it subjugation, and immediately launched his mana chains towards Ivan, and also at the heads of all the zombies around him. Now they couldn't even move their arms. Stefan notices with amazement that all the ghouls have suddenly stopped moving. On the enemy side, Robert and the bearded man also couldn't understand why the monsters had frozen in place. They looked at the immobilized ghouls, unable to comprehend what had happened. Kumo had a shocking suspicion that someone else had gained control over them. One of the bandits retreats in panic, shouting at his zombies not to approach him. They notice that the zombies are now apparently preparing to punish them. The bearded man cries out in horror to his boss Ivan, begging him to do something. But no one comes to their aid, and the zombies finally reach the bastards. The necromancer can't believe his eyes as he watches the simultaneous control of such a massive undead. He calls what is happening absurd and notes with alarm the presence of black mana. Shocked, the necromancer demands that Min Shu reveal who he really is. Is he even human? Min Shu analyzes the energy release that has occurred, suggesting a possible increase in power. Frey feels extremely nauseous from the aftermath of the powerful clash of forces. Min Shu offers him a chance to rest, taking it upon himself to end the conflict. With irony, he suggests that the necromancer reunite with his ancestors. Ivan has no choice but to run away and shoot at his puppets, which no longer obey him. Immediately, a huge explosion destroys all of the remaining dolls. The necromancer decides to stop holding back and use his full power. Min-Shu asks with cold curiosity if the enemy has anything left to show. The necromancer is struck by the sudden increase in Min-Su's speed, which he did not notice. Min-Shu sarcastically thanks him for his unwitting help in destroying the cave wall. And once again, he dazzles him with his amazing technique. Then after his quick attack, only a huge explosion of energy remained in the sky. Suddenly, Raven's abrupt appearance interrupts the fight, and she greets Min-Shu like an old friend. She covered Ivan's body with her shield, protecting him from the explosion. The main character utters the name of the newly arrived girl, confirming their acquaintance. Min-Shu is surprised by Raven's intervention, which breaks her rule of non-interference. Raven explains that the necromancer is an important figure, despite his appearance. She asks to spare his life while he is still useful, offering a compromise. Min-Shu insists on eliminating the necromancer because of his key role in drug trafficking, but he also recognizes the need to prioritize and focus on the main goals, to save the lives of the team. Min-Shu assesses Raven's strength as superior to that of the necromancer. And then the guy demands an answer as to why the leader of the anti-demonic faction is involved in dirty business. Raven parries that Min-Shu knows a lot about them, but is seriously mistaken. The Raven explains that the moderate wing has long been in charge of the anti-demonic faction. She claims that the incident was initiated by a necromancer acting without authorization, but she still did not know who had made the request. Min-Shu skeptically asks if they really didn't know who the client was when they got involved in the situation. Raven insists that their group was only rescuing one of their own, not participating in his affairs. She assures him that she only recently learned about the necromancer's activities and was not aware of what was going on. Raven acknowledges that Min-Shu has many questions, but she herself has minimal information. The main character first looks away, thinking about the girl's arguments. Then he sees his entire squad of surplus comrades walking toward the base. Now he reluctantly agrees with his arguments, considering the necromancer not to be the main culprit. But he warns that there will be no second time. The Raven is ironically surprised at the hunter's quick trust. Min-Shu reveals that he can read mana patterns and detect lies by the fluctuations in the waves. The guy asks a final question, wanting to clarify one key point. He asks who exactly the Raven means when he talks about his group. We. Raven decides that he can now answer this direct question. He introduces himself as a member of an organization called IC and disappears into thin air. Min-Shu concludes that the entire anti-demon faction is not deeply involved in the incident. He reasons that no one would use hostile people as pawns for money. Min-Shu sensed an ominous power from the drug, but it was not like demonic energy or anything he knew. He adds the new name IZ to his list of organizations requiring separate investigation. Layla, meanwhile, thanks her rescuers, feeling ashamed as a commander who let the group down. She insists on leaving the gate immediately, pointing out the danger of staying too long. Min-Shu approaches them and begins by saying that they must first deal with the aftermath of the incident. Hikari immediately asks about the fate of the necromancer, expressing obvious concern about his disappearance. The guy replies that Ivan has escaped. Layla apologizes for her carelessness, which led to such a dangerous situation. But Kumo finds comfort in the fact that everyone is alive and suggests leaving the gate first. Min-Shu reflects with slight irritation that working alone is much easier. But he mentally corrects himself, remembering that his faithful companion Frey is always with him, and he turns to him. But for some reason there is no response, and he looked confusedly at the horizon, wondering where the monster had gone. The scene shifts to HMCS headquarters, where a report has been received about the incident with the ghouls. Edward finds it hard to believe in the existence of necromancers and that they were not the main instigators. Min-Shu confirms his guess, suggesting that this is only the beginning of something bigger. The blonde man reproaches himself for his complacency and thanks Min-Shu for saving the entire team in such a difficult situation. He tries to comfort him, saying that no one could have predicted such a trap in the empty gate, and everyone survived. Edward dryly notes that thanks to his actions, everyone was able to quickly get back to work. Hikari in particular could have been hurt, but the protagonist didn't let that happen. Edward speaks admiringly of his skills, recalling his former nickname, Mad Dog. Min-Shu unexpectedly announces his immediate return to Korea for his next case. He asks to be called when there are any leads. The blonde is surprised by his haste and asks him to at least say goodbye to the rest of the team. But the guy says he's too busy for that. The scene switches. The guy's already walking down the street when he stops with a surprised look on his face. In front of him stood the very same rude Hikari. He looked at her questioningly. Hikari came to thank him personally, embarrassed by her less-than-ideal behavior. She promises to be a more useful and reliable ally in battle next time, and she walks past the main character. Minshu accepted her gratitude with a slight smile, showing no particular emotion. But he was more concerned that since that day, his companion Frey had stopped responding to his mental appeals. Minshu tested his skills and found no problems in using the abilities he had received from Frey. He tried anxiously and irritably to shout to his silent companion, "When will that bastard Frey wake up?" The scene shifts to the HMCS headquarters, where a meeting is being held to discuss the results of the investigation. According to the report, the Almighty Organization attacked investigators and was involved in drug trafficking. It turns out that the group did not produce drugs, and with the death of their leader, the supply chain has been broken. However, the remnants of the group are still active on the black market, requiring the search to continue. The meeting participants are interested in the current state of the gates, where the main events took place. The gates were seriously damaged during the fighting and are no longer of any value. There is concern that the former chairman's faction will accuse them of destroying the crime scene. Vice Chairman Edward reacts with irritation to the constant political intrigue. He is reminded that the former chairman's faction now effectively controls headquarters. Cargill Huang, a semi-special ranked hunter who is seeking to take his position, poses a particular threat. He will certainly use this incident to create problems for the vice chairman. The secretary voices her understanding of the need to minimize any grounds for criticism against him. At that moment, Cargill Huan himself enters the office without knocking and introduces himself to the vice chairman. He introduces himself as a semi-special rank hunter from the HMCS central office. Cargill feigns interest in the progress of the investigation, hinting at its failure. Edward demands an explanation of what exactly he means by his sarcastic comments. Cargill accuses him of appointing an unknown hunter from an Asian country to the team. He claims that the team returned empty-handed, having only destroyed the crime scene. Edward counters that the team was attacked on the spot, which justifies their actions. At the same time, the team not only survived, but also managed to neutralize the attackers. Cargill sarcastically remarks that they only managed to uncover a small organization, not the sources of supply. He notes with feigned respect that Edward would not have appointed a random hunter without reason. Cargill still expresses concern that the investigation has dragged on without visible progress. He moves on to his main proposal, which he intends to bring up for discussion. Cargill proposes making the investigation into illegal stimulants public. Edward smirks. He warns that publicity could lead to a sharp increase in demand for these drugs among the population. Edward points to the risk of widespread interest in drugs among ordinary people. He asks if Cargill is prepared to take responsibility for such consequences of his actions. Cargill is confident that the problem can be solved by quickly finding and destroying the source. At this rate, people will find out anyway, even without publicity. He suggests consulting other semi-specialist hunters to resolve the dispute. I wonder whose opinion they will listen to. Then Edward angrily slammed his hand on the table. The scene changes, and Edward informs Sue of the high probability of the amplifier case becoming public knowledge. He predicts major upheavals on an international scale if this happens. The guy admits that the roots of the case go deeper than he thought, and there's not much time left. At that moment, the old man confirms with surprise the existence of necromancers, whom he has seen with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Edward reports on the difficulties in tracking down the Pandemonium and IZ organizations. Min Xiu is not surprised by the lack of quick results, and Edward shifts the conversation to the gates. He confirms that the second expedition found nothing of value in the gates. He reminds them that the initial high assessment may have been based on the corpses at the entrance. But Edward is alarmed by the abnormal emptiness of the gate, where there were no monsters or resources except ghouls. He suggests that the necromancer and members of Almighty cleared the gate in advance for their own purposes. He asks Min Xiu for his opinion on this version, expecting his professional assessment. The guy explains the nature of the gates as interdimensional rifts that do not obey the laws of space. He believes it is impossible to predict the appearance of empty gates for drug trafficking, even for a shaman. Min Xiu puts forward a bold hypothesis that these gates could have been a clever fake. He develops the idea that the empty gates could have been an illusion for transporting drugs. Edward initially dismisses this idea as too far-fetched and unrealistic. Min-soo counters that he is simply expressing a guess based on intuition. The vice president appreciates his insight and promises to look into this possibility, instructing him to continue the investigation. Min-soo confidently assures him that he will handle the task. After the call, he is interrupted with a proposal to hold a training fight 1 against 3. The old man says not to bother the master. He is tired. But Min-soo, despite his fatigue, agrees to warm up a little and accept the challenge. One of the fighters immediately tries to refuse on the pretext of illness, but he is not allowed to leave because of the risk to everyone. Min-soo hopes that a little physical activity will help wake up his silent companion, Frey. The scene shifts to the streets of an Asian metropolis. People stood in a long line outside an establishment. Inside, the lucky ones were already having fun and dancing. But among the crowd, a guy with a large dragon tattoo on his neck was pushing his way through. Before entering the VIP room, he was stopped by security guards, and now the red-haired guy asked them to let him through because he had business to attend to. But one of the guards immediately uttered a phrase about shadows and blood. Apparently it was some kind of password, and the dragon guy continued it, confirming his right to enter the VIP room. The guys immediately step aside and let him through the half-open door of the VIP box. Inside, a guy in a robe and glasses was already waiting for him. He recognizes Dane and greets him, because they haven't seen each other in so long. Dane agrees with him and asks how the bespectacled man is doing. He confirms that everything is fine and asks if Dai-soo has arrived with him. He informs him that all movements and transactions have been temporarily suspended after the current operation due to the tightening of the investigation in Korea. The guy confirms his understanding and offers to provide an escort on the way back. Just then, as he takes out a cigarette, his new bodyguard appears next to him. Dane agrees with the plan, mentioning the need to finish business after the deal. He speaks irritably about the new shipment of goods and the increased police activity. Dane's appearance takes the man in red by surprise. He also greets Jung Chen, whom he has not seen for a long time. Dane notes with surprise the early arrival of Clown, greets him as an old friend, and asks Chu to present the goods for inspection. Dane apologizes for the large volume of the shipment, which had to be sold urgently. He explains the disruption of distribution in Korea and the Great Saint's insistence on this issue. Clown assures him that the main thing is to sell the goods, and Chu demonstrates the contents of the shipment. He invites those present to personally verify the quality of the goods on offer. The Clown opens a suitcase and is immediately impressed by the quantity and quality of the goods. The scene shifts to the main character's office. There, the other office members, Sikaka, finally show up at work for the first time in a long time. The office staff discuss rumors about Min-soo's transfer to headquarters. They speculate about his connections and how he got to such a high level. At this time, the boss welcomed the newcomer. One of his colleagues enthusiastically greets Min-soo, who has returned from his business trip. He asks if the guy has seen the official document that has just been released. Min-soo calmly confirms that the drug investigation has become public knowledge. The colleague suggests that Min-soo's last business trip to headquarters was also related to this case. He notes with concern that he should have hinted that it was confidential, since even the branch director was not aware of it, which indicates an emergency situation. Min-soo calmly confirms that he was instructed to keep his mission secret. His colleague believes that involving a regular employee without the director's knowledge looks very suspicious. He notes that the team leaders did not even guess about Min-soo's visit to the head office. Suddenly, another girl from the office calls out to the team leader. The employee informs him that he and Min-soo are being summoned by the branch director for an urgent conversation. A moment later, they are already there. They stood right in front of him, like guilty school children in front of the principal. The branch director began the meeting by reminding them of an important request from headquarters. He announces a large-scale request for cooperation in the investigation for all countries. The director described a banned drug that enhanced abilities and its distribution. He turned to Min-soo for confirmation of the details he knew from his trip to headquarters. Min-soo laconically confirms his knowledge of the matter. The director demands a detailed report on what exactly happened during that trip. He is outraged that the Korean branch has been put in charge of getting results. The guys are a little confused and shocked. The director complains about obvious bias and excessive demands on his branch. But the director points out that Korea remains one of the cleanest countries in terms of drugs. He doubts that significant achievements are possible in such a small country. He is concerned that the request did not come from Vice President Edward, but from someone close to the former chairman. He panics, realizing the threat to his career and possible promotion. Min Shu ironically asks if he should just quit the organization. The director is categorically against this, understanding the value of the hunter even in a difficult situation. But even when he is transferred to the main department, he must not forget the Korean branch, and now he is ready to take action in investigating the nonsense. The branch director announces the reorganization of Hwang Jong-gu's team into a special anti-drug task force. He emphasizes that the team's failure will be a disgrace to the entire Korean branch of the organization. The director clarifies that other teams will also be working, but the key cases will go to Kangbok's team. This will be an opportunity for promotion. Hwang Jong-gu tries to object, anticipating strong dissatisfaction from other teams. But the director knows that he doesn't really care. The director turns to Min Shu with a promise to approve any future business trips requested by headquarters. He announces the immediate start of work and the first case for the new task force. Hwang Jong-gu is shocked that the first assignment comes so quickly, without the slightest delay. The director explains that he had instructed the collection team in advance to process all recent suspicious cases. Hwang apologizes to employee Sinae for the urgency and begins the briefing on the first case. The director describes an old warehouse on Manhwa Island, long known as a drug dealer's hideout. According to him, a distribution hub has formed there, attracting customers even from other provinces. Recently, there was a fight involving awakened criminals, which led to casualties. Hwang immediately admits that their team alone will not be enough for an operation of this scale. Therefore, the director reports that he has sent a request for cooperation to a private guild, which has already been approved by headquarters. Min Shu asks with slight surprise about involving a private guild in the investigation. A few moments later, they are already at the scene. When meeting with the guild representatives, Min Shu confirms that he was expecting them. He explains that the private guild is exactly who he expected to see as reinforcements. They are his brother and his student. One of the guild members confirms that their involvement in this case was entirely predictable. The brother asks with a slight sigh why Ming Shu always finds himself at the center of major incidents. The man grumbles that the guild leader himself even bothered to come rather than sending a subordinate in his place. The interlocutor coldly retorts that he did not come here of his own free will, and the girl said that the master's orders are above all else. Sejun immediately asks where his comrades are. Where is the whole team? He explains that their people are scattered around the area and are monitoring the situation. If they had all come at once, they would only have gotten in the way, so they are waiting to intercept those who try to escape. Yeonhwa suggested that a good half of those gathered here were ordinary civilians who had come only for cheap stimulants. Even the stories about clashes between the awakened, he says, were most likely just fights between dealers or their guards. In any case, if they manage to catch the drug dealers at the same time, it certainly won't make things any worse. He nods to the side and remarks that it looks like that's where the main deal is taking place. It's worth checking out. Sejun suggests not storming in through the main entrance, as they will miss too much. It is better to sneak in quietly and strike suddenly. But the girl objects. There's no time to mess around with that. It's smarter to surround everyone at once. Suddenly, the main character hears something important. He orders all his companions to shut up and follow him. They approached and listened. One of the merchants is disappointed. He came for the promised special goods, but in reality, everything is the same as before. His words about the amazing goods immediately attract the attention of another. Someone angrily scolds those who woke up, condemning the very idea of preparing drugs, especially for them. However, another just smiles. This is exactly how you can make a fortune, and he himself has been living like this for 15 years. This angers the main character. His interlocutor replies sharply that such a lifestyle is short-lived, and casually shares the news that Jang Kwan has appeared in Korea. He perks up and replies that he came here just for him, not even remembering how many months have passed since their last meeting. A third person eavesdropping on the conversation asks in surprise who Jang Kwan is. This frightens them. One of them rudely demands that the uninvited guests introduce themselves, suspecting them of being ordinary drug addicts. Ming Shou calmly declares that he has no interest in drugs. The three of them say that their main goal is to get to the drug dealer himself. A moment later, the group finds themselves in front of a broken door, and the question of what to do next arises. One of the fighters suggests options: pretend to be buyers or start an immediate sweep. Yeonhwa was in favor of the second option, but Senju orders everyone to come closer to coordinate their actions before entering. He takes a pen out of his jacket. It immediately activates into a magic staff. And Seijun activates his concealment ability, using light magic to camouflage the group. The skill description indicates its high rank and dependence on the caster's skill. Gigi is surprised to learn of the complex transformation magic used by his brother. Yeonhwa admires his skill, comparing the illusion to an advanced invisibility spell. Seijun explains that his elemental magic offers many ways to be used. He gives an example of how the concealment skill uses light refraction for camouflage. The young man remarks ironically that his companion Frey would surely want to absorb this ability. His ally asks about the whereabouts of this mysterious companion, but Ming Xiu evades the question. Nevertheless, Master Min Xiu proudly notes the significant growth in his brother's skills. Another team member reminds him of his achievements, hoping to receive recognition from the master. But the protagonist has already moved on. Ming Xiu urges the group to hurry up so they can finish the operation quickly and return home. And now they were inside. Inside the warehouse, a merchant advertises his goods, announcing a sale of the remaining stock. The buyer tries to bargain, but the merchant refuses to lower the price of his goods. The customer accepts the terms of the deal with disappointment, not hiding his dissatisfaction. Somewhere nearby, people were already lying down, heavily addicted to the substance. Yeonwon notices that most of the warehouse's visitors are ordinary people, not awakened. They don't look like criminals, just poor wretches. Sejong suggests the existence of a separate hidden market specifically for the awakened. The guy realizes that finding this market will be difficult, but following the dealers may provide some clues. The girl notes the large size of the warehouse and the potential success of arresting everyone present. The main character's brother doubts the effectiveness of such arrests, as criminals are quickly released. The guy thinks it's pointless to fight the sales points without destroying the source of supply. A sudden scream from one of the drug addicts attracts everyone's attention inside the room. The junkie stood up and began screaming frantically that something had come out of him. He runs out the door, leaving everyone around him confused. One of the guys who made the deal attributes this to hallucinations from drugs taken in the basement. Then the guy in black asks about the strange behavior only of those who constantly go down to the basement. Another dealer cynically suggests bad feng shui or a curse on the place. Looking at this huge number of psychos, the girl was horrified by what was happening and wanted to leave. Ming Xiu orders his group to continue surveillance while he goes to investigate. His brother tries to follow him, but Ming Xiu orders him to stay put. The guy harshly suppresses any objections, demanding complete silence and obedience. And they have no choice but to obey his order. The guy went further down, and along the way, Ming Xiu discovers an underground tunnel, probably used for escape during raids. He senses a strange energy emanating from the tunnel. Unlike any ordinary magical aura, the guy analyzes the energy and realizes that it is neither mana nor demonic power. He compares it to the feeling he had when he encountered a summoning during a recent investigation. Min Xiu concludes that he has encountered something resembling summoned spirit beasts. Someone appears behind him. He immediately gathered power in his hand. He immediately attacks the strange creature, but realizes that his attacks do not harm it, and the ghost turned into a blob. The guy realizes that mana has no effect on the entity and does not sense any evil intent from it. He cannot find an accurate definition for this entity other than to call it a ghost. Suddenly, a little girl appears and asks him not to touch her ghost friend. Min Xiu is amazed that the child was able to see him through his camouflage spell. The boy asks in amazement who the girl is and what she is doing in the sewer. The girl asks the same question in response, since she lives here and Min Xiu is a stranger. She claims that the sewer is her home, as she can rest here. Min Xiu is skeptical about calling a sewer pipe her home. The girl insists and Min Xiu gives in, acknowledging her right to live there. The boy moves on to the main question, asking about the girl's parents and her numerous injuries. The girl calmly informs him that she has no parents, as they traded her for drugs. She begins to tell the story of how she got her injuries in the past. The girl explains that the injuries occurred when she was looking for food through another sewer exit. The guy reaches out to her and says that it's crazy. She lives alone in a damp, dirty place and is friends with ghosts. He immediately healed her with his energy. The girl is amazed by his power, which feels warm, unlike her cold energy. The guy suggests that it was her power that made the ghosts visible in this place. The girl confirms that the ghosts protect her and show her all the exits from the maze of tunnels. She turns to the ghost for confirmation of her words about their friendship and help. Min Xiu gently asks the girl's name so he can continue talking to the little underground dweller. She says her name is Seyun. Min Seo decides to ask for help from the ghosts who have become friends with the girl. He asks if these beings can find people with special powers among the exits from the sewers. Cyan confirms that her ghost friends are able to find people like her and Min and glows with happiness. Elsewhere, two men discuss the purchase of a new drug brought from Naraka. The seller praises the 100% purity of the product and its powerful effect against B-rank hunters. The buyer is amazed by the drug's potency and asks if the batch shown is complete and if there are any side effects. The seller assures him that the risk of addiction is low and hints that the customer has already checked everything. He asks to keep the new product a secret, explaining the choice of this dirty underground meeting place. A sudden noise alarms the seller, but the buyer dismisses it as rats or other vermin. The seller insists that he clearly heard a suspicious noise nearby. He has heard strange rumors about something appearing in the underground sewers. He looks at his reflection when suddenly a hand appears from the other side. The sudden appearance of the ghostly entity causes the buyer to panic, and they start running away from the door without even noticing the main character. Min Shu emerges from the shadows and corrects him, stating that it is not a ghost at all, and immediately pinned them against the wall with his strength. He carried the girl on his shoulders and said that he was just a human being. The guy asks Cyan to hide in a safe place while he deals with the dealers. He stroked her hair and thanked her for helping to uncover this criminal group. Min Shu is ironically curious about the contraband they are hiding so carefully. He addresses the unconscious buyer with feigned concern, trying to lift him up. Min Shu wonders with slight surprise if he used too much force when striking one of his opponents. Suddenly, he looks at the suitcase and sees the 2 vials of the powerful drug. He coldly notes that the drug has already made its way onto the Korean black market, and now another opponent is flying at his back. He didn't have time to notice him and dodge, and the full force of the bastard's blow pinned him to the ground. One of the criminals speaks contemptuously of the uninvited guest who has trespassed on their territory. He wonders how someone could have found their carefully hidden sales point. His accomplice counters that the factory only started operating today and suspects an internal traitor. He gives the order to contact other combat groups to eliminate the detected threat. The main character immediately activates his combat ability, Poison Fang. Suddenly, the seal of his technique begins to form around his body. Immediately, blows spread throughout the room, quickly wounding the criminals. The most important of them managed to defend himself with a shield. He was able to land unharmed. The others were less intact than the boss. But Min Shu notes the enemy's high reaction speed and composure in close combat. He asks directly who exactly is behind the dispatch of this well-trained group. The enemy acknowledges that Min Shu's skills and resilience reveal him to be an experienced fighter. In a rage, he accuses the guy of cowardice for pretending to be dead. Min Shu sarcastically retorts that hiding on the ceiling was a perfectly noble tactic for him. The opponent angrily demands to know the name of the guild that produced such an insolent fighter. But the guy just smiled, and everything began to glow with red energy. He grabbed them with his powerful fists and reminded them that he had asked the first question and insisted on an answer. And since they did not want to answer, he began to gradually squeeze them. The voice of the enemy boss mockingly urges them to calm down and suggests that it's all based on rumors. He begins to prepare an attack in his palm. He presents the roaring lion technique and declares that buyers must wait in line. In doing so, he helps his minions avoid the deadly squeeze. Min Shu contemptuously rejects the very idea of buying this life-threatening drug. Someone from the group asks for the status of other units involved in the operation. Min Shu's opponent activates a defensive skill, and the protagonist himself prepares to test the guy's strength in close combat. Behind the boss, the cripples are already saying that they won't survive. Extensive blood loss and 3 broken ribs are no joke. Who is this guy? The group leader urges his men to show determination, seeing their clear numerical superiority. One of the henchmen reaches for a vial of drugs. They pick it up and get annoyed because they never thought they would have to use this stupid junk. After drinking the drug, their blood vessels dilate and their bodies begin to pump with strength. In a rage, the enemy swears to tear Minasu to pieces. Their strength increases noticeably. One of them immediately makes a sharp leap forward for a deadly attack on the main character. The guy confirms the sudden surge in power caused by the banned drug. The enemy threatens to smash Minasu's skull, activating his most powerful attack. The second activates the cross-blooming technique. Min Shu states that the enemy's power level is now on a completely different level. He asks mockingly if the opponent has already become dependent on the effect of the enhancer. And the guys below start barking like dogs that this is not the case at all. The third bastard instantly responds to the remark, activating the solid chest technique. And the guy locks himself in a cubic box in the air. Min Shu remembers the presence of another fighter whom he overlooked. The suddenly appearing enemy declares the end of the battle and calls his troops. But suddenly he is interrupted by a girl from the shadows who activates the wind cutter. And she spits a tasty fireball, like a sniper shot, right into the bastard's head. The members of his team who have arrived gently reproach him for his habit of acting alone. They enthusiastically ask for permission to join the fight and help their master. Sejun notes that opponents who have taken the drug cause a lot of trouble. Yeonhwa confirms that under the influence of the drug, the fighters become abnormally strong. However, she is confident that they will not be able to resist an S-rank hunter. Minshu asks how his partners found out about the location so quickly and came to his aid. Yeonhwa then suddenly runs downstairs after Hyun, saying she must follow him first. The mysterious child showed her the way when she went down to the basement of the building. The boy looked back and saw the girl he had rescued from the sewer. She reproached her opponents for fighting unfairly, with 3 attacking 1. Minshu knelt down and thanked the girl again. Yeonhwa asked, "Who is this child anyway?" He promised to tell them about the child later, acknowledging the difficulty of explaining it now. Everyone agrees that the child could not have survived in such a place all alone. The heroes note the sad fact that illegal stimulants have found their way into Korea. One of them sees a drug user for the first time and fears that he will immediately explode. Yeonhwa suggests a mechanism of action for the drug that leads to death from overdose. Someone recalls the ghoul killers, but these fighters are more like ordinary mercenaries. But their strength exceeds that of ordinary guards. All 3 are experienced A-rank assassins. They were probably sent directly by drug manufacturers, such as the Beast Group. Beast is connected to Pandemonium, which suggests that demons were involved in the incident. So far, this is just a guess based on the artificial gate and the Pandemonium organization. However, the protagonist knows that humans are not capable of doing all this. Perhaps someone in the underground is collaborating with demons and is behind it all. Minshu ponders, recalling key details and constructing logical chains. Yeonhwa recalls the strange disappearance of the mad dog from the public eye over the past 10 years. Sejun fears that the situation could escalate into a large-scale conflict and the resumption of war with the demons. The guy notices that the attackers have numbers, which indicates at least 10 fighters. 2 drug dealers remain alive, which will allow them to be interrogated in prison later. Suddenly, an alarm goes off, and the girl warns the heroes of the approaching danger. The heroes don't understand what she means. Suddenly, there is a huge explosion, from which the protagonist once again saves the girl. The new enemy accuses them of sloppy work because they did not finish off their previous opponents. He threatens to show them what it means to finish the job cleanly and professionally. Min Shu notices new fights with numbers and orders his team to hide immediately. The mana level of the newcomers is much higher, indicating their rank is at least A+. Min Shu greets the drug dealers, who have appeared at the most opportune moment, with cold fury. He asks directly if one of them is the boss of this entire criminal network. Someone recognizes the leader of the Azure Flower Guild and is surprised by his quick appearance. The opponents realize the need to kill the 2 S-rank hunters on the spot. The guy in the blue robe refuses to answer questions, considering it a waste of time. Immediately, the guys use a couple of bottles of powder and throw them on the floor. And while the fighters attack, the leader swears to destroy all witnesses in this underground room. Mina Shu's allies offer cover and assistance in the upcoming difficult battle, and they all clash in battle at the same time. The protagonist mocks the fighting style of one of his opponents, calling him clumsy. He contemptuously asks if his mentor was a complete amateur in his field, which infuriates his opponent. He just asked how the main character dared to say such a thing and attacked him with a new attack, hitting him squarely in the body and knocking him back with a super powerful attack. Firing another arrow, the girl was shocked at how badly her master had been hit, and her arrow immediately pierced the body of the bastard in the blue robe. He was angry again and was preparing to give a Rasengan to this girl who dared to shoot at him. Running away from the blow, the girl was shocked. After all, her attacks had rebounded on her. Another ninja immediately appeared to help her and told Yeonhwa that she had no time to be distracted. He immediately struck her with his dagger, but a shield quickly formed in his path, preventing him from piercing the girl. It was Senju who told the girl not to jump on the leader and that they had to deal with all the trash first. He turned to his brother and told him to do something, but the main character was in shock. This guy had some very strange technique. He was so fed up that someone nearby was talking that he asked them to shut up and let him concentrate. But after a couple of moments, he smiled, because finally his body remembered what it was like to fight together. He remembered his youth when he trained and fought alongside his allies and students. Loud, chaotic teamwork, but coordinated, clean, and excellent. Sejin distracted them all by adjusting his glasses and asking if all the team members had warmed up yet. Yeonhwa just shouted with a smile, 10 minutes! And the main character activated even more power and ordered his comrades to finish it as soon as possible. After a while, the main character was fighting so fast that it seemed like he was in 5 places at once. And he easily struck the main bastard in the blue robe. The main character just said confidently that he understood how the enemy had been trying to use a powerful blow from the very beginning. He dodged it with a sneer and asked, "Is attacking with your right hand your skill?" This only angered the bespectacled man, and he told the protagonist that he was simply talking too much. The protagonist continued to ponder his ability to absorb and reflect his opponent's attacks. He immediately counterattacked with a blue energy kick to the arm. Finally, the glasses flew off the bastard's face, and he realized that things were probably really bad. After all, even the main character now understood that the bastard in the blue robe could no longer use this skill. They continued to fight, and the bastard in the robe tried to dodge. The opponent expressed extreme disbelief and shock that a simple guy had reached the state of Asura. Min-shu parries that the reason for what happened is completely obvious, and prepares for an even stronger blow. The young man calmly declares that he is the creator of this fighting technique, and forcefully pushes away the guy in the blue robe. Then he tries to crush him with his red aura hand, but the guy manages to jump away. The protagonist ironically asks if it is difficult to understand, depending on a single skill. The man explains that mana takes infinite forms through the energy core. He did not know that Asura would become a full-fledged combat sect. The enemy acknowledges the difficult situation and the need to create an opportunity for retreat. But then he sees the only door being closed by a ninja who appeared out of nowhere. And the main character thwarts this attempt to distract him and sends him flying with a single blow, so hard that the bastard crashes into the wall, leaving cracks in it. The main character immediately reaches for the vial of their drug and began to slowly approach him, explaining that he only answered because he was asked a direct question, but Sue still refuses to listen and takes the initiative to ask a question. The young man notes that there is only one opponent left who is able to speak. The wounded enemy struggles to speak, unable to believe what is happening. The main character's students stand nearby. Min-shu notes that his words are being completely ignored and reminds him that it is his turn to ask questions, grabbing the guy by the face and shoving powder into it. The guy is surprised by the resistance, reminding him how easy it is to use this powder on subordinates. And seeing the reaction of the man in the robe, the main character realizes that he has never tried it and therefore asks about its manufacturer and distributor. The wounded enemy claims that, judging by all appearances, the powder is fake. But anyway, any action is now completely pointless. The enemy declares that only the power of awakened skills matters in this world. The enemy cynically asks if the man is willing to take any potion for the sake of strength and power. He continues to claim that the world has already descended into chaos and that similar drugs will appear again. The protagonist is unimpressed. He expounds on the philosophy of the strong devouring the weak and the possibility of burning brightly, even if only for a moment. Min-shu counters that such statements are just pompous nonsense and empty words. The guy states the simple and indisputable fact that his opponent is indeed weaker. And after almost breaking his neck, he finally let the poor guy go. Siu immediately healed the guy and repeated his question, offering to answer before the actual destruction. Min-shu demands that the defeated enemy name the creator of the forbidden amplifier, and immediately the cry of the guy in the robe is heard. At that moment, Yeonhwa stood elsewhere with Sion in her arms and Sejun. The main character's brother addresses the girl with understanding of her feelings after what happened. He wonders about the significant changes in their comrade over the past 10 years. The girl confirms that he has become much stronger and at the same time much more ruthless. A suggestion arises about the difference in the passage of time in different worlds and its influence. They discuss how 100 years of solitude could have changed their master in his inner essence. Sometimes he no longer seems quite human to them, but the girl still understands that his core has remained the same despite his losses. And Yeonhwa believes that when everything calms down, the master will return to his former self. Min-shu suddenly appears and asks a direct question about what exactly he has lost. The guy avoids answering and asks about the information he has received about the investigation of the case. He is informed about the simultaneous start of drug distribution in different regions of the world. But apparently their main base in Asia was in China. The captured criminals exploded from within, probably due to a magical oath or contract. The team decides to return, hoping that their comrade Chonggu has obtained information from the other detainees. They pay attention to the child and wonder about his future fate and destiny. Yunhua decides to take the child with her to find his parents or place him in safe hands. The main character realizes that they need to hurry because the criminals rush to distribute the drug due to the approach of the HMCS. And if the main distribution center is located in China, Min Seo assumes that there is also a checkpoint for the Korean region. The scene immediately shifts to the sign of the private club Narak. Inside, people are already dancing and partying everywhere. Somewhere at a table, a man with a dragon tattoo reacts with surprise to the information about the abandoned factory. He is informed that the HMCS squad carried out an assault after completely surrounding the facility. It becomes known that contact has been lost with Mr. Ryu and the Demon Hunters group. It's good that he managed to clean up there. And Brother Ryu is very concerned about the lack of news about his twin. However, he continues to carry out Dason's orders and remains at his post. The man expresses irritation at the situation, which has disrupted his personal plans. Suddenly the phone rings, which greatly frightens the dragon. It is Dason. His nervous voice asks Dason to explain the current situation. Dason confirms that he has received information about problems in the group's Korean operation. The dragon reminds him of the simultaneous launch of distribution in several regions of the world, and that the police suspect something. It is revealed that they themselves leaked information about the factory to the HMCS squad. The interlocutor cannot understand why it was necessary to deliberately reveal their base. Dason explains that this is a diversionary tactic while Clown is engaged in the actual distribution. Their task is simply to move as many supplies as possible, even if it is too risky. His assistant expresses concern that their organization may be quickly discovered because Ryu and the assassins will turn themselves into the police. But Dason tells him not to worry. Daesong reminds him of the magical contracts that prevent the disclosure of information. In addition, he confidently states that all capable hunters in Korea died 10 years ago. He tells them to just stay with him. The scene changes abruptly. It becomes known that during a police raid, numerous dealers and users of the illegal substance were detained. Although the point of sale was destroyed, this achievement did not bring the expected satisfaction. The question arises about the complete destruction of the real sellers of illegal drugs. The action takes place in the office of the director of the HMCS department, where a tense discussion is underway. Employees explain that there was no choice but to eliminate the completely crazed consumers. Despite the failure, samples of the drug were seized and a Chinese distribution network was identified. The director criticizes his subordinates for insufficient results despite the valuable information obtained. Employee Zhang desperately asks whether he should have turned to the Empire or the Changhua Guild. The director requests information about the results of other task forces within the organization. They report that there are no significant leads and that criminal activity has been curtailed. The southern team also failed, letting the suspect escape due to strong resistance. The angry director first took a deep breath and then began to shout, demanding that his employees finally start to justify their salaries. An employee expresses doubts about the reality of the threat posed by the circulating awakening drug. After all, even without it, they are overwhelmed with cases of awakening. The director reminds him of the crisis in the Japanese branch and the need to take the matter seriously. The employee tries to object, but is interrupted and continues to criticize the department's work. The Korean branch is under close scrutiny and cannot analyze samples on its own. The director is concerned about the upcoming international meeting without concrete evidence for the accusations. The employees behind the director's back discuss his ambitions and unreasonable expectations of the newcomer. The director irritably asks about the current location of Hunter Mina for the report. And the employee has nothing to say to his boss right away, because it turns out that Sue took a day off, citing the need to take care of business. They stood in the mansion, and the apprentice asked hopefully if the master liked their unexpected gift for him. Minshu hesitates, doubting the appropriateness of accepting such an expensive gift. His students assured him in unison that he fully deserved this gift for everything he had done for them. They reminded him of all the years of education and training he had devoted to them in the past. Sejun notes that it is time for the master to get his own home for his growing family. He adds that he now has people living with him permanently and will soon have a rescued child to add to the mix. Min Seo explains that he was looking for a place for the girl, considering her unique nature as an awakened one, but he couldn't find one. Yeonhwa is amazed at the rarity of a talent born awakened without a tower teacher. The red-haired girl asks Sion to obey the master, promising to visit her every day. The main character's brother declares that he will also come every day, considering the house his second home. The woman offers to show Sion around the house. While Min Seo realizes the magnitude of the surprise, the girl is thrilled to hear that this place will become their secret hideaway. The scene shifts to a memory of when the main character lived in a similar boot camp with his students, who were amazed by the size of the house and interested in the origin of such property. Sejun then doubts that his brother could have bought this place with his own money. Dasun, who was also once a student of the main character, wondered about the necessity of living so closely together during the war with the demons. Min Seo explains that he must keep them within reach for protection and assistance. He begins to talk about his willingness to protect them at any cost, no matter what. The girl then calls her Oppa inside the house while he continues to demonstrate his principled position. The guy ironically remarks that they are not his children at all, despite his guardianship. Min Seo recalls how, for 100 years in another world, he clung to these memories as if they were a mirage. He bitterly notes that last time he failed to protect everything that was dear to him. But now, looking at what he has, the main character is determined to do everything completely differently in the current situation. The girl impatiently reproaches the guy for moving too slowly. The main character then imagines Freya's surprise after waking up from her sleep. Min Seo finally agrees to go with everyone to see the new place. In a couple of moments, a whole day passes and night falls. They put little Sion to bed, and it's time to contact Junggu. He informs the main character by phone about an uncertain connection with a private laboratory studying the drug. He confirms the discovery of a previously unknown mana in the composition of the banned substance. However, he considers the connection with demons to be speculation based solely on the similarity of the mana. Even demonic mana is no longer a rarity on Earth after all that has happened. The headquarters laboratory is also skeptical about the demonic origin theory. Besides, it is risky to mention demons now. No country wants problems because of unverified rumors about demons at this time, and GG moves their meeting to headquarters. GG notes with irritation the growing trust in demons over the past 10 years. The investigation has reached a dead end despite all the strange coincidences and clues. There are not even any points of contact with the Pandemonium organization to check. He recalls that Minjin had previously been involved in research on demonic mana. He pulls a chair up to the table and sits down to further study the information. A database entry appears linking demonic mana and the name Jong Minjun. The search engine brings up Jong Minjun's blog with research on the connection between demonic mana and pollution. The guy is happy. The blog turns out to be blocked for violating the platform's rules, which irritates the main character. A strange user ID associated with a private blog is discovered. Says this again. Serious doubts arise about the coincidence of all these coincidences with demonic mana. Sion suddenly appears and asks what her appa is doing at night. Min Seo is surprised that the girl is already awake. He gently suggests that she go back to sleep for proper growth and rest. But Sion claims that the ghosts have already told her everything that is going on around her. Min Seo reproachfully notes that this is an invasion of his personal phone conversations. The girl explains that she also heard the men's conversations in the sewer before he arrived. The guy asks what exactly she heard. The girl thinks for a second. Sion recalls a report about the entry into the country of a certain Yan Shvian. She also heard about the arrival of a shipment of goods from Narak for distribution. The shipment is to be distributed throughout the country according to plan. The scene abruptly switches to an alley and a man with blue hair, who was running with all his might, when suddenly someone pushes him with such force that he crashes into. Someone finally finds the person they have been looking for with obvious hostility. A guild member contemptuously addresses the C-class hunter who dared to stare at their gate. The hunter explains that he urgently needed money for an important purchase. He begins to show some item that was supposed to solve his problems. The guild members mockingly discuss what this loser could possibly pull out of his pocket. The hunter confidently declares that with this item, he will be able to deal with all of them with this powder. And then there is a huge explosion. Sometime later, news reports appear about an awakened illegal amplifier that is beginning to spread. At HMCS headquarters, an emergency meeting of branch managers is convened. The meeting participants expressed serious concern about the speed at which the drug is spreading. Branch representatives report on the efforts being made, but the situation remains unsatisfactory. The bosses ask for a report on the investigation, mentioning the incident in Korea. This is the first major incident since the events at the Middle East branch. However, agents have not found any leads. They only mention a hunter who participated in the investigation as a close associate, without any results. The results of the investigation point to China as the main center of distribution in Asia. They criticize the appointment of a close associate without following the proper procedures and formalities. They raise the question of the former president's legacy and the vice president's intentions. They consider such statements from agencies interested only in the business of the gates to be inappropriate. Some urge not to be too harsh on the vice president, who has his reasons. They suggest entrusting that hunter with the overall management of the investigation in the Korean branch. A participant in the meeting asked the manager of the Korean branch, Baek Glin Ho, for his opinion. Manager Baek shows noticeable indecision in his response to the direct appeal. 2 days later, at the headquarters of the Korean branch of HMCS, they discuss the appointment of a manager. Chunggu expresses doubts about the official announcement of the appointment in the current situation. They discuss the internal power struggle at headquarters and the lack of expectations for success. A new keyword Naraki appears, requiring immediate investigation and verification. This word comes from the testimony of a child who was at the abandoned factory. The unknown location of Narak becomes an important key to continuing the entire investigation. The guy is surprised because the investigation into the factory has not yet been completed. They discuss the possible meanings of the word Narak, from an establishment to the code name of a group. Min Shu sarcastically suggests checking places where drug dealers gather throughout the country. They note the difficulties of finding illegal businesses without official registration and names. Narak may just be a code name. Min Shu makes a final decision on his plan of action in the current situation. He proposes to request official assistance in the investigation from 7 major guilds. His proposal causes shock and confusion among the agency employees present. An employee uncertainly reminds everyone of the secret nature of the investigation. Min Siu insists on the need to stop the spread of the drug at an early stage. Junggo says that everyone else will be against it, but Gigi reminds them of his authority as the head of the investigation to overcome their objections. He also notes the willingness of Yeonhwa and Sejun to help. The guy says it's all thanks to his personal connections with him. Min Xiu sharply cuts off doubts by reminding everyone of the risk of addiction among hunters across the country. Min Sai-woo orders everyone to stop talking and start calling the guilds, taking responsibility himself. The action moves to the president's office, where an important meeting is taking place. The director greets Jillian, whom he has not seen for quite some time. Jillian is introduced as the current master of the Boundless Legion Guild in this world. The director curiously asks if the reason for her visit is related to her guild. Jillian reveals that official requests for cooperation from HMCS have been sent to all guilds of the heptagram. Pirate Dessou asks in surprise about the nature of the request for cooperation. All detailed information is classified, and the request concerns awakened criminals. The request includes cases of recharging awakened phenomena and a sharp increase in power. The guilds emphasize that the request has the official approval of the organization's headquarters. Jillian expresses outrage at the audacity of the agency that dared to approach the heptagram. Dessou suggests that this is the result of the Mad Dog acting without restrictions. And smiling, he tells the girl to do what she wants. After all, Miriam Dessou is now your guild. And Galleon did what she had to do. Then the next thing happened. The protagonist's friend confirms receipt of a written refusal to cooperate from their side. The employee said that most guilds, except for the Boundless Legion and the Ice Soul, agreed to cooperate. The guy was pleased that only 2 guilds from the entire list of invitees had refused. Min-soo immediately appears and reminds Chong-gu of what they agreed upon during their previous conversation. The guy hands over the list of guilds that agreed, and the main character asks about the hunter's transfer to HMCS. He is told that such transfers between guilds and the agency happen quite often. They explain that some hunters value their duty to institutions more than the money offered by guilds. The employee expresses confusion and asks for an explanation for the special attention given to these guilds. 3 guilds named Diamond, White Lion, and King of Warriors are added to the watch list. Min Shu orders his subordinate to closely monitor the members of these 3 guilds. The guy suggests a possible leak of information within the agency itself from employees. Changu does not understand what the guilds that help them have to do with it. Min Xiu explains the huge profits from drug distribution and the scale of the operation. He notes the strangeness of agreeing to absurd conditions without a valid reason or benefit. Gigi suggests that the guilds may have had their own reasons for cooperating. The employee tries to object, but is interrupted by an urgent message from another team. The breathless girl says they have finally found it. Information comes in about the possible location of a mysterious place called Narak. The scene shifts to a dark alley. One of the criminals confirms the discovery of a place called Narak in the Kanbuk area. He passes on a list of inspectors who worked at the abandoned factory without arousing suspicion. Another member of the group expresses disappointment at the slowness of the Korean branch of HMCS. They discuss a possible ambush and the need to find out the composition of the special team. Dragon reminds the government informant about his salary and the impossibility of earning that much in a regular job. The informant mentions a rumor about the chief inspector from that factory being included in the team. He also reports on the appointment of an employee associated with the vice president of the organization. Dragon is pensive. The criminal lets the informant go with orders to report any new information immediately. Another man appears to report to his boss in the criminal organization. Dragon hands over the requested list of inspectors involved in the investigation of their activities. Before handing it over, Dragon warns him against any rash actions at this point. The subordinate asks again, disappointed about the need to continue waiting. The boss says he remembers his brother's loss, but points out the unfavorable nature of the current situation. He promises that a more suitable time for revenge and action will soon come. The subordinate repeats his words about a better time for his plans with doubt. They discuss the leak of information and a possible informant in their own ranks. In the end, they decide not to report to Dason yet, so as not to activate him prematurely. When the blue robe leaves, the dragon picks up the phone and dials a number. He contacts the clown, informing him of a serious problem with their operation. The clown in China expresses his dissatisfaction at receiving bad news in the middle of his work. He irritably asks about the nature of the problem, distracted from his business and affairs. He is told the alarming news that their hideout, Narak, has been discovered by the enemy. The criminal recalls the incident at the factory and asks for help in the current situation. The clown is unhappy with the prospect of working as a cleaner after his business trip and threatens to leave. He is reminded of the importance of Narak to their drug business and the consequences of losing it. The clown offers a 50% discount on all future drug deliveries to Narak. Then they will help him. Dragon suggests discussing this offer directly with Dason to make a decision. And Clown unexpectedly decides to meet with Dason in person to discuss the terms of the deal. While the dragon is shocked by this proposal, the clown is already standing outside the building and says that he will now personally visit his boss, Dason. He goes inside. At the meeting, the clown compliments Dason on his impressive appearance in person and says that he is glad to meet him for the first time. The man just glares at him over his shoulder. He notes the discovery of the abyss and the unexpected effectiveness of the Korean HMCS. Dason abruptly interrupts him, demanding that he get to the point without unnecessary conversation and chatter. He warns that they are fully aware of all his actions and those of his people. Dason should not be underestimated. A key character is introduced, the Korean dealer clown. The guy reminds them that it was they who supplied the forbidden amplifier at their own request. The guy says he doesn't care who is behind them. Any entry into the underground requires approval from Dason and his group. They must and will get their share, regardless of what they want. Clown acknowledges Dason's status as the legitimate boss of the Asian criminal underground. He confirms their goal of distributing the drug, but expresses certain concerns. The Chinese branch of HMCS remains a serious threat even to such an influential figure. The Korean HMCS has brought 7 leading guilds, including the Heptagram, into the investigation. Dason asks what they should do now. Clown suggests holding a face-to-face meeting to discuss all the issues that have arisen, namely to gather all known underground organizations for a meeting in Naraka. Clown is confident that no one will dare refuse an invitation from such an influential person. He suggests using the meeting to advertise and distribute drugs. Of course, people who do not share their goals may show up at this meeting, but he is confident that there are sufficient forces to quickly eliminate any traitors. Dason asks how he intends to cover up such disturbances at their base, but the guy in red says that usually debts must be repaid in full. The clown reminds him of his principle of mutually beneficial cooperation with Dason. The boss continued to look at him, and then turned away to the window. Then he was lost in memories of his sister in the hospital calling him by his real name, Ruin. Dason corrects the girl and asks her to call him brother. The girl smiles and reproaches him for arguing about titles in such a serious situation. Dason tells her not to despair because power now brings money and he will do everything he can to cure her. He promises his sister that they will return to China, their real homeland, together. But his sister interrupts him and finally calls him simply brother. The girl admits that money is not important and wishes him ordinary family happiness. She wants her brother to finally have a real and happy family. And the scene shifts again to some alleyway. Song recalls how he once sought power by becoming a disciple of the powerful master Ming Shu. He believed that power would allow him to get everything he wanted and protect his loved ones. He strives to surpass his teacher in power and physical abilities. His main goal was to prevent the loss of people dear to him again. But now he considers all emotions meaningless in his current state. Although he now has sufficient money and considerable physical strength, he bitterly realizes that there is no one left to protect and no one left to be close to. Then he turns to someone nearby. Song gives the final order regarding contacts with criminal groups. After all, they will soon hold a large-scale meeting in Korea. The scene shifts to the office of a reputable company. Min Seo announces the start of an operational meeting to investigate a place called Narak. The young man introduces himself as the temporary head of the investigation into illegal amplifiers. He assumes that some of those present may have doubts about his appointment to this position. He suggests that any complaints be addressed to headquarters and moves on to the main topic of the meeting. The young man shows the attendees a picture of a private resort club in Incheon called Narak. This place is the main center for the distribution of the illegal drug throughout Asia. The owner of Narak remains unknown because the club is registered to a front man. Numerous cases of drug trafficking have been recorded in other clubs in this network. The team compiles a list of suspected officials who have received bribes from the criminal group. The leak of information indicates the possible presence of an informant within the organization. Min Shu explains that the meeting is only being held with trusted members of the team. He emphasizes the importance of speed in the operation to destroy the main Narak center. Narak has a serious security system as a major drug trading center. The criminals have placed many guards under the guise of private resort staff. Members of armed criminal groups have been spotted among the club's visitors. The blue-haired employee confirms the need to seek help from the Heptagram Guild. And the protagonist has already said that he did so, but the rest of the organization's employees were not warned. Even the guild masters were not informed of the details of the upcoming operation. The date and time of the operation will only be announced on the day of the operation itself. One of the participants asks about the reasons for the exceptions for the Empire and the Kyunghwa Guild. He doubts the validity of such exceptions if they are based on personal connections. Min Si-woo explains that the Empire and Kyunghwa knew about the drug even before it appeared in Korea, thanks to incidents abroad. That is why they were brought in to cooperate during the investigation at the landfill. The meeting participant accepts this explanation as sufficient grounds for the exceptions. Min Seo announces the end of the introductory part and moves on to the details of the operation. The official name of the upcoming operation is given the code word Doberman. Some time passes, the scene shifts to another office. One of the guildmasters expresses dissatisfaction with the current situation regarding secrecy. He criticizes the practice of closed meetings after an official request for support. He reminds them that they are not cheap mercenaries from an unknown guild. The bearded man retorts that they should have refused to participate if they had complaints about the format. He reminds them that the operation is being carried out in the interests of public welfare. Another participant agrees that he is right, but supports his colleague's dissatisfaction, and therefore understands the reason for the refusal of two guilds to participate in such an operation. At this moment, Gigi enters the room. Min Shu introduces himself to the guilds as the leader of the upcoming special operation. He thanks the masters for agreeing to help despite their busy schedules. The guildmaster greets Min Shu, recalling their previous meeting. Min Shu distributes official documents with a simplified summary of the upcoming actions. The goal of the operation is to destroy the market for illegal enhancers for the awakened. He asks them to prepare teams for immediate deployment within a week. Min Seo hints at the desirability of the guildmaster's personal participation in the operation, but he is immediately told that his requests seem too presumptuous. One of the masters recognizes him as a newcomer who recently became famous for completing the dungeon in just 5 days. He asks about the rumors of the hunter's disappearance 10 years ago in his return. The white-haired man mentions the nickname Sam John and the guy's former fame in hunting circles. He asks with interest where he has been all these years and why he has appeared as a newcomer. Min Seo confirms his status as a newcomer to the agency, but does not understand how this relates to their investigation. One of those present tries to remember who Simjan is, puzzled. The guildmaster begins to recall events from 10 years ago for context. He talks about the period of chaos after the appearance of the gate and the war between humans and demons. He struggles to remember who became famous at that time. The main character immediately mentions the delivered documents. Minsu asks to be contacted after preparing forces to participate in the operation. The guildmaster casually agrees and says goodbye until the next contact. The gray-haired man expresses his bewilderment as to why such an exceptional hunter remained forgotten for so long. The action moves to the headquarters of the Japanese branch of HMCs at the same time. The boss was talking to an employee when she was suddenly called away. The employee reports the discovery of illegal drugs at the site of recent riots. The branch director notes with concern the speed at which the drug is spreading. She emphasizes the need to prevent an epidemic as quickly as possible. She asks about the progress of the search for the leader of the riots, known as Lakai Kitsune. It turns out that the leader of the criminal group is currently out of the country. They note the suspicious absence of several leaders of large syndicates. Kumo's younger brother reports receiving a directive from headquarters. A directive arrives from headquarters related to the investigation of illegal potions. Hikari orders him to immediately prepare to leave the country on assignment. She is enthusiastic about the opportunity to finally repay her old debt. The scene shifts to the airport. Minshu irritably heads to the airport to meet guests, but he still has a lot of other things to do. He is unhappy with the organization of support without his request and Edward's interference, but he is called out. The girls who have arrived happily greet the guy they haven't seen in a long time. Hikari notes his punctuality. Layla notes the absence of the branch managers and that the main character is as gloomy as ever. Yeonhwa is surprised that the urgent call to the airport turned out to be a meeting with her friends, and two of them at once. The scene abruptly shifts to the club. One of the participants in the operation has just arrived at the meeting and immediately asked about the new product. Those present noted Dason's authority and the commercial appeal of the new product. They discussed the awakened amplifier that doubles mana and its distribution around the world. Someone expressed concern about the complications surrounding their illegal activities. There was speculation about Clown's influence on Dason's decision to hold the meeting. They noted the unexpectedly serious opposition from the HMCS organization. The mention of Black Mamba's death made them take the threat more seriously. The criminals realized the need to stop underestimating their opponents. Perhaps someone saw an opportunity for mass distribution of the drug on the market. The lack of specific information from senior management caused confusion. The Korean branch of HMCS was on Narek's trail, which put pressure on the group. But with his challenge to meet, Dason had effectively ordered them to defend their territories. Pandemonium expressed dissatisfaction with being treated like minor partners. Suddenly, a man who had appeared called out to their table. A conflict arose over seats between representatives of various criminal groups. How dare they take the royal seats? A member of the Akai Kitsline clan challenged the newcomers who dared to claim the best seats. He demanded that they leave, shaming the behavior of the assembled criminals. But he was quickly overwhelmed by a blow. The guy flew right into his partners. One of the gangsters flew into a rage at the insult and humiliation. He was threatened with having all his teeth knocked out if he didn't stop making noise immediately, and they threw a bucket at him. The girl spoke contemptuously about those who had been awakened at the meeting. The organizers demanded that the disturbances cease, threatening immediate expulsion from the meeting. One of the criminals aggressively demanded that the man, whom he did not know, introduce himself. He was reminded that even an idiot like Chan Dobok should know the organization holding this meeting. The guy on the sidelines was shocked and asked his partner why he didn't intervene, since their boss had been severely beaten. But the other guy was even more preoccupied with his future plans. Someone was surprised to recognize a person from a private guild under a different name. They were interested in how many personalities he had. The stranger watched with pleasure what was happening among the remaining participants. The clown appeared with a cheerful greeting and asked if the guests were all present. He introduced himself as the head of Naraka and the person responsible for the Korean drug market. The clown suggested that many of those present were already familiar with him and his activities. He announced that Daesung had gathered them for a new product on the black market. The drug for the awakened increases mana 2 or even 4 times the norm. Clown officially presented the name of the drug under the Lux brand for the first time. He stated that all problems except addiction had been successfully resolved in the final version. Clown assumed that everyone present had come with commercial interests. He emphasized the impact of the Lux drug on the balance of power in the criminal world. Clown moved on to the main reason for organizing this urgent meeting of the groups. He reported unpleasant news received from their informants in the organization. The HMCS International Headquarters had been investigating the Lux drug since the earliest stages of its development. Clown called on the assembled groups to cooperate for the successful launch of Lux. He expressed surprise at the sudden activity of the Korean branch. He also requested support. One of the criminals asked why this organization was involved in this, saying that the Korean branch was complete nonsense. Another participant whispered that this information was not included in their briefing. His neighbor recommended keeping quiet and simply following orders. The clown noted that they would normally ignore the Korean investigation without any problems. But recent movements and a request for reinforcements from headquarters raised serious suspicions. This meant an imminent attack on Narek involving significant forces within a week. Clown proposed a joint force to organize a spectacular counterattack together. He offered free samples of Lux to demonstrate the effect to his subordinates. The failure of the raid on Narek was supposed to make HMCS hesitate in the face of their strength. One of those present asked about the specific benefits of defending Narek for them. Clown promised double the amount of the drug at the same price for participants. He reminded them that this was a personal request from Dason that should not be taken lightly. The clown stated that Lux would inevitably change the underground world regardless of Narek's fate. He gave them the choice to join this wave of change or stay on the sidelines. The clown reminded them that power had become the new law of the world after the gates appeared everywhere. He expressed his hope for a wise decision from the assembled leaders of criminal groups. And now all that remained was to wait for their decisions. Someone quoted Lord Ouroboros about the true power of humanity in this world. The true power of humanity does not come from the man of the gates or artificial toys. The true power of humanity has always come from the very nature of their desires and ambitions. The scene changes. The clock shows exactly midnight as the operation enters its active phase. The commander-in-chief requests all units to be ready for the assault. The strike force reports that it is fully ready to begin the operation immediately. The Japanese unit also takes up its position. Min Shu is satisfied with the number of forces and suggests first smoking the enemies out of their cover. He gives the order to use the meteor shower ability on the club's territory. Min Siu announces the immediate transition to the active phase of the entire operation. The operation, codenamed Doberman, officially begins. The scene shifts back inside the club, now in the midst of the party, with toasts being made. One of the criminals enthusiastically confirms the importance of the meeting for control over the South. His accomplice shares his joy at the opportunity to get rich on the new drug. At this time, the most important figures in the system go up to the VIP room. Upon entering the room, the dragon praises the clown's organizational skills for the preparatory work he has done. He cleared out the warehouses, hired mercenaries, and even planted his man in HMCS. The dragon recognizes the clown's business acumen and his contribution to the overall criminal enterprise. Clown modestly attributes the success to his collaboration with Dason and his resources. The guy entrusts Clown with further actions and is going to return to China. Dragon explains his departure by saying that he has completed all the tasks assigned to him. Clown is not surprised that Zhang Quan is leaving, because he is not really a fighter, but he is surprised that Chiwu is also leaving, even though his brother's killer is participating in the attack. Chiwu promises only to meet with Dason. The clown only asks him to return quickly within a week. A sudden loud noise immediately alerted the criminals gathered inside the building. The clown immediately suspects something is wrong. Someone runs in and shouts about bombing outside and the complete destruction of the main entrance to the building. One of the gangsters cannot believe that someone dared to bomb the city center. The clown reacts to the absurdity of what is happening with hysterical laughter. He is shaking all over. The scene shifts to the main character, who is talking on the phone with the guild masters, who are in shock. The attack was planned for a week from now, but he is asking for backup right now. Min Shu explains that the situation required urgent measures for public safety, but the White Lion Guild refuses to cooperate due to the change in conditions. Min Shu calmly accepts their refusal and suggests discussing cooperation in the future. His assistant reports that the assault team has successfully infiltrated the first floor. Thanks to reinforcements, they were able to easily block all possible escape routes. The operation inside the building may be completed much faster than initially predicted. Min Siu is pleased that the date of the entire special operation has been kept secret. An employee expresses disappointment at the small number of guilds participating in the assault, but Gigi considers the available forces sufficient, provided the surprise attack is successful. Min Seo compares the operation to destroying a wasp nest to smoke out the target. The scene shifts inside the building to Yeonhwa. The assault team has captured the entrance and lobby and is advancing to the upper floors of the building. All opponents in the lobby are assessed as A-rank threats or lower in strength. Yeonhwa orders that the detainees be handed over to HNMCS agents for further escort, and to detain anyone who tries to escape. But the assault team found neither drugs nor major dealers on the first floor of the building. This made the girl think. One of the criminals panicked and shouted for everyone to leave the club building immediately, and a man covered in dirt came out in front of them. Sejun orders his partner to block the enemy's possible escape routes. Yeonhwa immediately began to reproach Sejun for his improper actions during the arrest of the criminals. The criminal boasts to the A-rank mercenary that he has taken a dangerous dose of the enhanced drug lux. He threatens to kill anyone who tries to approach his fighter. Yeonhwa does not dare to touch the drug-treated enemy. Instead, she asks her comrades for help in dealing with the enemy who has been enhanced by the drug. Sejun activates his staff and warns of the catastrophic consequences of this man exploding indoors. He immediately uses a freezing technique on the monster. But something goes wrong, and the monster is not completely frozen. The team members watch in horror as the enemy's body begins to swell unnaturally. Sejun orders his group to immediately take up defensive positions in the room. He asks his comrades to continue their efforts to completely freeze the monster. Yeonhwa uses the wind and flame technique to suppress the exploding enemy and destroys the monster in front of her. The bandit on the sidelines appreciates the level of training and reaction of the Korean hunters. He is slightly surprised to find worthy opponents among the local fighters. The hooded man introduces Sejun as the master of the Cheonhwa Guild, and all those present as some of the few S-rank hunters in Korea who have entered the world rankings. The question arises about a possible informant who passed information to Clown from the guild. The guy denies his involvement and points out that his guild was not involved in the operation. Another guy also realizes that in this situation, Clown's plan has failed. Narak is clearly losing. Pandemonium decides not to interfere with Clown's failed operation in Narak. There was no such order. Mr. Kaisi is informed of the Clown's latest movements in the club building. Clown is trying to urgently evacuate goods through a secret passage in the building. And now Pandemonium officially announces its withdrawal from the Narak project in the operation. Kaisi concludes that there is no point in staying here any longer. He suggests that everyone leave the building before the operation is completely ruined. Is he abandoning his boss? But the guy states the final defeat of the Akai Kitsune group in this clash. The criminals realize that they are facing S-rank hunters and have no chance against them. The hunters are puzzled by the presence of such strong opponents and exhaust their mana. They need to retreat and join forces with other groups. The Akai Kitsune group is enraged by what they perceive as contempt from their enemies. The gang leader urges his men to attack despite the enemy's superiority. All the other members of the group admire their boss for his courage. The madman threatens deadly retribution against anyone who tries to interfere with their operation. Sejun is shocked by how fast he is and calls out to Yeonhwa. Suddenly, the madman is hit by an attack with strange energy. It stops him from hitting the heroine. At that moment, a bearded old man suddenly appears and offers to join the young people's fight with a smile. On the upper floors of Naraka, the criminals panic and try to find a way to retreat. And battles involving some kind of powerful energy took place. One of the gangsters experiences such a strong effect from the drug that he loses control. The news that the exit from the first floor is completely blocked shocks the criminals. The traitor suggests breaking a window and trying to escape using his flying abilities. Under the influence of Lux, the criminal is confident in his ability to destroy everyone. But suddenly, a huge purple energy tail rushes through them and strikes the criminals. The girl blocks the path of the gangsters trying to break through the windows. Hikari suggests that they surrender without further resistance to avoid casualties. Kumo notices some familiar faces among the criminals. The hunters recognize the detainees as internationally wanted criminals. They did not expect to find so many big names during this operation against drug dealers. The girl gives the order to take all the criminals alive for subsequent interrogation. The scene shifts to another fight, in which the guy already realizes that nothing will work. He kicks forward directly at the enemy. The unexpected arrival of criminal reinforcements changes the balance of power in the room. The new enemies suggest that their comrades retreat while they hold off the hunters. Hikari recognizes the uniforms of the newly arrived criminals from previous cases. This is the Cheon Dobok Syndicate, led by Dai Song, a giant of the Asian criminal underworld. The girl now decides to test her new legendary Shikigami in battle. She summons Kugutsuchi, a snake that will attack these bastards. The appearance of the summoned creatures resembles animals of different species and categories. The gangster ironically compares what is happening to a zoo because of the variety of creatures. The girl explains that the summoned creatures are not animals, but divine spirits from another world. At that moment, some magical tentacles rushed at the bandit, and some kind of spiritual and energetic explosion occurs. Kumo admires his partner's significant increase in strength since their last meeting, but the guy reproaches him for having time to look at her during the fight with the enemy. Kumo feels incredible pressure from the enemy's amplification technique. The hunter decides to completely block all possible approaches for the criminal group, and he repels all the people around him with his energy. Someone mockingly refers to the enemy, comparing him to a squeaking rodent. The spirit in the form of a weasel is outraged by such contemptuous treatment and insults. The snake spirit arouses particular hatred in another gangster, who is ready to destroy it immediately. And the bandit immediately began to run at the girl, intending to kill her. Hikari activates the full power of his legendary spirit, Kagutsuchi. And now the technique became a three-headed snake that rushed at the bastard. He closed his eyes and was already preparing to face death head-on. But suddenly someone quickly jumped towards him and blocked this powerful technique, thereby saving the gangster's life. The criminal turns to his master Chiwu with trepidation, seeing the seriousness of the situation. Chiwu noted with surprise the participation of HMCS agents from other countries in this operation. Everyone watches in amazement as Master Chiwu absorbs Kagutsuchi's attack without harm to himself. Master Chiwu is annoyed by the annoying ability and is ready to immediately return the attack. He immediately fires the absorbed energy back at the girl. She flies out of the window into the street. The hunters realize that they are facing a rare counter-attacking ability of their enemy. Kumo screams in horror as he sees the reflected attack hit his sister's body. But suddenly the guy grabs her in midair. It is Min Xiu, who smirks and reproaches his partner for trying to escape in the heat of battle. He believes that a fighter must see through any serious confrontation he has started. And Chiwu recognizes Min Xiu as a person connected to his past memories. He accuses the guy of killing his brother during a previous clash. Min Xiu remembers the distinctive sunglasses worn by that criminal. Now Hikari has his technique. He confirms that the guy with the reflective ability was this man's brother. Master Chiwu makes a solemn vow to avenge his brother's death. He vows to destroy the offender using all his strength and abilities in battle, even at the cost of his body and his life. But he wants to turn the pathetic main character to ashes at any cost. Min Xiu apologizes ironically for interrupting such a dramatic scene between them and grabs his hand. Then she declares that she already knows the ending of the story because she saw all the abilities in advance. At this time, the observer reports to Mr. Kaisi about the prepared evacuation route through the underground level. Mr. Kaisi does not immediately respond to the message, completely immersed in his thoughts. He watches the golden glow with concern, considering its color an ominous sign. Lord Kaisi orders two subordinates to stay here and ensure the clown's safety. After all, he must not be allowed to die under any circumstances. They were already on their way and were loading boxes into the elevator. He notes that the situation is getting out of control and the fire is spreading quickly. At this time, the dragon desperately blamed himself for the extremely dangerous situation. The guy regretted his decision to follow Chin and mentally cursed his stupidity. He should have run away immediately while Cheon Dobok's squad distracted attention. The man did not expect Chin to recklessly rush into battle, and he was struck by the true power of the enemy. The dragon decided to flee immediately while all the participants in the battle were distracted by each other. Meanwhile, the main character had already defeated the Avenger, and standing on him, said that he was quite resilient. Kumo ran up to them and quickly went to his sister to ask if she was okay. Hikari said that now she was once again indebted to the main character. His body refused to obey him and could no longer withstand the enormous strain. Min Xiu anxiously asked his partner about her condition and thanked her for her help. Thanks to her, the operation had gone much easier and faster. She began to tell him about the criminal they had caught from the powerful organization Cheon Dobok. The heroine suggested that an important meeting of criminal elements was taking place in the building. But most importantly, no medicine or drugs were found during the search. Hunter Lila tried to set up a barrier, but discovered a secret emergency exit. Min Xiu decided to go upstairs and instructed his partner to detain the fleeing enemies. Chonggu would be there soon. The girl told him to wait. Hikari stopped him and handed him an object with words of gratitude. This artifact was reinforced with mana and obtained during their previous joint mission. The girl confessed that its incredible power had made her rethink her life. That's why she started training with even more determination and dedication. She was especially happy when they came to her headquarters for help. She really wanted to be useful in this operation, but still felt she wasn't strong enough. She decided to work hard on herself to become better. Her brother Kumo indignantly asked why she was giving Takamikazuchi to this man. His partner was furious that the legendary artifact had been so easily given away to the first person they met. The girl began to vehemently deny the misunderstanding that had arisen about her feelings for the guy. She was simply doing her duty, and that was all. She still had a lot to do. In her mind, she also continued to deny the possibility of falling in love because of a few lives saved. Suddenly, someone called out to her. Turning around, she saw the main character standing in front of her, looking her in the eyes. Min Xiu's sudden appearance caused Hikari extreme astonishment. She couldn't understand what was happening, but the main character had already grabbed one of the criminals who was trying to escape from the scene. The guy asked threateningly where exactly this cowardly man was going to run away to. The captured man desperately tried to convince them that he was an ordinary civilian and not an awakened one. No one believed him and threatened to knock out his teeth for his brazen lies and drug dealing. The frightened criminal began to scream loudly and call for help to be released. Min Xiu ironically pointed out the paradox between his fear of death and his trade in dangerous potions. The guy offered him a choice between a deadly beating and information about the medicine. The frightened man immediately shouted that everything of interest was in the basement. He told him about a special elevator for important people leading to an underground shelter, the same place where the other people with the drugs had gone. Min Xiu was clearly not happy about having to go down to the basement to continue the operation. The guy told Zhong Gil about the strange things happening on the lower levels of the building. His partner asked in surprise about the existence of an underground passage in the building. The scene switched to Si Jun and Yeonhwa. The former said that one squad had already gone there, but they urgently needed additional support. The girl replied that despite their small numbers, they had decided to act while the others guarded the main entrance. But when she saw something ahead, she stopped and tried to stop Si Jun. There were already beaten people lying ahead. An impenetrable barrier of enemies stood in the hunters' way, completely blocking their further advance. The traces of a large-scale battle clearly indicated that a serious clash had recently taken place here. Si Jun noticed the enemies and Yeonhwa noticed it too. They were very strong. He assessed the strength of the enemies as significantly superior to all the criminals they had encountered before. The experienced fighter warned his comrades that they were facing extremely high-level National Reapers. Her partner merely replied dismissively that he should take better care of his own health. Sejun didn't even have time to raise his staff properly. The instant attack by the enemies caught the group of hunters almost off guard. Sejun threatened to destroy all the drugs along with the hunters themselves. Such insolence caused an explosion of indignation in the female criminal. A sudden change in coordinates moved the distant fighter right into the epicenter of the close combat. The enemy's spatial ability completely changed the balance of power in the battle. The fragile archer found himself completely defenseless in the face of imminent danger. But the bandit failed. The strong archer demonstrated that physical strength is more important than distance in close combat, and she hit the bastard hard with her bow and energy, knocking out a couple of his teeth and leaving him in complete shock. The unexpected turn of events caused confusion among the participants in the fight. At that moment, the elevator opened, and even the clown expressed irritation at the chaotic fight that had broken out right on the path of retreat. He walked away and sarcastically remarked that only useful team members should be left behind. Sejun was distracted from the fight and noticed the clown mask. But a momentary loss of concentration cost one of the fighters his advantage in the battle. Yenhua also lost her vigilance, and the blow in her direction was not long in coming. He threw her far and hard, slamming her into the wall. The clown thanked the criminals for their help and suggested that Kaisi was involved in the matter. He asked about the whereabouts of his subordinates and his current solitary position. The clown joked that while he was getting rid of all the boars from Cheon-dobak, he ended up completely alone and ordered them to take the drugs with them. Suddenly, a sharp question was directed at the man trying to leave the scene. And finally, the main character entered the room, ready to finish them off right there. A menacing command not to move was issued to the group of criminals, and now they just looked at each other. The man commented irritably on the incredible persistence of his opponents. The clown sarcastically congratulated the attackers on their successful assault on his headquarters. He explained that he was very busy and suggested that they be satisfied with their achievements. He warned them not to lose everything because of greed and to disperse peacefully. Both opponents were busy, and the clown suggested that the other deal with his comrades on the floor. Min Xiu furiously asked if Clown had done this to them. His opponent said he didn't understand what he was saying and that they didn't have time for empty talk. One of his subordinates, axe in hand, attacked the main character. But with his iron fist ability, Xiu shot the enemy through and through. The girl with green hair was in shock. Her partner, Raban, had been killed with a single blow just now. And it became absolutely clear to the main character that this clown was the key figure in this whole situation. The girl advised the clown to retreat at the first opportunity, but the man decided to take on the defense of this place to protect the drugs. The clown took off his jacket and suggested that Min Xiu calmly talk instead of continuing the confrontation. But the protagonist immediately shot him. The clown dodged and expressed sincere amazement at his opponent's speed. He admitted that although he was confident in his speed, his opponent was also very fast. He even managed to hit him, but the main character only asked if the clown was the main supplier. When asked why he thought that, they said he was the most elusive and talkative one there. They threatened to knock out his teeth and demanded information about drug supply channels. In response, the clown mockingly expressed doubt that he would cooperate so easily. He resentfully admitted that he had clearly been underestimated during this confrontation and immediately rushed forward at the main character. He tried to kick him, but the guy blocked it. As a result, the clown's kick landed slightly higher than he had intended. Su was surprised by the opponent's movement skill, which surpassed even Dasu's abilities in speed. The main character used the slashing wind attack skill to neutralize the enemy. The main character realized that the clown was clearly inferior in strength. He was no match for either him or Desu, just a fast rat. The clown noted with bitter irony that even he had been injured in the fight. His rage at the damage he had suffered erupted into a loud emotional cry. How dare the protagonist hurt him? And he quickly soared into the air. Then he began to approach at a monstrous speed and deliver blow after blow to the main character. It even destroyed the walls around them. But the clown stopped hitting when he heard the main character say that his speech was funny. A sarcastic question was asked about who exactly his interlocutor thought he was. And Min Xiu immediately activated the seal beneath him, and energy began to dissipate throughout the room, freezing everything around and turning it into ice spikes. The clown, enraged, called his opponent a monster for his inhuman abilities. But the protagonist had not finished speaking, so he appeared behind the clown. The man declared that he was also confident in his speed in the face of a dangerous enemy, and he punched him so hard that he embedded the poor clown in ice. Now the protagonist landed on the ground in front of the clown encased in ice. Su immediately complained mentally about the annoying complexity and side effects of using teleportation. Sejun had already come to his senses, and the protagonist suggested that he stay put, because now he would heal him. He immediately began to heal his brother while the green-haired girl watched them. She was horrified by the inhuman power of mana and healing abilities. It became clear that this man was a threat to the entire Pandemonium organization. She decided that she had to urgently report this to the leadership, but Gigi ordered her not to do anything stupid and to stay where she was. It became clear that this man was not just a simple executor and might know the source of the drugs. Gigi approached her. He pointed his hand at her and threatened her with violence if she did not start telling the truth about what was happening here. The clown had already used an extremely dangerous ability related to creating extreme heat, and while the hero was just charging his iron fist to shoot the girl, the clown, laughing madly, broke the ice around him, freeing himself and releasing steam everywhere. The hero only asked whether these abilities were his true strength in battle. The clown said that since he had already seen this technique, they now had no other choice. In a rage, he suggested that everyone turn to ashes right there and then. The girl asked if he had gone mad and was planning to burn the entire area around them, but she immediately noticed with surprise that Min Xiu already had the energy of fire. Gigi asked mockingly why he was so upset about a small scratch. Then he ordered him to cool down a little and immediately change his energy to ice, releasing a stream of it at him like a fire extinguisher. Ice spikes immediately formed again, which threw the clown against the wall with force. Min Xiu commented that his attack only tired people out and wasted mana. Suddenly, he felt the movement of mana that had already jumped to his hand with the bracelet. The clown stated with satisfaction that this time the main character was caught. The clown loudly demanded that his opponent finally realize the seriousness of the situation. The main character stated with despair that the flames refused to go out despite all his efforts. His opponent declared maliciously that any attempts at resistance were completely useless. The special flame of penetration had the ability to attach itself to the unique life force of its target. It never went out after coming into contact with the living spirit of the victim, which was an extremely rare phenomenon. Min Shu turned out to be one of those rare users of living spirit who recklessly wasted their energy. The clown made a sarcastic suggestion to turn to ashes along with his beautiful life force. But the guy just clenched his fist tighter and asked, "So what?" He rushed at the clown and defiantly asked what exactly he planned to do in this hopeless situation. He advised him to simply receive an even stronger and already hot slap from this extraordinary flame. Min Siu said that he would burn the clown before he burned himself. Wasn't that enough? After all, any skill depends on the will of the caster, and after his death, the effect immediately ceases. And the protagonist was already ready to shoot his iron fist right into the head of the clown bastard. But the clown fiercely rejected the very possibility of his easy death in this fierce confrontation. The protagonist thought that the speed of regeneration had indeed equaled the speed at which his body was being destroyed by the flames. But his mana was decreasing at the same catastrophic rate as his body tissue was being destroyed. And the clown understood this. The technique clearly placed a huge strain on the caster himself, which was important to use. His opponent easily read all these thoughts and intentions from his facial expressions and movements. The more power he used, the faster his body would burn in this magical flame. Any additional effort above this limit would be pure suicide for him. The protagonist wouldn't even touch the clown with a finger. But Ming Shou immediately activated his iron fist and two seals. After all, after returning to Earth, Min Shu realized an important limitation of his power. The limitation of power due to the side effects of interdimensional travel acts as protection for the body. And his mana, accumulated over 100 years, remained intact in his core. But the methods of application and structure of spells varied greatly between dimensions. Therefore, until he adapted, his body set a natural limit to protect against errors and overloads. And if he needed power beyond what was allowed, his only option was to blow up his core and forcibly remove the limit. The man already sensed a way to overcome this imposed limitation. But the consequences of such a risky action remained completely unknown. At such a difficult moment, he especially missed the support of his old friend Frey. His opponent, Clown, still could not understand why he was still alive despite all the attacks. The enemy furiously demanded that he finally die like a cockroach. The girl noted that Clown had completely lost his mind in this battle. This couldn't go on. The ability to force a high-ranking member of Pandemonium to reveal his true nature was too dangerous. There was no room for luxury here. She decided that Sue was too dangerous. It was becoming increasingly difficult to carry out Kaizi's order to spare the clown's life. She was looking for a way to resolve the situation with a single competent move right now. But Sejun approached her from behind with his staff and ordered her to immediately stop these foolish actions and put her hands down. The girl said that the Four Eyes couldn't even stand, yet he was giving orders. The guy assessed the situation and realized that the building was already completely surrounded on all sides. Most of the key figures in the criminal organization had gathered at this very spot. All those suspected of involvement in drugs had already been detained by the task force. Soon they would track down their escape routes. And the girl raised her hands in despair. And immediately from the other side, another opponent mockingly addressed investigator Naori with a provocative question. He sadistically inquired about the sensations of burning using life as fuel. The clown reminded him of human nature and the limitations of the body with a sarcastic suggestion to go to his brother and write a will. The speed of regeneration began to slow noticeably, indicating that his strength was waning. He didn't have much mana left, and he still had to heal Sejun and Yonghwa. He pondered the advisability of removing the limiter in such a critical situation. The possible destruction of the entire building from overload caused serious concern. Suddenly, a question popped into his head about the reasons for his fear of the destruction of this delicate building. It was Frey. And then the Frey himself made the decision to do it for him at any cost. This made our main character smile. His inner monster had returned, and it burst out with new force, frightening everyone around him. The clown did not understand what it was and how it happened. Suddenly, horns and a head appeared from the manna, and the great Lord Frey demanded breakfast after waking up from his sleep. Now the demon himself had summoned the seal and spread his aura throughout the area. The clown watched in amazement as his heating technique was absorbed by his opponent. Min Xiu ironically noted that Frey woke up only after all the work was done. Gigi still noted his impeccable sense of timing and asked the clown for the name of the technique. Was it called heating? The name of the skill was heard at the moment of its activation in battle, and the clown immediately began to scream in pain. The guy just said that now the battle would truly be to the death. Min Xiu reminded him of his previous question about the feeling of burning with one's own life. He admitted that he wasn't very good at explaining such complex things. The guy suggested that he experience all these feelings for himself. And the last thing the clown managed to shout was the name of his subordinate, Aramu. Then she quietly said the name of her master, Kaisi, and remembered his order. She dedicated this attack to her master and the entire Pandemonium organization without exception. Sejun realized with horror that she had transferred the skill's coordinates to her own body. Now she was burning alive. The clown himself stood half-burned and pulled out some kind of device. The enraged enemy promised that they would meet again next time without fail and teleported far away. Min Xiu commented on the cowardly escape using a special tool, and Frey said that for a burnout person, he was quite bold. Min Xiu inquired about Sejun's condition after such an intense battle. He said that everything was fine. The girl's ashes were nearby. His brother noticed a strange creature standing next to them. The main character pointed at it and said he would explain. The guy tried to find a suitable explanation for this unusual creature. It seemed to be his lodger. But the hungry Lord Predator demanded that he be provided with breakfast immediately.